Chapter 732. Finally, the dark crystal stopped devouring the mystic flame's energy and gradually changed color. Dongli almost held his breath, because an incomparably powerful snake men empire was waving at him. The color of the dark crystal gradually changed from the black hole-like darkness to black. That's right, it only revealed its normal black color at this moment. The mystic flame continued to burn, and Dongli kept injecting mystic chi energy into the mystic flame. The dark crystal continued to change, from black to black-red. Then it turned red again. Dongli did not know how Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming reacted when they obtained the dark mystic flame. But at this moment, it was as if he had opened a secret door, and this door led to another world, the most mysterious and mysterious world. He almost felt suffocated, and was incomparably excited. The color of the dark crystal became redder and redder. Dongli was about to succeed. He was about to succeed. Finally, the dark crystal was red to the extreme, and was exactly the same color as the mystic flame. It was as if it was about to shatter and turn into ashes. Then, the dark crystal suddenly became very unstable, as if it was desperately struggling and bursting. Bang! The dark crystal, which had been heated to an extreme red, suddenly exploded. Then, a half-foot black hole suddenly appeared on Dongli's palm. As if he had seen the birth of history, Dongli's entire body was trembling. This scene was really too mysterious, too mysterious. Then, the black hole crazily devoured the energy in Dongli's body and the mystic flame. Take it, take everything. Dongli was agitated and his voice was shrill. The black hole kept devouring. It crazily devoured the mystic flame in Dongli's body, and then everything gradually became quiet. The black hole suddenly began to condense and condense. It became a dark crystal again. But this dark crystal seemed to be much bigger than the previous one, and its color seemed to be more dazzling. Dongli was stunned. Why did it change back? Bang! But at this time, this brand new darkness crystal suddenly cracked open, and a black flame came out of the crack, floating in the air. It was an extremely dark flame, but also an extremely beautiful flame. Dongli looked at the flame, his whole body trembling violently, and his hair stood on end. He did it. This darkness profound flame was 100 times bigger than the one that Yang Dingtian had created back then. He had successfully created the darkness profound flame, even though he was the third person in this world. However, this meant that he would have Queen Hai Xian and the incomparably powerful Naga Empire. How many years has it been? Dongli had been wandering in this grassland for many years for this goal. Now he had finally succeeded. Wu Yuming should have taken control of the entire Tiando League, but he failed. What Dongli wanted to control was the even more powerful Naga Empire, and he succeeded. The entire East Parting Grassland would be his. The entire Snake Men Empire would be his. The peerless beauty, the devastatingly beautiful Queen Hai Xian, belonged to him from now on. Dongli held the darkness, profound flame with both hands, resisting the urge to cry. Looking at her, he felt his eyes heating up. What a beautiful darkness, profound flame. No wonder it could make the Naga clan go into heat, and no wonder it could make the Sky Fox clan go into heat. Dongli gently took back the darkness, profound flame, and was about to swallow it into his chi sea. However, at this time, the darkness, profound flame suddenly emitted an abnormal light. Blue for a while, green for a while, red for a while, and then gray for a while. This newly born darkness, profound flame, suddenly became extremely unstable, and there seemed to be a lot of impurities that kept pouring out. Then, bang! The entire darkness, profound flame suddenly exploded, and then completely turned into ashes and disappeared in the air. Dongli was stunned, completely stunned. What was going on? What the hell is going on? The darkness, profound flame had clearly been born. Why did it disappear? Where is it? Where is it? Dongli said in a trembling voice, and then desperately reached out his hand to feel in the air, trying to touch his darkness, profound flame. My darkness, profound flame, my darkness, profound flame, where is it? Where is it? Dongli shouted, and then rushed to Mudan and said sternly, Is it you who swallowed my darkness, profound flame? Is it you who stole my darkness, profound flame? Dongli almost went crazy, completely crazy. Heaven was so close to him, and now it suddenly kicked him into hell. Why? Why? The darkness, profound flame has already been extinguished. Princess Mudan said, Why? Impossible, impossible. Dongli said sternly. Mudan said, It should be your profound flame, not strong enough, not pure enough. Dongli said sternly, I have the earth profound flame, and the heaven profound flame. Is it still not enough? Is it still not enough? Mudan said, Yes, it's still not enough. Yu Ming has the heaven and earth profound flame, the great raging flame, and Yang Dingtian has the heaven and earth profound flame, the million spirits demonic flame. So, your profound flame's level is still not enough. Ah, 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 Dongli shouted sternly. Heaven, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? After venting crazily for a full 15 minutes, Dongli calmed down and said, Are there still those heaven and earth profound flames? Mudan said, There are two more, the second ranked void splitting flame, and the first ranked chaos spirit flame. Dongli's eyes were burning, and his face was almost distorted. Where? Where are they? The void splitting flame will bloom soon, at the end of the world, at the border of the void. Mudan said, And this profound flame has been targeted by the demonic Fox clan, and they are determined to get it. Dongli said, Although this void-splitting flame is precious, the demonic Fox clan is so powerful, they won't need it too much. Mudan said, That's right, but the void-splitting flame's special attribute is to pass through space and jump through space. 200 years ago, because His Majesty the Demon King had this profound flame, he was able to avoid the end of being destroyed. The demonic Fox clan wants to use this void-splitting flame to jump into the ruins of the Naga Empire and find the boundless treasures. Suddenly, Dongli's eyes shrank, and then he said coldly, I don't care what the demonic Fox clan thinks, but I must get this void-splitting flame. Mudan said lightly, Originally, this profound flame was going to be given to Dongfang Bingling, but her soul is too restless, and this void-splitting flame is related to the real resurrection of His Majesty the Demon King, and it is very important. When swallowing the profound flame, it will cause an intense conflict of energy in the body, and it will easily give Dongfang Bingling a chance to take advantage of it. So, this profound flame can't be given to her, and giving it to you might be the real deal. Mudan and Dongfang Bingling obviously have the same body, but when talking about Bingling, he kept using the third person, as if it was another person. Then Mudan said, Let's go, although it's bad news. But we have to tell Queen Hai Xan, now is not the time to anger her. Yang Dingtian looked at the empire's capital through the window of the main hall. It's only been a year and a half. I really don't dare to imagine how you built such a huge pyramid and the world's biggest city. Yang Dingtian said, It's very simple. Just use your life to pile it up. Queen Hai Xan said, How many people died? Yang Dingtian asked, Tens of millions? I forgot. Queen Hai Xan said carelessly, Yang Dingtian, do you know how good the demonic Fox clan is at giving birth? Also, do you know how cheap their lives are? They can live no matter how they raise them. Do you know how many children a demonic Fox clan gives birth to in a year? 3. That's right, 3. Because, for example, the werewolf clan, leopard clan, Eagleman clan, and so on, there are many in a nest. Yang Dingtian understood that the demonic Fox clan's womb was not just a little stronger than the humans. Also, the babies of the demonic Fox clan were much stronger. Do you know why there is a great war in the Dongli grassland every few decades? Because of the explosion in population, there is no way to raise so many demonic Fox clans. Therefore, it has to be destroyed every once in a while. Hai Xan raised her hand and said, "Now, I built a defense line of tens of thousands of miles, cultivated the entire imperial capital, and built this pyramid. Countless demonic fox clan died, equivalent to the number of people who died in more than 10 wars. Even so, do you know how many demonic fox clans there are in the entire Dongli grassland? 290 million. You didn't hear wrong. 290 million, and they are still giving birth." Yang Dingtian also felt his scalp go numb. The total land of the entire Dongli grassland was probably less than the total land of the north, northwest, and southwest continents. However, the farming skills of the demonic fox clan were very ordinary. Queen Hai Xan continued. Therefore, the construction of the imperial capital, the defense line, and all the major cities have been completed. What should we do? We can only start a war, we can only fight. 30 million, 50 million, 80 million. I will continuously transport the demonic Fox Clan army to the human countries. You can imagine the consequences when that time comes. Yang Dingtian's mouth twitched. 50 million, 80 million demonic Fox Clan army. That was equivalent to another Legion of Doom. Moreover, this number was not strange at all because the demonic Fox Clan was a soldier. Moreover, they did not need to bring rations with them when they fought. The only problem was how to transport this astronomical number of troops to the human countries. Hai Xan said, "Actually, the demonic Fox Clan has always been a huge threat to the human countries. However, these stupid tribes can never be united. They can never be unified. When they were at their most united, they were actually divided into a total of 19 factions. Now, they are all under my Snakeman Empire and have become one faction. Therefore, the good days of the humans are coming to an end." Queen Hai Xan walked in front of Yang Dingtian and gently caressed his face. She said in a hoarse voice, "Baby, it is not important whether there is a Legion of Doom or not. The end of the human countries will come no matter what." Then, she pulled out a dagger and placed it on Yang Dingtian's neck. She said gently, "My little lover, Dongli is outside the palace now and will come in soon. Therefore, your death has come. But this is also good. You won't have to see the tragic end of the human world, right?" Then, Queen Hai Xan gasped for breath and kissed Yang Dingtian. The golden dagger slowly sawed on Yang Dingtian's neck. Immediately, fresh blood gushed out. "Die, die, die. Once you die, everything will be over. Everything will be over." Hai Xan kissed Yang Dingtian again and again. The golden dagger in her hand kept sawing. Blood instantly dyed Yang Dingtian's entire back red and dripped on the soft carpet. At this moment, Dongli suddenly rushed in. Seeing this extremely strange scene, his eyes were about to burst. Fury, jealousy, insanity, and the raging flames burned Dong Li completely in an instant. He even ignored that Hai Xan was about to cut off Yang Dingtian's head. He only saw that Yang Dingtian and Hai Xan were kissing intimately. Dong Li couldn't bear it anymore. He immediately rushed up like lightning and slammed his palm, wanting to smash Yang Dingtian into meat paste and crush Yang Dingtian's bones. This was his woman. Yang Dingtian dared to violate her like this. He wanted to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. Tear him into pieces. Bang! However, before his palm could strike at Yang Dingtian's back, Yang Dingtian's figure suddenly changed. Queen Hai Xan's jade-like hand suddenly slammed out. There was a loud noise. Dong Li flew out directly. Then Queen Hai Xan said coldly, "Remember, this Yang Dingtian belongs to me, not you. You don't have the right to kill him. If anyone wants to kill him, it will be me. Do you understand?" "Yes, your majesty." He knelt on the ground. Hai Xan laughed and said, "Dong Li, are you jealous?" Dong Li said, "Yes, your majesty. I'm crazy jealous. It's burning my rationality. No need to be jealous. Nothing really happened between me and Yang Dingtian." Queen Hai Xan laughed and said, "I can't let you kill him. I want to kill him with my own hands. However, I can let you see how he dies." Then the dagger in Hai Xian's hand slashed slowly towards Yang Dingtian's neck. She wanted to completely cut off Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you didn't even ask Dongli if he succeeded in creating the darkness mystic flame. You're too impatient." Hai Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold and said, "Dongli, did you succeed?" Dongli trembled violently. Then he pressed his forehead tightly to the ground and said in a trembling voice, I didn't succeed. I failed." Chapter 733. What? Queen Hai Xian's face suddenly turned cold. She said angrily, "How can it fail? Yang Dingtian succeeded. Wu Yuming succeeded. This is a theory that has been completely proven. This is an extremely simple matter. How can it fail?" Dongli prostrated himself and said, "Because my mystic flame is not a heaven and earth mystic flame. It's not strong enough and not pure enough. Therefore, the darkness mystic flame that was born only existed for a moment before it disappeared." After hearing this, Hai Xian immediately fell into silence. This reason was very sufficient. The darkness mystic flame was so powerful and its energy level was so high. Its requirements must be very strict. It was reasonable that an earth mystic flame or even a heaven mystic flame could not give birth to the darkness mystic flame. Queen Hai Xian's hand suddenly stopped. She stopped cutting off Yang Dingtian's head. The golden dagger in her hand was really not an ordinary item. It was actually not stained with a single drop of blood. However, her jade-like hand was already dripping with blood. It was all Yang Dingtian's blood. Dongli's face was cold as he said, "Your Majesty, actually Yang Dingtian can still be killed, because the second mystic flame in the world, the void-splitting flame, is about to bloom. The entire Temple of Annihilation will support me in obtaining this heaven and earth mystic flame. At that time I will succeed. I will be able to nurture a mystic flame that is of a higher level than Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. At that time, I will be able to successfully make you pregnant." Queen Hai Xian did not speak. She only looked at Yang Dingtian's slightly mocking face. At this moment, her entire back was dripping with blood. Even her jade-like hand was covered in Yang Dingtian's blood. The smell of blood and the special energy aura caused Queen Hai Xian's mind to waver. The fire in the depths of her heart burned fiercely. It was almost impossible to suppress it. Queen Hai Xian used all her willpower to suppress the fire in her heart and said coldly, "Who knows if you will succeed? If you fail, Yang Dingtian will be my only hope to give birth to a demigod. If I kill him, won't I destroy the Naga Empire's hope of unifying the world in the future?" After that, Queen Hai Xian abruptly locked all the profound veins in Yang Dingtian's body, rendering him completely immobile and unable to circulate any profound energy. Men, imprison Yang Dingtian in the deepest dungeon at the bottom of the pyramid. Queen Hai Xian ordered. Immediately, four Snake Woman generals stepped forward and escorted Yang Dingtian as they flew towards the depths of the pyramid's prison. Then, Queen Hai Xian said to Dongli, "I'll give you one last chance. As long as you return successfully, I'll kill Yang Dingtian." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dongli knelt and said. Hai Xian suddenly said, "Why aren't you curious? I don't seem to have any interest in the second ranked void rending fire in the world." Dongli said, "Your subject doesn't know." "It's good that you don't know." Hai Xian said, "But you must remember, since you people of the evil ways have made a move, you must have it. You must not let the Fox clan get it. You must not let them enter the ruins of the Naga Empire." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dongli said in a trembling voice, "The ruins of the Naga Empire will forever belong to Your Majesty." Queen Hai Xian waved her hand carelessly and said, "Remember, this is your last chance. Before you return successfully, or before you fail, I will imprison Yang Dingtian." In the depths of the pyramid's dungeon, Yang Dingtian could not move at all. Moreover, there were four great Grandmaster Naga female, generals guarding him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was indeed rash. When he heard that Dongli might succeed in conquering the entire Naga tribe, he was hot-headed and immediately rushed out. In the end, Dongli failed and he became a prisoner. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was even more certain that he wasn't a wise and far-sighted person. A rational person would not take the risk. Moreover, he had underestimated Queen Hyexian's desire for power. Of course, perhaps this was not the right way to put it. In fact, Yang Dingtian had always been wary of Queen Hyexian. Therefore, after leaving Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian had always avoided contact with her. Even if it was to deal with Wulingzi, he had never asked Hyexian for help. He had asked De Guxiao for help many times, but he had never asked Hyexian for help. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had once said that if he succeeded in impregnating Queen Hyexian, it might be the time of his death. It could be seen that Yang Dingtian was still wise and could see everything clearly. However, his character was far from wise. He knew that if Dongli succeeded, he would die if he came to Dongli grassland. However, Yang Dingtian did not hesitate and came to Dongli grassland. He touched the deep wound on his neck and the blood all over his body. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian still didn't expect the Queen of the Sea Heart to have such a drastic change. She was actually so vicious and merciless that she didn't even try to avoid cutting off his head with her dagger. One must know that a year and a half ago, she still regarded him as her greatest benefactor. At that time, she did not know that Queen Poisa was already weak. She still thought that she was definitely going to die. She still thought that Yang Dingtian had not only helped her ascend to the throne, but also saved her life. Facing a man who had once moved her heart, who had once saved her life, she could even put aside her pride and kill him. She was indeed a cold-blooded hero, a creature of power. For power, she would kill anyone in the world that could be killed. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian had seen many heroes. Qin Wanqiu was one. Zhu Qingzhu was another. Ning Wuming and Wu Yuming could all be counted. Each of these four people was an ambitious and ruthless person. They were all outstanding talents. Whether it was their willpower, wisdom, or methods, they were all top-notch. Yang Dingtian was far from them. However, none of them could be as thorough as Hyexian. Ning Wuming was infatuated, while Wu Yuming was obsessed. Qin Wanqiu's hero attribute had a little bit of naivety and fantasy, as well as a little bit of persistence. In Zhu Qingzhu's hero attribute, he desperately wanted to inject a heroic spirit. Perhaps it was because he had knelt down in the soul leaving Palace decades ago, so he desperately wanted to straighten his back. However, there was no one who was as thorough as Hyexian. She was the only one that Yang Dingtian had seen. For power, she exiled all the rebels that she relied on as her confidants. She exiled all the female disciples that she treated as her own daughters, cut off all the female members of the Snake People race, and purged all the confidants of Queen Poisa. She was a truly emotionless person. For power and to achieve her goals, she would not hesitate to get rid of anyone in the world. To be honest, Yang Dingtian had once been soft-hearted towards Hyexian. He had promised to help Queen Poisa regain her position. When he was strong enough, he would get rid of Queen Hyexian. However, he had once hesitated whether or not he should kill Hyexian when the time came. Now, it seemed that Hyexian had to be killed without a doubt. Such a creature of power would only bring harm to the world. Of course, Yang Dingtian still had to think of a way to escape from here. First, he had to escape, because there were only 6 days left from the time that Yao Li had given him. Within 6 days, if he did not return to Cloud Sky City, then something would happen. Something big would happen. At that time, Yao Li, that racist psychopath, would forcefully take Yao Rao and Yang Yi away. If Yao Rao did not obey, then a tragedy would happen. Furthermore, it would not only affect Yao Rao, but the entire Cloud Sky City. Although that bastard Yao Li was not a villain, he looked down on humans. If he went berserk and started a massacre in Cloud Sky City, that would be the most terrifying thing. To him, killing a few humans was like eating a river or stepping on ants. There was no psychological burden. But how could he get out? His entire body's mystic meridians were locked. He could not move at all, nor could he circulate his mystic chi. He could not even open his mouth to speak. Furthermore, he was a few thousand meters under the pyramid. Who knew how many Grandmaster Realm experts were guarding the pyramid? There were even 4 at the entrance of the prison. From the looks of it, it was impossible to escape. However, as long as he could recover his mystic chi, it would not be difficult to escape. That was because he had Wu Maji's demonic spirit mist cloak in his spatial ring. Furthermore, he had the invisibility mystic skill. He might not be able to escape from under High Exion's nose, but escaping from a group of Grandmaster Realm experts would be a piece of cake. Therefore, the key was to recover his mystic chi. Then, how should he recover his mystic chi? High Exion used an extremely powerful energy to lock Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians, causing his mystic chi to be unable to circulate. Then he would need an extremely powerful or high-grade energy to break through these seals. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian possessed this energy. Lightning energy could ignore any defense and could instantly tear apart these energy seals. Therefore, he only needed to release lightning from his energy vessel into his mystic meridians. To be precise, it was to create a lightning mystic skill within Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians. However, the problem was that the connection between Yang Dingtian's energy vessel and mystic meridians had been completely sealed by High Exen. In other words, Yang Dingtian's energy vessel had been isolated. Yang Dingtian could not feel his own energy vessel, nor could he control his energy vessel. Now, the only way was to rely on the soul of Queen Poisa in Yang Dingtian's mind. Let her think of a way to enter his energy vessel. Yang Dingtian would make use of her consciousness to control the mystic flame, create lightning, and break through the seal of his mystic meridians. At this moment, although he couldn't move his body, speak, or even blink his eyes, he still couldn't move his body. However, he could still think in his mind. Sha-sha, sha-sha. Yang Dingtian began to wake up the sleeping Queen Poisa in his mind. At this moment, Ling Wu and Wu Yuming had just entered the Snake People Empire of the Dongli Prairie. The day before yesterday, Ling Wu had devoured her first mystic flame in the Devil region. Although it was only an Earth-grade mystic flame, it still allowed her to break through from a 2nd-grade Grandmaster to a 4th-grade Grandmaster. Next, Wu Yuming would bring her to devour her 2nd mystic flame. It was still an Earth-grade mystic flame. For the past 100 years, Wu Yuming was like an invisible person who walked in every corner of the world. There was no one in the world who was clearer than him about the various types of mystic flames. Therefore, a mystic flame required thousands of miles of continents to nurture. Some bloomed once every few decades, while some bloomed once every 1 or 200 years. To others, these mystic flames were incomparably precious and rare. However, to Wu Yuming, these mystic flames were not too rare. At least, he had devoured a heaven and earth-grade mystic flame and 7 to 8 other mystic flames by himself. Therefore, in the next few years, he would bring Ling Wu along and travel the world. He would give all the earth-grade mystic flames and heaven-grade mystic flames that he knew of to Ling Wu. This way, Ling Wu would be able to walk in front of a 2nd-grade evil spirit forever until she defeated the 2nd-grade evil spirit. This 2nd mystic flame was located in a poisonous miasma forest at the northwest corner of the Dongli Prairie. Other than Wu Yuming, there was probably no one else who knew about it. This earth-grade mystic flame bloomed once every 50 years. In about 3 months it would bloom. However, on the way to the poisonous miasma forest, Wu Yuming and Ling Wu met Princess Mu Dan. Were you the ones who told Yang Dingtian about Dongli creating the darkness mystic flame and wanting to conquer Queen Hyexian? Mu Dan asked as she looked at Ling Wu coldly. Yes. Wu Yuming said indifferently. What's wrong? Nothing. Mu Dan said coldly. Wu Yuming, before His Majesty makes a decision on you, I won't do anything to you. However, Dongli will go and devour the void-splitting flame soon. I hope you won't cause any trouble. I'm not interested, Wu Yuming said indifferently. Mu Dan said, Actually, by telling Yang Dingtian about Dongli, you've harmed him instead. He's already imprisoned and his death is not far away. After saying that, Mu Dan flew away and disappeared without a trace. Ling Wu trembled and looked at Wu Yuming immediately. Wu Yuming said with a bitter expression, Little Wu, Yang Dingtian is my enemy. It's fine if I don't kill him. You can't be thinking of asking me to save him, right? Do you have to be so absurd? Ling Wu's face drooped. Chapter 734. Big Brother, I feel that Yang Dingtian being imprisoned by Queen Hyexian is actually our responsibility, right? Ling Wu said. Wu Yuming frowned. Ling Wu continued, Say it. If I didn't tell Yang Dingtian about this matter, he wouldn't have come to the Dongli grasslands. If he didn't come to the Dongli grasslands, he wouldn't have been captured, right? Wu Yuming nodded. Ling Wu said, Besides, isn't there still half a year before the second Earth-grade mystic flame in the poisonous miasma forest? During this period of time, we'll be idle anyway. Wu Yuming nodded and said, Little Wu, I feel that what you've said is very reasonable. However, can you give me a reason to save Yang Dingtian? Ling Wu thought for a while but was unable to think of a reason. Wu Yuming said, Besides, Little Wu, you women are too fickle. Previously, you and Yang Dingtian were at loggerheads and did your best to help me deal with him. Now, you want to save him again. In short, you really need to give me a sufficient reason. Ling Wu thought for a while and said, The first reason is that this matter has sufficiently proved that we have to care less about Yang Dingtian's matters in the future. Otherwise, new problems will arise. Therefore, we have to restore the entire matter to its original state and save Yang Dingtian. It just so happens that we'll cancel each other out. After all, it's because of us, Yang Dingtian, that he was imprisoned. Wu Yuming thought for a while and said, This can be considered as a reason. However, it's still not enough. Is there a second reason? Ling Wu said, The second reason is that when I think of Yang Dingtian needing me to save him one day, I feel delighted. All right, Wu Yuming said, This reason is sufficient. Let's go. Let's go and save him. However, let's make it clear that I won't meet him. Yes. Ling Wu nodded her head vigorously and flew towards the capital of the Snake Men Empire. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and said, That's right, Big Brother. Will you be in danger if you go up against Queen Hyexian? She is very powerful. Wu Yuming sighed. Don't worry, silly girl. We won't meet Hyexian. Ling Wu asked, Why? Wu Yuming said, Princess Mu Dan will help us lure Hyexian away. Why do you think she came to us? She wants us to save Yang Dingtian. No matter the reason, she doesn't want Yang Dingtian to die. Ah. Ling Wu was stunned. Queen Poise's consciousness energy easily passed through the other profound veins and reached the entrance of the energy sea. However, there was another problem. Its spiritual energy could not enter the Qi Sea. Under normal circumstances, only the pure, profound energy used for cultivation could enter from the outside. Furthermore, the spiritual energy wrapped in primal chaos profound energy could enter the Qi Sea. At this moment, the connection between the profound veins and the Qi Sea was completely blocked. Yang Dingtian's primal chaos profound energy was basically unable to come out from the Qi Sea. It was also basically unable to bring Queen Poise's spiritual energy into the Qi Sea. Queen Poise's spiritual energy could not enter the Qi Sea. Therefore, it was unable to create lightning within her body and break through Queen Hyexian's energy seal. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely at his wit's end. Immediately, Poisa's spiritual energy was knocking around the entrance of Yang Dingtian's Qi Si in a panic. However, it was completely useless. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety, yet he was completely at his wits' end. Could it be that he was really going to be trapped here alive? Was he going to watch helplessly as Yao Li took Yao Rao and Yang Yi away? No, he absolutely couldn't. Even if he had to die, he couldn't. He had to get out immediately, Yang Dingtian's brain was working at lightning speed as he tried to find a way to escape. However, no matter what he thought of, it was all to no avail. Once the Qi Si was completely sealed, then nothing could be done. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian could not move at all. Even if he wanted to wake up Naga Aoshuang in the spatial ring, it was completely impossible. Think. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of an idea. Put yourself in a situation of death and then come back to life. That's right, this was truly putting yourself in a situation of death and then coming back to life. It was an absolutely dangerous move. Let his brain sink into the deepest and deepest meditation, and then directly die in the meditation world. At that time, the brain would really think that he was dead and would stop all control of his body. At that time, the darkness profound flame in the Qi Si would desperately try to save him and wake him up. This was the profound flame's instinct. Saving its master was equivalent to saving itself. These energy seals were nothing in front of the darkness profound flame. It could easily break through them. However, this was completely dependent on Yang Dingtian's own theory. There was still no proof. And once it failed, then, although Yang Dingtian was not really dead, it was no different from being dead. He would sink into the deepest meditation and be lost forever. Yang Dingtian carefully thought about this method and theory. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was extremely absurd. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that there was only a slim chance of survival. But at this time, there was already no other way. Clenching his teeth, Yang Dingtian was going to try out this absurd theory that didn't have any support. At this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flashed and entered. It was actually Viper Z. Yang Dingtian easily recognized that it was Viper Z through her eyes. Yang Dingtian looked at her in astonishment. Don't look at me like that. Although I have already lost the most important thing to me, so I can't transform or give birth to offspring. Viper Z said in a low voice, but after all I have once been aroused. To the snake people, an instant is a lifetime. Other than the instinct to give birth to offspring, there is also the affection in the heart. I will kill the other 3 snake people female generals and save you. Yang Dingtian was completely unable to move. He desperately wanted to shake his head. Kuei Z wanting to save him was completely a fool's dream. How many snake people experts were there in this pyramid? And as long as Queen Hai Xian was here, Kuei Z would not be able to save him. Instead, he would lose his life. Don't worry, Queen Hai Xian is not here. She has left, Viper Z said, but she has locked your profound veins. I can't undo it. You can only go back and think of a way yourselves. Yang Dingtian was unable to speak or move. He could only stare at Viper Z with all his might to stop her. If she wanted to take him away like this, she would definitely die. However, Viper Z could not read Yang Dingtian's eyes at all. She directly grabbed him and was about to rush out. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. He desperately said to Queen Poisa in his mind, Sha, think of a way. Quickly think of a way to stop her. Otherwise, she will die, and I won't be able to get out. Don't worry. Queen Poisa said. I have a way. Then, Queen Poisa's consciousness suddenly poured into Yang Dingtian's eyes. In an instant, the light in Yang Dingtian's eyes changed. His pupils shrank. In an instant, his eyes emitted a strange light like those of the snake people. Viper Z was stunned. She looked at Yang Dingtian's eyes in disbelief. Then, the light in Yang Dingtian's eyes kept changing. This was the unique communication method of the snake people. In fact, before the snake people turned into human form, when they were still in snake form, they communicated with each other either by shaking their tails or by swallowing and spitting. The most secretive and high-level communication was through the communication of the light in their eyes. Especially when two snakes were in heat, their eyes were always tightly locked, conveying incomparably rich information. If you save me like this, you will die too. Yang Dingtian used Queen Poisa's special communication method to communicate with Viper Z. I'm not afraid of death. Viper Z said, Anyway, I'd rather die than live now. My future hope has all been destroyed. No, not only will you die like this, but you can't save me at all. After Hai Xan left, there are many other snake people masters in the Pyramid Palace. Viper Z said, I don't care. In short, I have to try. Even if I rely on her, I can't save Viper Mo and the others. I might as well die like this. Listen to me. Think of a way to undo the seal on my profound veins. I can escape on my own, and you won't be in danger. Yang Dingtian said. Viper Z said, I'm sorry. I can't undo Queen Hai Xian's energy seal unless it's a half-saint expert. Yang Dingtian fell into deep thought. Now that Viper Z was here, he could think of a way. There must be a way. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. That's right, I got it. Yang Dingtian immediately asked Queen Poisa, Do you have darkness crystals? Think of a way to get some, just a little bit. I have. Viper Z said. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Why would Viper Z carry darkness crystals with her? Then, Viper Z suddenly pulled out her sword. At the tip of the sword, there was indeed a very small darkness crystal. Queen Poisa actually let her subordinates embed the darkness crystal in their weapons. What was she planning to do? Wouldn't a large portion of profound energy be devoured by the darkness crystal during battle? But no matter what, it was good to have the darkness crystal. Moreover, this one was so small that it was almost the same as the one in Yin Yin's body. It couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Viper Z used the bloody black gold dagger to scrape off the darkness crystal. She placed it in her palm and said, What should we do now? Put it in my mouth and pour water down it. Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Viper Z was stunned. This darkness crystal was the most terrifying thing in the world. Could it be eaten? Don't worry, I've eaten all the darkness crystals that are tens of thousands of times bigger than this one. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Viper Z worriedly fed the darkness crystal, along with the sword tip, into Yang Dingtian's mouth. The instant that the tiny darkness crystal entered Yang Dingtian's body. Boom! The black-green mystic flame in his chi seemed to have seen something extremely delicious, and it suddenly woke up. Then, like a demon, a flame tentacle quickly stretched out from the abyss of his chi and suddenly rushed out of the chi and instantly swallowed up the energy of this dark crystal completely. And Hai Xian's seal on the exit of his energy was instantly shattered without any effort. And after that black-green profound flame devoured the extremely smiling darkness crystal, it immediately dived back into the depths of his energy, and continued to sleep. After the exit of his energy, was unsealed. Yang Dingtian easily let some of the primal chaos attribute yin-yang, profound flame, overflow from his energy Then, it lightly collided with his profound veins. Pa! Extremely smiling lightning abruptly burst forth from within his profound veins. In an instant, all the seals were smashed to pieces. It was still the same saying. No matter how small the lightning energy was, it could completely ignore any energy defense. In an instant, Yang Dingtian completely recovered his profound energy and regained his mobility. Then he took out the devil spirit mist robe from his spatial ring and quickly put it on. Then he took out another set of clothes and put them on, finally avoiding the embarrassment of being completely naked. Viper Z, come with me. Come with me to the human kingdom? Yang Dingtian asked. Viper Z desperately shook her head and said, "No, if I leave, Viper Mo and the others will be dead for sure." "Where are they? Take me to them," Yang Dingtian said. "And Huang Yu and Day by Day Bella? Where are they?" "No, you can't go see them. If you don't go see them, they might not die for a while. If you go see them, they will definitely die," Viper Z said. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and immediately understood this logic. If Yang Dingtian escaped alone, Hai Xen might be very angry, but she would definitely not vent her anger on Viper Mo and Huang Yu. But if Yang Dingtian went to see them, then they would definitely die for sure. Moreover, the current Yang Dingtian did not have the ability to save all of them. At this time, the snake people race was already filled with experts. Oh right, why did Queen Hai Xian's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds? How did the experts of your snake people race become so powerful? Yang Dingtian asked. I remember that you were only a 9-star Grandmaster before. In just 1.5 years, you actually became a 9-star Great Grandmaster. Viper Z's expression changed, and she said, "It's a kind of evil technique that devours the energy of living people. It's a kind of evil technique of the snake people race. All the snake people race who oppose her are all energy providers. All the opponents of the half-human race are all energy offerings. She has already devoured countless experts of the half-human race. She can transform a person's life into a very powerful and precious energy." Then Huang Yu and Xiang Xiang, will they be okay? What about Viper Mo and the others? Yang Dingtian asked. Huang Yu and Xiang Xiang have been completely exiled. Viper Z said, I don't know where Viper Mo is imprisoned. The reason why I'm relying on her is to save Viper Mo. However, I still can't find where they are imprisoned. Then leave with me, Yang Dingtian said. Otherwise you'll die here. No, if I leave, Viper Mo will be completely hopeless, Viper Z said. Moreover, if I leave, it'll be equivalent to betraying my sisters. But if you don't leave, Hai Xian will definitely suspect you. She'd rather kill the wrong person than let you go, Yang Dingtian said. Right at this moment. Bang! Suddenly, the thick golden door was scorched through. Then Lingwu rushed in and said, Yang Dingtian, we're here to save you. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What's going on? Chapter 735. Yang Dingtian and Ling Wu had merely met face to face. The moment she saw Yang Dingtian, Ling Wu was stunned and said, So you're fine. Then aren't we unnecessary? Yang Dingtian had never dreamt that Ling Wu would come to save him. Even if he had opened a hole in his brain, he would never have thought of this outcome. Ah, no, Ling Wu. I'm really happy to see you here. Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, Thank you. Oh. Ling Wu looked at Viper Z, who was beside Yang Dingtian, with a somewhat complicated expression. She pursed her lips and said, But you're really amazing. No matter where you are, there are peerless beauties who are willing to sacrifice their lives for you. Moreover, there's no distinction between races. I'm ashamed. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly. Oh, right, Brother Netherworld is here too. Yes. Ling Wu had just finished speaking when she let out a low cry. This was because Wu Yuming had disappeared without a trace in an instant. In any case, he had said before that he would absolutely not meet Yang Dingtian face to face. Then I'll be leaving too, Ling Wu said. No. Take care, Yang Dingtian said. Then he said to Viper Z, Are you really not going to return to the human countries with me? Viper Z shook her head vigorously and said, I want to stay and think of a way to save Viper Mo and the rest. Remember, you must never come back before you're strong enough. After leaving this place, you must return to the human continent directly. You must never look for Xiang Xiang and Huang Yu. If you don't look for them, they won't die. If you do, they'll definitely die. Moreover, there's a large group of them. It's impossible for you to bring all of them away. Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously. Then he said to Ling Wu, I'll have to trouble Brother Netherworld to make a move and knock this Viper Z out. Don't let her arouse Queen Hai Xian's suspicion. Ling Wu was stunned for a moment. After that, she nodded her head. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently hugged her. Help me tell Brother Netherworld that I also thank him. Whoosh! Then Yang Dingtian instantly flashed and disappeared without a trace. On top of the pyramid, Wu Yuming was carrying dozens of Naga experts by herself. After breaking through to the half-saint realm, he was so awesome. He was able to take on dozens of top experts with ease. Brother Netherworld. Yang Dingtian floated in the air and shouted out loudly. Wu Yuming suddenly flashed and appeared in the dungeon at the bottom of the pyramid. In any case, he and Yang Dingtian were kings who would never meet another king. Let's go. Let's see what you've found for me. Wu Yuming grabbed onto Ling Wu's arm and was about to disappear without a trace. Wait, Ling Wu said. Big brother, Yang Dingtian asked us to help him knock out his Naga lover. Fuck! Wu Yuming couldn't bear it any longer. He, who never used vulgarities, had finally cursed. Viper Z smiled embarrassedly at him and said, You're Yang Dingtian's friend. Before she could finish her words, Wu Yuming suddenly struck her with his palm and knocked her unconscious. He didn't want to hear what she was going to say next. Looking at the other 3 Naga corpses on the ground, he suddenly struck out with his palm. The corpses were instantly smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Then he grabbed onto Ling Wu's arm and flashed and disappeared without a trace. He headed towards the northwest direction. Little Wu, don't look for me again if something like this happens next time, Wu Yuming said hatefully. What the hell was going on? Yang Dingtian vaguely knew where Huang Yu should be. It was the sacred valley that Hai Xian had led the rebel army to defend back then. Wearing the devil spirit mist cloak, he quickly arrived at the sky above the sacred valley. Sure enough, Yang Dingtian saw a large group of people here. They were living the most difficult life in the sacred valley. Not far from the sacred valley was the huge defensive line of the Naga Empire. There were also hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Day by day, Bella, Xiang, and Huang Yu were all in the sacred valley. They weren't part of the rebel army yet. Instead, they were considered exiles and people who didn't associate themselves with evil deeds. The reason why they were living here was to show that they had completely broken off their relationship with Queen Hai Xian. There were only hundreds of thousands of people in the entire sacred valley. Yang Dingtian didn't go down to see them. Just like what Viper Z had said, Hai Xian could tolerate Huang Yu and the others breaking off their relationship with her. She didn't care about their little bit of strength at all. But once Yang Dingtian came into contact with them, Hai Xian wouldn't be able to tolerate it and would directly destroy everyone in the sacred valley. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't go to see them. He saw this group of rebels struggling to gather trees and dig out roots for food. They were struggling to survive, and they no longer had any strength to resist. Taking a deep breath in the air, Yang Dingtian looked for Huang Yu in the crowd. She was wearing coarse clothes and leading a group of young and strong people to build a house, a kind of permanent house. It was as if she was ready to settle down here for the rest of her life. Yang Dingtian suppressed the urge to rush down to meet her and said in his heart, Huang Yu, wait for me. Dongli Grassland, wait for me. When Yang Dingtian was strong enough, he would return to Dongli Grassland. At that time, Queen Hai Xian would die, and Queen Poisa would be resurrected. There were still 5 days before the appointed time with Yao Li. It was more than enough. In the next 5 days, Yang Dingtian would have to deal with Yao Li wholeheartedly. No matter what, he couldn't let Yao Li take Yao Rao and Yang Yi away. Yang Dingtian met up with Demon Eagle King Aja in the south of Dongli Grassland. Then he rode Aja back to Cloud Sky City at a speed of 2,000 miles per hour. 8 hours later, Yang Dingtian entered the sky above the northwest continent. At this time, he saw groups of winged cavalry from the Council of Light flying toward the sea in the west. On the sea, the ships of the Northwest Qin City fleet were densely packed. They left the port and sailed toward the sea in the west. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. What happened? There was actually such a big military operation. He didn't come down to ask. Instead, he continued to fly back to Cloud Sky City at a height of more than 10,000 meters. Along the way, Yang Dingtian saw countless winged cavalry. There were at least tens of thousands of them. They were constantly rising from the northwest Qin City and flying toward the west. It wasn't just the northwest Qin City. There were also winged cavalry from Cloud Sky City. Even the winged cavalry from the World Society in the north were constantly flying toward the sea in the west. Something must have happened. Something big must have happened. Otherwise, the northwest Qin City fleet wouldn't have made such a big move. The Qin City fleet was specialized in defending against the Snake People Empire. Normally, they wouldn't be deployed. Now, they were almost out in full force. Along the way, Yang Dingtian saw close to 100,000 winged cavalry. What he didn't see was that the Council of Light's air force in the West Continent was almost out in full force. They were all flying toward the sea in the west, as if they were searching for something. Something must have happened. Something big must have happened. Yang Dingtian desperately flew in the direction of Cloud Sky City. As soon as he entered the sky above Cloud Sky City, his master, Dongfang Minmi, came to greet him. At this time, almost all the Grandmaster experts of the Council of Light were out in full force in the sky above Cloud Sky City. There are more than 10 top experts floating in the sky above Cloud Sky City, guarding in every direction. Master, what happened? Yang Dingtian asked. You have to be mentally prepared, Dongfang Minmi said solemnly. Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously. Yao Rao and Yang, you were captured. Your master's wife was seriously injured, Dongfang Minmi said. At that time, there were almost no experts in the entire Cloud Sky City. Your master's wife had the highest cultivation. Also, almost all the winged cavalry warriors in Cloud Sky Castle were killed. Boom! In an instant, Yang Dingtian's brain almost exploded. Endless fury, towering fury, almost surged out of him. All of the blood rushed to his brain, as if it was going to explode his blood vessels. Yao Li, shameless Yao Li, you clearly said that you would give me 10 days. Now there are only 5 days left. You actually took advantage of my absence to do this. Extremely shameless, extremely vicious and evil. And Yao Rao actually regarded you as a brother. She even trusted you so much. Yao Li, you deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes. Yao Li, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Tear you to pieces. Yang Dingtian said word by word, gnashing his teeth. Dongfang Minmi said with a complicated expression, No, little Tian. It wasn't him. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Dongfang Minmi said, He is already dying. He is desperately hanging on to his last breath to see you one last time. It was Little Western Paradise who came and took Yao Rao and Yang Yi away. At that time, we were all not there. If Yao Li didn't save them, your master's wife would also be dead. Even the entire Cloud Sky City would be finished. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. His heart was completely shaken. That almost pathological racist almost sacrificed his own life in order to save Yao Rao and Yang Yi, in order to save his master's wife. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed into the valley of Cloud Sky City. Dongfang Minmi hurriedly chased after him. Where is master's wife? Yang Dingtian asked anxiously. No, let's go and see Ali first. He can die at any time, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian saw Yao Li. At this time he was no longer as handsome as before. His whole person was like a completely torn toy. There were countless wounds all over his body. All of the wounds were blue in color. Moreover, there was not a single trace of blood on the wounds all over his body. His incomparably handsome face had almost turned into a lump of charcoal. Only his 2 eyes were still visible. Yang Dingtian's heart shook violently. Tears almost gushed out of his eyes. This person whom he viewed as an enemy, whom he schemed against, was now living a life worse than death in order to save his wife. This racist, who he scolded as a retard, used his own way to express his pride. Yang Dingtian immediately took out one of the few holy water pills he had and was about to feed it to him. However, he realized that he no longer had a mouth. Who was so cruel? How could he be so cruel to his own kind? No need. You monkeys' pills are useless to us noble silver dragon bloodline bearers. Yao Li's voice, to be precise, directly sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Even at this point, he still kept on calling them monkeys. However, when Yang Dingtian heard it, he only felt his eyes burning. My body is already dead. My soul is also about to die. I only left a little bit of consciousness, so I can still communicate with you. Yao Li said, as a man, it is the greatest shame to not be able to protect your own woman. Many years ago, I was unable to protect Yao Rao and let her leave Little Western Paradise. Now, I am still unable to protect her and let her fall into the hands of the devil. I am not qualified to be called a man. Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth desperately. If this person in front of him could not be called a man, then no one in this world could be called a man. Although I look down on you monkeys, but I can't find another person to entrust her to. Yao Li said, so the responsibility of protecting the mother and child will be yours. You have to go to Little Western Paradise and save Yao Rao and that child. Since I am dead, then let her remarry to you. Although you are only a human monkey, but it is still better than the devil. Who is it? Who is the devil? Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Qi. Yao Li said, this despicable usurper, this sinister and vicious schemer, this schemer who is trying to dominate the entire Little Western Paradise. Your son is the only successful descendant of the demigod clan. He will definitely marry Yao Rao and force her to become Yang Yi's father. Then he will take the opportunity to rule the world and end the Tribal Alliance Conference in Little Western Paradise. How is his cultivation? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Yao Li said sternly. Don't think about defeating him directly. You are only a human monkey. It is impossible. You have to use schemes. Moreover, he is trying to obtain the Void Fire so that he can jump into the Naga Empire. He wants to monopolize the ruins and treasures of the entire Naga Empire. Then Yao Li said coldly, next, you must remember everything that I am going to say. Do not miss a single word. Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously. Yao Li said, because we in Little Western Paradise have the bloodline of the fallen silver dragon, we can reincarnate again after death. Our soul imprints can be truly reincarnated and reincarnated again. However, we can also choose not to reincarnate and turn into a silver dragon blood crystal. After that, I won't reincarnate anymore. This silver dragon blood crystal is for you. After you swallow it, as long as you conceal it, you will possess the characteristics of a silver dragon bloodline possessor. Then you can sneak into the Little Western Paradise and wait for an opportunity to save Yao Rao and kill Yao Qi. How do I kill him? Yang Dingtian asked. Void Fire, use Void Fire. My time is up. Yao Li said with a trembling voice. Think of a way to swallow my silver dragon blood crystal. Then Yao Li died completely. His entire body gradually shrunk into a small, charred fox. Then, a silver energy crystal slowly floated up from his body. This was the bloodline that the fallen silver dragon had left for Little Western Paradise. It was the energy source of all the races in Little Western Paradise. Yao Li, the racist who looked down on humans the most, did not choose to reincarnate. He completely gave up on his life and gave the silver dragon blood crystal to Yang Dingtian, who he hated the most. Happy New Year, everyone. Chapter 736. After taking a closer look, Yang Dingtian realized that this so-called silver dragon blood crystal was not a crystal, but a wriggling body of energy. To be precise, this should be the Silver Dragon's bloodline. After the fallen Silver Dragon seduced the Silver Fox clan, a new and powerful fox clan was born. They dominated the entire Little Western Paradise. Therefore, the new fox clan was also known as the Silver Dragon's bloodline. No matter if it was a female or a male, all of their powerful energy came from this silver dragon blood crystal. This was the bloodline that the fallen Silver Dragon bestowed upon the Fox clan. Yang Dingtian floated this body of energy in his palm. He wanted to take a closer look at it. However, he could not do it at all. This was because it was really small. It was almost the same size as the dark crystal in Yin Yin's body. Although it looked like it was about half an inch long, it was actually just the light that it emitted. Its body was alive, and it was so small that it could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. Yang Dingtian carefully placed it in the energy box. At this moment, Yao Li had turned into a fox corpse. After losing this silver dragon blood crystal, he had completely returned to his original state. "Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your request," Yang Dingtian said. Subsequently, he reached out to carry its corpse. However, as soon as his hand touched it, the corpse turned into a pile of ashes. Yang Dingtian went to find a box and carefully placed Yao Li's ashes in it. He was going to bring it back to his hometown in the Little Western Paradise to bury it. Then, Yang Dingtian went to visit Masteress. Master's wife's injuries were rather frightening and severe, but after Yang Dingtian gave her a holy water elixir, it wasn't a big problem anymore. She said that a total of 3 people came to the Little Western Paradise this time. There was Yao Qi and his 2 subordinates. Masteress said that his 2 subordinates were not from the Fox clan. Moreover, they did not have human forms. They should be beasts from the Little Western Paradise. Yao Li was killed by Yao Qi with his own hands. She said that only a single palm strike was truly fatal. Yao Qi's fatal palm strike destroyed Yao Li's entire body. He almost instantly turned into a dried corpse. As for Master's wife, she was injured by one of his demonic beasts. This demonic beast could fly. It floated in midair. Its entire body was that of a snake, but it had a human-like face. Of course, it was not the Naga tribe. The entire upper body of the Naga race was human, and they were very beautiful. They had a complete human head. As for the demonic beast that had injured Mistress, its entire body was that of a snake. It was only 4 to 5 feet long and had no limbs. It only had a human face on its head, which was less than the size of a fist. It was extremely strange and disgusting. "Mistress, were the children frightened?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Don't worry, there isn't." Mistress said, "When that demon from Little Western Paradise came, Yao Li and I immediately sensed it and rushed out to stop it. At that time, the winged cavalry of Cloud Sky City was trying to stop them from entering. In the end, hundreds of winged cavalry patrols were all killed. After that human-faced snake injured me, Yao Li stepped in to save me and pushed me back into the valley. Then he negotiated with Yao Qi. He said that he had promised you that he would give you 10 days. Now, there were still more than 5 days left. Therefore, he had to keep his promise. He had to wait for the 10 days to be up before taking Yao Rao and the children away by force. Yao Qi naturally would not allow it, so the 2 of them started fighting. Mistress took a deep breath and said, although Yao Li was very powerful, he was far from being Yao Qi's match. He was defeated immediately. Yao Rao could not bear to see him killed, so she appeared alone. She said that she could follow Yao Qi back to Little Western Paradise, but she asked Yao Qi not to kill anyone. Yao Li felt that he could not protect Yao Rao, so he was furious. Therefore, he rushed forward to die together with Yao Qi. Yao Qi's fatal palm strike killed Yao Li. Even though Master's wife had tried her best to speak in a calm tone, Yang Dingtian still felt a wave of fear. Actually, Yao Li could not die. Moreover, even if he died, it would not change the fact that Yao Rao was captured. However, he would rather die to protect his pride as a man. Mistress continued, Yao Rao originally planned to go back to Little Western Paradise with that demon Yao Qi and leave baby Yang Yi behind. In the end, Yao Qi said that he wanted Yang Yi. If she did not hand him over to him, he would slaughter the entire Cloud Sky City. In order to protect Cloud Sky City, Yao Rao had no choice but to take the children and leave with that demon. Yang Dingtian tried his best to suppress the anger and pain in his heart. He said, Before Yao Rao left, did she say anything? Mistress said, She said that you should trust her and trust Yang Yi. Before you break through to the saint level, you must not go to Little Western Paradise to look for her. Yao Rao's last words were for Yang Dingtian not to go to Little Western Paradise to look for her because she was afraid that Yang Dingtian would die. Father-in-law. In the valley, Yang Dingtian saw Dugu Xiao, who was carrying Yang Li. At this moment, Dugu Xiao's face was pale and filled with fear. He hugged Yang Li tightly in his arms, afraid that if he let go, his grandson would be hurt. Yang Li kept crying and shouting for his brother, Yang Yi. When Yang Yi was at home, he was worried that Yang Yi would steal his attention and love, so he often bullied Yang Yi. However, after Yao Rao left with Yang Yi, he kept crying and shouting for Yang Yi. When Yang Qin saw her brother crying, she also cried. At this moment, the younger Yang Yichen seemed more mature. He quietly stood beside Yang Li and Yang Qin. Although he could not say anything comforting, he kept saying, Don't cry, don't cry. Godfather will definitely bring brother Yang Yi back. Little Ningning began to practice his sword like crazy. He wanted to become stronger quickly so that he could protect his brother and sister, his mother and aunts, and even his grandmother. Cloud Sky City was originally the safest place in the world. Dugu Xiao said, other than Walingzi, who suddenly lost his mind, no one would attack the people of Cloud Sky City. In the end, it was the demon fox from Little Western Paradise who broke this rule. Yang Dingtian said, We have a tacit understanding with the forces of the entire chaotic world. However, those creatures in Little Western Paradise completely treat humans as monkeys. They don't care about this tacit understanding at all. You want to go to Little Western Paradise? Dugu Xiao asked. Yang Dingtian said, Yes, father-in-law. Dugu Xiao said, But with your cultivation level, I'm afraid it's too dangerous to go to Little Western Paradise. Even Princess Mu Dan can't enter Little Western Paradise. She still needs the guidance of the demon fox race. Yang Dingtian said, Yao Li gave up on reincarnation and gave his energy source, the silver dragon blood crystal, to me. As long as I swallow this silver dragon blood crystal, I'll be equivalent to a silver dragon bloodline holder. I should be able to freely enter Little Western Paradise. Silver dragon blood crystal. Dugu Xiao frowned. Are you sure you want to swallow this thing? First of all, you might not be able to swallow it. This is the bloodline that the fallen silver dragon bestowed to the demon fox race, not to humans. Secondly, with your current bloodline, you can let the demon fox race give birth to offspring. You can also give birth to the Naga race. Once the silver dragon bloodline enters your body, we can't guarantee what will happen. Yang Dingtian suddenly fell silent. That's right, it was true. Firstly, whether he could swallow it or not was one thing. Secondly, after swallowing it, would it change Yang Dingtian's bloodline? This was the most important thing. Yang Dingtian said, Father-in-law, but I have no other choice. Mu Dan and Dongli have also gone to Little Western Paradise. They are determined to obtain the spatial rending flame. I don't know the reason, but it's definitely not just for a heaven and earth mystic flame. Dugu Xiao instantly became awkward, because when it came to matters involving the evil ways, it was not easy for him to speak. Dongfang Minmi said, Little Tian, 200 years ago, when Tian successfully swallowed the spatial rending flame. That was why part of his soul was able to escape and didn't completely turn into ashes. The spatial rending flame's use is to jump through space. Yang Dingtian only knew that after Dong Li obtained the spatial rending flame, he would create the darkness mystic flame, which could make Queen Hai Xian go into heat. Evil ways were determined to obtain the spatial rending flame. As for other reasons, such as wanting to jump into the ruins of the Naga Empire, he didn't know. He didn't even know if it was the key to reviving the Demon King, Wen Tian. But no matter which of these reasons it was, Yang Dingtian had to go to Little Western Paradise. He didn't even care about the consequences of swallowing the silver dragon blood crystal. Father-in-law, the safety of Cloud Sky City may be in your hands now, Yang Dingtian said. Dugu Xiao had a complicated expression and said, My peaceful days won't be long now. But before the great changes come, I will protect Cloud Sky City and my precious grandson. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and said, Father-in-law, tell me the truth. Is Yun Zhenu Feng Wu? Where did you send Feng Wu? Dugu Xiao was silent for a moment and said, Little Tian, I can only say that I don't know. At that time, in order to let Feng Wu completely get rid of the evil ways, I sent her to meet a nun. After that, I don't know what meet a nun turned Feng Wu into, because she was strong enough and she was an outsider. Also, she often taught Feng Wu martial arts before. Then Dugu Xiao said helplessly, Of course, I couldn't imagine that she would become the ambitious Queen Hai Xian. Who would have thought that the saintess Hai Xian I saw at that time was really like a fairy? Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian looked at Dongfang Minmi and the others and said, Master, now is the most critical time to reorganize the central continent. You and the seniors should return to Zhongjing tomorrow. Next, the central continent and even the chaotic world's overall situation will be handed over to you. Yes. Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanqiu bowed and said. Then Dongfang Minmi said, Little Tian, how should we deal with Wu Yuming? Will he and his forces rise from the ashes? Don't worry, they won't. Yang Dingtian said Wu Yuming didn't die. We even met him in the Dongli grassland. In short, the situation is very complicated. But for a long time, we don't have to worry about Wu Yuming. Now, the Evil Ways forces are Mu Dan and Dongli, and both of them have gone to the Little Western Paradise. The Devil Queen and Li Ming must be busy reviving the Demon King. So in the following time, our Council of Light has no enemies in the entire chaotic world. What about the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea? Dongfang Minmi asked. The Netherworld Sea seems to have put a lot of power in the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian said, so the next changes will all be in the Little Western Paradise or the Void Border. In the Vulture Palace, Wu Lingzi is greedy and afraid of death, so he won't take the initiative to cause trouble. So in the following time, the Council of Light has to put all its forces in the central continent and vigorously build the elite forces directly under the Council of Light, especially those few secret weapons and special crystals. The more the better. When the Doomsday War starts, there won't be time for us to build and develop. Speaking of the Doomsday War, Dugu Zhao's expression was complicated. He carried Yang Li and walked out, taking the initiative to avoid suspicion that in the next few days, Yang Dingtian stayed in Cloud Sky City with his wife and child. When Wu Maji returned to Zhongjing with the baby, she heard that something had happened in Cloud Sky City. She had never stepped into Cloud Sky City, but at this moment, she immediately took the baby and entered Cloud Sky City with Qin Ji under the protection of Dishi Bian. Thus, Yang Dingtian saw the twins again. The boy was indeed becoming more and more like Yang Dingtian, but he was much more clingy than Yang Dingtian when he was young. And this girl was really shockingly beautiful. Not only Yang Dingtian, but everyone who had seen her said that they had never seen such a beautiful doll. She really looked like a doll. And like Wu Maji, she had a pair of watery blue eyes like sapphires. Originally, Yang Li was sad because of Yang Yi's departure. Now that he had a younger brother and a younger sister, he smiled again. Moreover, his little head was also reflecting. Did the enchanting aunt take Yang Yi away because he often bullied him? So he decided to treat this new brother and sister well. In the future, when Yang Yi came back, he would also treat Yang Yi well. Wu Maji integrated into Yin Yin's big family much easier than Yang Dingtian had imagined. Hence, Yang Dingtian spent a period of blissful but sad days in Cloud Heaven City. A few days later, while his wives were worried and reluctant to leave, and he promised Yang Li, Yang Qin, and Ningning 100 times, he reluctantly and anxiously rode on the demon Vulture King and went to the little western paradise. He turned his head and looked at the peaceful and happy valley. Little Ningning, Yang Li, Yang Yichen, Yang Qin, I will definitely bring your brother Yang Yi back. I will bring your enchanting aunt back. Yang Dingtian made the 101st promise in his heart. Then the demon Vulture King flew towards the Taboo Continent sea area at a speed of 2,000 miles per hour, because the entrance to the little western paradise was also in that wonderful skull hall. In less than 20 hours, Yang Dingtian arrived in the sky above the Taboo Continent's sea area. A few hundred miles ahead was the seal of the Netherworld Sea. At this time, a total of 10 experts from the Netherworld Sea were firmly guarding the entrance to the Taboo Continent sea area. Yang Dingtian gently patted the demon Vulture King Azeo and said, "You go back first. I will be back in at least 1 or 2 months." The demon Vulture King Azeo rubbed Yang Dingtian's face affectionately. Yang Dingtian jumped up from the back of the demon Vulture King, then used the invisibility mystic skill and instantly disappeared into the air. Then, using the demon spirit mist cloak, he teleported dozens of miles. Just like that, he kept teleporting, and it was teleportation while being invisible. The Netherworld Sea's originally tight seal suddenly became a joke. Yang Dingtian easily broke through and directly entered the Taboo Continent sea area. Even the Grandmaster experts of the Netherworld Sea did not notice at all. After entering the Taboo Continent sea area, Yang Dingtian really wanted to know when he started to enter the Taboo Continent's illusion. However, he still unknowingly entered the illusion directly. From reality to illusion, there was almost no buffer and no boundary. Almost suddenly, heaven and earth were reversed, and he entered the anti-gravity Taboo Continent's illusion. Below was the sky, and above was the land. Yang Dingtian kept flying up, and then finally landed completely and entered the Taboo Continent's illusion. But after landing, Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned, because he did not enter the first world of the Taboo Continent, but directly entered the 6th world. It was equivalent to the Jurassic world of the Chaos Continent. The last time Yang Dingtian left the Taboo Continent, it just happened to enter the 6th world. Could it be that this thing could still remember the file? But thinking about it, it was normal. This was a spiritual illusion, and it was normal to have a memory function. This 6th world of the Chaos world might be the most mysterious and beautiful era. At this time, the Chaos world had many plants and animals that could not be seen in reality, especially the incomparably astonishing prehistoric monsters. Although they were mysterious and beautiful, they were also dangerous enough, and extremely dangerous. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Dingtian landed in this world, he immediately heard the roar of the prehistoric behemoth, and then a terrifying giant shadow suddenly rushed out of the sea. Although it was an illusion, it seemed almost 100% real. Although Yang Dingtian was very curious about this 6th world, he did not have the time to explore it now, nor did he have the mood to explore it. Before he had completely fallen into the sea area, Yang Dingtian suddenly spewed out the mystic fire and directly rushed into the void world in front of him. Then, the void world moved quickly, moving at a speed of 2,000 miles per hour. The rapid movement of the void world meant that the passage of time in the chaos world was irreversible. Yang Dingtian used the mystic fire to push his speed to the limit, moving in the opposite direction of the void world, and the speed exceeded 2,000 miles per hour. In this way, it was equivalent to the reversal of time. Immediately, the law of the spiritual illusion of the entire Taboo Continent was broken. Therefore, as expected, Yang Dingtian directly left the Taboo Continent's illusion, woke up from the illusion, and then directly appeared in this familiar hall, the Hall of Human Heads. Within the hall of thousands of square meters, It was still empty and there was no one. There were still 4 familiar and huge doors, and the silver door in front of him led to the little Western paradise. It was time to devour the silver dragon blood crystal. Yang Dingtian took out the silver dragon blood crystal and took a deep breath. Only by devouring this thing could he open the door to the little Western paradise. However, only God knew what would happen after devouring the fallen silver dragon's bloodline. Chapter 738. Yang Dingtian held the silver dragon blood crystal in front of his eyes, desperately trying to see what this thing was. However, he really couldn't see it clearly. It was too small. He could only see a ball of light. Although Yang Dingtian was already a great grandmaster, he couldn't turn his eyes into a microscope. Then, how should he swallow this thing? First, he had to figure out whether this thing entered his bloodline or his sea of qi. If it entered his bloodline, he could just eat it directly. If it entered his sea of qi, he had to go through the mystic breathing technique. However, this thing seemed to be an energy body, but it also seemed to have a substance. Even if Yang Dingtian wanted to use the mystic breathing technique, it seemed that he couldn't absorb it. Then, just like the dark crystal, he had to swallow it. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and swallowed it directly. Wasn't it just the fallen silver dragon bloodline energy? What was the big deal? This thing was even smaller than dust. After swallowing it, he had to use water and qi to absorb it. Finally, he looked in the mirror and confirmed that it was no longer in his mouth. He had swallowed it. After swallowing it, Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged in the hall and closed his eyes, waiting for the reaction. However, there didn't seem to be any reaction. First of all, he didn't become stronger. Second, his body didn't change much. He didn't change his bloodline to the silver dragon bloodline. Also, a fox tail didn't grow out of his butt. Yang Dingtian knew that a few hundred years old demon fox could already transform into a human form. However, the time was shorter and a tail grew out. The longer he cultivated, the longer he would be able to maintain his human form. However, there was still a limit. For example, before Yao Rao was pregnant, she was still suppressed by the energy array. Otherwise, it would be very easy for her to transform into a fox. As for whether she would show her tail or not, it depended on the situation. For example, if she played crazily with Yang Dingtian in bed, her tail would grow out. Sometimes, to add to the fun, her tail would also grow out. However, most of the time, her tail could still disappear. Yao Li's cultivation was obviously much higher. Therefore, even if she left the little Western paradise, she could still transform into a human form all year round, and there was no trace of her tail. Of course, even if the silver dragon blood crystal worked, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to grow a tail. This was because the silver dragon blood crystal had nothing to do with the Fox Demon clan. It was just the silver dragon's bloodline energy. However, it wouldn't do if there was no reaction at all. Could it be that the silver dragon bloodline was only effective on the Fox Demon clan and had no effect on humans? Actually, the possibility of this happening was very high. Otherwise, no matter if it was the fallen black dragon or the fallen silver dragon, why didn't they seduce humans? Instead, they seduced sea snakes, mermaids, or demon foxes. However, if this thing didn't work, how could Yang Dingtian enter the little Western paradise? It was at this moment that Yang Dingtian's qi sea suddenly turned upside down. Then, the black-green mystic fire that was hiding in the depths of the sea of qi suddenly shot out a flame. With a swoosh, it drilled out of the sea of qi and directly swept away the silver dragon blood crystal. Judging from his thirst, it seemed to be even crazier than when he saw the dark crystal. Just like that, the silver dragon blood crystal was violently swept into the sea of qi. Yang Dingtian immediately woke up, Queen Poisa. Then he wrapped her consciousness with pure celestial qi of no attributes and drilled into the sea of qi to see the whole process clearly. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. He saw the black-green mystic fire tear open the outer energy wrapping around the silver dragon blood crystal, revealing its true appearance. The Sea of Qi seemed to be a world of its own. Therefore, the silver dragon blood crystal, which was originally smaller than a speck of dust, suddenly became a few inches large in the Sea of Qi. After seeing its appearance clearly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. It was really a silver dragon. It was extremely ferocious and powerful. The silver dragon swam wildly in the Sea of Qi. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow everything in the Sea of Qi. It waved its claws and was about to tear everything in the Sea of Qi. However, the black-green mystic fire wrapped around it and pulled it into the depths of the Sea of Qi. In the depths of the Sea of Qi, there was a black-green dragon that was a few 100 feet long. It was opening its mouth and waiting to swallow. This black-green dragon was Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic fire. After swallowing the deep-sea mystic poison, it became like this. What exactly was it? If the silver dragon looked ferocious and powerful, then in front of this black-green dragon, it looked cute. This black-green fire dragon gave people a feeling that it was going to swallow the whole world and destroy the whole world. That kind of extremely dangerous and powerful aura made people shudder at a glance. Whoosh! The black-green fire dragon swallowed the silver dragon into its stomach. After swallowing, the dragon's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of silver light. As if it was extremely comfortable, its entire huge body was twitching. It seemed that after eating the fallen silver dragon's blood crystal, it was extremely comfortable. So much so that Yang Dingtian's entire Qi vessel world was trembling with all his might. Finally, the dragon was done with its pleasure. Then, the incomparably ferocious and terrifying dragon suddenly stuck out its tongue at Yang Dingtian's divine sense and made a face. Yang Dingtian was stunned, and so was Queen Poisa. This feeling was too strange. An incomparably ferocious and powerful dragon made a face and acted cute. After swallowing the silver dragon's blood crystal, the black-green fire dragon in the depths of the Sea of Qi quickly went dormant and became a quiet black-green flame again, as if it was harmless to humans and animals. However, at this time, this black-green flame seemed to have gone deep into a thin silver wire. Its tentacles were still working, and it tore the energy light shell left behind by the silver dragon's blood crystal. In an instant, it tore into countless energy powder, filling Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi. Then, it ignited it with a mystic fire. Boom! Suddenly, this pile of energy exploded in Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi. Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi quickly swelled to the extreme. Boom! Then his entire body sank into nothingness. Just like that, very suddenly, Yang Dingtian ushered in another breakthrough. He was really not mentally prepared at all. In almost a moment, he directly broke through from a 6-star level 1 Great Grandmaster to a 7-star Great Grandmaster. Then, the Sea of Qi continued to swell, expand, and tremble slightly. 7-star level 1, 7-star level 2, 7-star level 3, 7-star level 9. Finally, he became a 7-star level 9 Great Grandmaster. When he was about to break through to an 8-star Great Grandmaster, he was finally unable to continue. However, this was already an absolute surprise. A small energy shell actually allowed Yang Dingtian to break through by almost 2 stars. Yang Dingtian understood that the so-called silver dragon's blood crystal was enveloped by a layer of powerful and pure energy, so it was useless to eat it directly. If not for the black-green mystic fire, Yang Dingtian would not be able to swallow this thing at all. Moreover, once this energy protective layer was torn apart, there would be an extremely small fallen silver dragon inside. It was extremely ferocious and powerful. If he allowed it to stay in the Sea of Qi, Yang Dingtian would probably be smashed into pieces in a moment and die without a complete corpse. Now, the silver dragon's blood crystal belonged to the black-green mystic fire. The outer energy shell belonged to Yang Dingtian. Why did it feel like they were splitting the spoils? However, Yang Dingtian really wanted to know what his darkness mystic fire was now. It was originally a good darkness mystic fire. After swallowing the demon spirit demonic fire, it was just a powerful darkness mystic fire. However, after swallowing the deep sea mystic poison, it turned into a black-green color. After swallowing a huge darkness crystal, it actually turned into a dragon. Now, not only did it eat the darkness crystal, but it also ate the fallen silver dragon. What would it look like in the future? However, he could not care about this for the time being. It was more important to enter the little western paradise first. However, the silver dragon blood crystal had already been swallowed by the black-green mystic fire. Then could he still enter the little western paradise? Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian came to the front of the silver door and reached out his hand to push it gently. Such a huge door was actually pushed open with no effort at all. Then, the scenery outside came rushing at his face. What was the scenery outside? It was not as shocking as Yang Dingtian imagined at all. Instead, it was similar. It was almost exactly the same as the scene when Yang Dingtian left this hall last time. It was the feeling of a bunch of void illusions. It was a bizarre void. There were also countless figures shuttling back and forth in the void. Yang Dingtian took a step forward. Whoosh! It was as if a huge centrifugal force suddenly threw Yang Dingtian outside. Almost instantly, Yang Dingtian lost all consciousness and fainted directly. When Yang Dingtian woke up, he was already floating on the vast sea. This was the little western paradise, but it looked like there was no difference from the chaotic world. There were still two suns in the sky. The surrounding was still the boundless sea, as if it was similar to the forbidden continent sea area in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian gently flew away from the sea surface and floated directly in the air. However, where should he fly to? All he could see here was the vast sea. After a little hesitation, Yang Dingtian decided to go east. Referring to the two suns in the sky, Yang Dingtian operated the flying mystic skill. He flew towards the east. On the sea surface along the way, he did not see any ships. It was always the vast sea. Just when Yang Dingtian thought that he did not know how long it would take to fly, the entire sea trip ended unexpectedly. The little western paradise rushed into his eyes. Then Yang Dingtian was really stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of him. Damn! This was the little western paradise. God was too biased. He actually gave such a beautiful scenery to the little western paradise. In front of him were countless mountains. Incomparably beautiful mountains. Smoke drifted, waterfalls were like whiskers. Every mountain was like a fairyland. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, these mountains were all floating in the air. That's right, the entire little western paradise was floating in the air, and below was the vast sea. Chapter 739. Not only were there endless mountains floating in the sky, there was even a huge continent floating in the sky in the distance. Yang Dingtian had no idea what was going on. Countless mountains and an entire continent floating in the sky. What was going on? This was not the Avatar's Pandora. Moreover, in Pandora, only a portion of the special mountains were floating in the sky. Most of the mountains and continents were still on the surface of the planet. And here, the entire little western paradise seemed to be floating in the sky. Yang Dingtian immediately flew towards the nearest mountain. He wanted to go to Yao Li and Yao Rao's tribe first. Yang Dingtian knew the name of Yao Rao's tribe. It was called the Shadow Spear tribe. However, Yang Dingtian did not know the exact location. As for which tribe Yao Li belonged to, Yang Dingtian did not know. However, he had a special jade pendant in his hand that he had always been wearing around his neck. Perhaps it was not a jade pendant. Instead, it looked like solidified blue water that was carved into the shape of a half-fox, half-dragon. Of course, there was a very important question at this moment. That was the language of the demon fox tribe in Little Western Paradise. Yao Rao had taught Yang Dingtian some of the language of Little Western Paradise. However, Yang Dingtian had only spent a short time with his wives. Therefore, the language that he learned from Yao Rao was only bits and pieces. Therefore, after entering Little Western Paradise, he still had to pretend to be mute most of the time. However, Yang Dingtian was able to recognize more and more of the language of Little Western Paradise. This was something that Yao Rao had written long ago. Perhaps she had a premonition that she would not be able to stay in Cloud Sky City for long. She felt that one day she would be forcefully brought back to Little Western Paradise. Therefore, after giving birth to Yang E. Darling, she began to write a thick book about the language of the Demon Fox tribe. When she was taken away, she left this book for Yang Dingtian. For the past half a month, Yang Dingtian had been staying in Cloud Sky City. Although it was to enjoy the happiness of family time with his wife and children, it was more to learn the language of Little Western Paradise. Now he had barely managed to learn the important words and phrases in a hurry. However, when the sentences were connected together, one would have to guess, not to mention speak. After all, Yang Dingtian was not a genius. Therefore, after entering Little Western Paradise, he still had to spend most of his time studying. There was a saying that went, "Looking at a mountain is close to death." The mountain in front of him looked very close, but Yang Dingtian flew for a few hundred miles before he was really close to the huge mountain range. This was a complete mountain range floating in the air. Only when they reached the bottom of the mountain did they realize how huge it was. The entire mountain range stretched for at least 1,000 miles. Yang Dingtian slowly landed at the foot of this unknown mountain. The moment he landed, he felt an extremely dense, profound qi. That's right, it was probably several times denser than the chaotic world and much purer. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt something strange on the top of his head. He felt that the back of his neck and ears were a little itchy. He hurriedly took out a crystal mirror. Then he was shocked to find that his face had changed. That's right, his face had really changed. His originally black hair had turned silver. His entire face had become a little sharper, and his eyes had become even narrower. Moreover, his ears had become sharp and long. More importantly, there seemed to be a silver mark on his neck, and it felt a little sharp to the touch. Yang Dingtian quickly touched his back, afraid that he would touch a tail. But fortunately there was no tail. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yang Dingtian was really stunned. That's right, he still vaguely looked like Yang Dingtian, but only a little. His entire face had completely changed. What did he look like? Anyway, he didn't look like a demon fox, but more like the elves in the movies on Earth. The skin on his face was snow white like jade. Well, that was a nice way to put it. The unpleasant way to put it was that Yang Dingtian's face was deathly pale, as white as a whitewashed wall, and it was so delicate that it didn't even have pores. His nose had become very long. His lips had become very thin. Especially his eyes, they had become deep and narrow, accompanied by long ears. He did look like the elves in the movies, but in fact he was far from being as natural as the elves. The elves were just a little more beautiful, but they still had a human face. And Yang Dingtian's face was already a little unnatural. You can be considered beautiful, but it was really a little unnatural. It really looked like an alien that was very similar to a human. Yang Dingtian was startled. Even the demon fox race wasn't like this. But this was also good. It also saved him the trouble of changing his appearance. However, he couldn't go back to the chaotic world like this. That Yang Dingtian would collapse. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but give it a try. He flew away from the mountain and returned to the surface of the sea. Fortunately, this strange face gradually degenerated and returned to Yang Dingtian's original appearance. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that only when he entered the land of the Little Western Paradise, the power of the silver dragon bloodline would change his appearance. He flew back to the huge mountain in front of him. Yang Dingtian went deep into the mountain, trying to find a village or tribe. He could also ask someone for directions to the Shadow Spear clan. However, after going deep into the mountain for a few hundred miles, he still couldn't find any village, nor did he see any demon fox race. Instead, he saw many different kinds of demon beasts. Yang Dingtian didn't fly in the air. Instead, he climbed the mountain and waded through the water, walking on his feet. Because only in this way could he truly understand the little Western paradise. After walking for a few hundred miles, the sky was dark. Yang Dingtian found a cave and stopped. He took out the book written by Yao Rao and continued to learn the language and writing of the little Western paradise. Just as he was learning deeply, he suddenly heard rustling footsteps. Yang Dingtian's ears suddenly stood up. He put the book back into his spatial ring with great vigilance. He held the modified soul sword in his hand that was close to the emperor grade. A series of soft footsteps came from afar. Yang Dingtian didn't move, nor did he extinguish the bonfire. He just held the sword in his hand, ready to attack at any time. But the strange thing was that Yang Dingtian couldn't sense any energy aura from the other party when the footsteps came closer. Only an expert many times stronger than Yang Dingtian couldn't sense the energy of Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, he felt like he was facing a great enemy. He was ready to hide and escape at any time. This little Western paradise was really strange. The first person he met was a top expert. Whoosh, whoosh! Two small black figures quickly entered Yang Dingtian's vision. Yang Dingtian was about to use his mystic skill to hide himself. But after seeing clearly, he laughed at himself. He came to a foreign world. He was really paranoid. It turned out that they were two children. They were about 6 or 7 years old. Their faces were covered in dust, and they looked frightened, because they saw the bonfire they came over. No wonder he couldn't sense any energy. Yang Dingtian's heart softened. It was a boy and a girl. Although their faces were a little dirty, they looked very cute. They were chubby and had big eyes. "Daddy." The little boy looked at Yang Dingtian's back and called out timidly. His voice sounded like he was about to cry. Maybe these two beautiful children were separated from their parents. Yang Dingtian turned around and smiled warmly at the two children. Then he took out some roasted meat and waved at them. Who knew that when the two children saw Yang Dingtian's face, their eyes would reveal a look of fear. They screamed and instantly turned into two streams of light and turned into two little foxes. They ran into the dark forest in an instant. Don't be afraid. Yang Dingtian's brain couldn't react in time. He could only call out a few times. But these two children had already run away without a trace. Yang Dingtian was still worried. He rushed out of the cave and looked around, but he didn't see the two children at all. Yang Dingtian frowned. He tried to sense the energy in the surroundings. He wanted to find the two children. Maybe these two playful children got separated from their parents. They were two children of the Demon Fox clan. It seemed that in the little Western paradise, very small demon foxes could turn into human form. But at the crucial moment, they would still turn into foxes. At this moment, in the forest far away, a gentle woman's voice sounded. Yang Dingtian couldn't understand her voice, but from her voice, it seemed to be very anxious. A moment later, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure rushed out from the forest. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she was startled. Then, she walked over and asked him anxiously. Her voice was very gentle. Yang Dingtian couldn't understand what she was saying, but he understood the word children. This should be the mother of the two children. She was looking for the two Demon Fox clan children. This woman was very beautiful, and her figure was especially graceful and moving. She had an oval face and looked very gentle and charming. Furthermore, she looked very similar to the little boy from the Foxman race. Yang Dingtian wanted to ask if she had met someone bad, but he didn't know what to say. Seeing her anxious and worried expression, Yang Dingtian quickly pointed at the place where the two Demon Fox clan children disappeared. Thank you, thank you." The woman nodded at Yang Dingtian gratefully. Then she hurriedly went in the direction where the two Foxman clan children disappeared. Yang Dingtian wanted to chase after her, but this beautiful woman seemed to be wary of Yang Dingtian. So he couldn't help but give up. He hoped that she could quickly find the two children. Next, Yang Dingtian perked up his ears and read in the firelight. As long as he heard anything, he would immediately rush out. However, until dawn, nothing happened. After dawn, Yang Dingtian continued to go deep into the mountains to look for the Foxman clan's village. After walking for about 200 miles, Yang Dingtian suddenly saw a familiar back. It was a graceful figure. It was the beautiful woman from last night. She was hurrying on her way. However, she didn't seem to see the two children. "Hey, hey!" Yang Dingtian shouted from behind. The beautiful woman was shocked and immediately turned around. When she saw Yang Dingtian, her expression relaxed. However, she still looked at Yang Dingtian with caution. After she turned around, Yang Dingtian saw clearly that she had found the two children. They were in her arms. One was a little red fox, and the other was a little white fox. At this moment, the two little foxes were sleeping. They were extremely beautiful and cute. When she found the children, Yang Dingtian was relieved. Then she pointed at the little foxes in her arms and smiled kindly at the woman. The woman was stunned. Then she smiled back at her. At this moment, Yang Dingtian realized that she was more beautiful in the day than at night, especially her beautiful cherry lips. Other than her delicate face, there was also a hint of charm. She also smiled at Yang Dingtian, but her expression was still full of vigilance. After her graceful body bowed, she immediately carried the two children and hurriedly walked away from the side path. It was normal for a single woman to be afraid and vigilant when she saw a man in the wild. Yang Dingtian awkwardly stopped in place. He waited until she was far away before he continued on his way. He didn't want to scare her again. After that, Yang Dingtian continued on his way. He didn't see the delicate woman again until evening. In the mountains dozens of miles ahead, he finally saw the shadow of a village. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but speed up. After entering a forest, he suddenly heard the sound of dense footsteps in front of him. There was also an old man's heart-wrenching shout. Yang Dingtian didn't understand what he was shouting. However, it seemed to be the same as what the woman had shouted last night. He vaguely recognized the names of the two children. It seemed that this group of people was also looking for the two beautiful children. He immediately sped up. Suddenly, he saw dozens of men from the Black Fox tribe. They were holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. They were shouting names as they searched. When they saw Yang Dingtian, they clenched the weapons in their hands tightly. They were full of vigilance. However, when they saw Yang Dingtian's appearance, they relaxed. An old man from the Foxman tribe in the middle immediately ran over and asked Yang Dingtian anxiously. Yang Dingtian didn't understand what he was saying. However, he could vaguely tell that these people were looking for the two children. The old man from the Fox tribe in front of him might be the grandfather of the two children. However, these Black Fox tribe members in front of him were all bloodline warriors. Therefore, their cultivation was quite low. The old man from the Foxman tribe in front of him was at most equivalent to a martial Xian warrior. The old man desperately pulled Yang Dingtian's sleeve and asked if he had seen his grandson and granddaughter. He kept asking, tears running down his face. It seemed that he was about to collapse. Yang Dingtian couldn't say. Therefore, he hurriedly took out a piece of silk and a pen and wrote in the language of the Black Fox tribe. "The children's mother has been found. Go home immediately." When the old man saw the words on the silk, he was shocked. Then he wrote on the silk with a pen, "The children's mother is dead." That delicate young woman is dead? Yang Dingtian was stunned. How could this be? He just saw it. Then the Foxman tribe carried a corpse over. It looked like the corpse of a female fox. However, all the skin had been peeled off, leaving only bloody flesh. Moreover, the heart and brain matter had been eaten. What? When did she die? Yang Dingtian asked in shock. "A few days ago, my son went out and didn't return. My wife was suspicious and went out to look for him. The day before yesterday, the children sneaked out to look for their parents. Yesterday, we found my wife's corpse in the wilderness. She had been eaten to this extent. The old man wrote. Yang Dingtian's expression changed. The young woman was not the children's mother. She was a monster that ate her mother and then turned into her mother. The two demon fox children had fallen into her claws. At this time they were most likely dead. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt that the beauty of the little western paradise had disappeared. There was only danger and terror. Ah! Yang Dingtian suddenly roared in anger. He actually watched as the two children fell into the hands of a monster. Moreover, he met her today. In the next second, Yang Dingtian suddenly soared into the sky and flew in the direction he came from. In just 15 minutes, he arrived at the place where he saw the monster last time. However, she had already disappeared. She definitely couldn't have run far. However, Yang Dingtian was flying all over the sky. She must have hidden. Yang Dingtian was very unfamiliar with this world. Once she hid, Yang Dingtian really wouldn't be able to find her. Thus, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill. He also used the blink technique of the devil's spirit mist cloak to search every inch of the surrounding several hundred miles. More than 2 hours later, in a deep cave, Yang Dingtian indeed found the monster and the two little foxes in the cage. And this monster still had the appearance of a delicate young woman. At this moment, she was naked in front of the mirror. Looking around, she revealed an incomparably charming smile. And in a large pot, a black liquid was boiling, preparing to cook the two little foxes. Wow, what a beautiful appearance. It's a pity that this skin will rot soon, the monster said regretfully in front of the mirror. Then, she looked at the little foxes in the cage and drooled. She said in a delicate voice, "Let's take off these clothes first." Then the monster gently shook. Suddenly, its body suddenly drilled out of the skin. This beautiful skin instantly collapsed to the ground like a balloon without air, turning into a thin layer. It was incomparably strange. But what was even more disgusting was the appearance of this monster. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a disgusting monster. It was a white lump of meat without any shape. It was spread out on the ground and constantly squirming. There were no bones, and it was impossible to tell where the head was and where the body was. However, she had a pair of big, watery eyes and a pair of moving human lips. That's right, if this pair of eyes and mouth were on a human face, it would be very moving. But on this monster, it was incomparably disgusting. Moreover, because this lump of meat was constantly squirming, the two eyes and mouth were also constantly moving. Anyone who saw this appearance would probably vomit immediately. No wonder it could burrow into a complete human skin. Its entire body was made of soft flesh, and it could squeeze into any body. Time to eat, time to eat. Hee. This lump of meat was constantly squirming, approaching the cage. Change into a human. Change into a human. That way the meat will be more tender and delicious. I want the skin of these two children. Change into the appearance of children. This monster's speech was not very clear, but it was really comparable to Yang Dingtian. When the monster opened its human mouth, Yang Dingtian immediately felt nauseous, because this mouth was originally small, but after it opened, it became incomparably huge. Moreover, the inside of the mouth was densely packed with suction cups and countless sharp teeth. There were hundreds and thousands of them. This was simply the most disgusting mouth that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. He only saw a mouthful of green smoke coming out of its mouth. Then, the two little foxes in the cage immediately turned into the appearance of human children. Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, come and save me, come and save me. The two little foxes desperately shrank into the cage. They kept crying and their small bodies trembled. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian circulated his qi. Then he lowered the temperature of the demon spirit demonic flame to the lowest, the coldest. Whoosh! The extremely low temperature of the demon spirit, demonic flame, suddenly burst out and blasted toward the monster. In an instant, the monster was instantly frozen. Then, Yang Dingtian condensed the temperature of the million spirit, demonic flame to the highest. Boom! The high temperature of the million spirit, demonic flame suddenly blasted out. In an instant, the disgusting monster was turned into ashes. Finally, it didn't need to stay in this world to disgust people. After killing the monster, Yang Dingtian directly tore open the cage and carried out the two little foxes. The two little foxes' small bodies trembled violently as they hugged Yang Dingtian tightly. "Don't worry, it's okay." Yang Dingtian hugged them tightly and said, "I'll bring you back to your grandpa now." This time, Yang Dingtian came to the little western paradise to bring Yao Rao and Yang Yi home. Now that he had just entered the little western paradise, he saved two little foxes. This might be a good sign. The two little foxes gradually calmed down in Yang Dingtian's arms and turned back into two little foxes. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian handed the two little foxes to their grandpa. However, the children's mother and father had been killed by the monster. Yang Dingtian also knew that this monster was called the Faceless Monster. It liked to eat brains and hearts. Then, before the foxes died, it would peel off their skin and crawl into the skin to act as a human. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also found out that the so-called Little Western Paradise was not a place where half-saints and martial grandmasters were as common as dogs. He was a 7-star, grade 9 martial grandmaster. In the Little Western Paradise, he was still considered a very powerful expert. At least, in the first small tribe he met, he had never seen an expert like Yang Dingtian. The strongest person in this tribe was only a human martial arts grandmaster. In the Fox Demon clan, most of them had a lower bloodline, and their lifespan was only about 100 years. Moreover, the lower the bloodline, the earlier they would take some kind of spring water to transform into a human. On the other hand, those with higher bloodlines would need to cultivate for a long time before they could transform into a human. Some people with higher bloodlines would even abandon their human forms and forever appear in the form of a fox demon. However, after all the fox demon died, they would turn back into a fox. The children's grandpa thanked him profusely and shed tears of gratitude. Yang Dingtian stayed in his tribe for 3 days. In these 3 days, the furious Yang Dingtian killed all the man-eating monsters in the entire mountain range within a radius of a few hundred miles. In 3 days and 3 nights, he killed thousands of monsters that were harming the tribe. Then, in the reluctance of the entire tribe, he flew toward Yao Rao's family, the Shadow Spear tribe. The Shadow Spear tribe was about 4,000 miles away from here. With a direction and goal, it was easy to do. 3 days later, Yang Dingtian arrived at Yao Rao's family, the Shadow Spear tribe. Chapter 740. The Shadow Spear clan was a big clan. They were one of the 9 members of the Little Western Paradise Alliance's parliament. They ruled over a few hundred tribes. The first tribe that Yang Dingtian met was also ruled by the Shadow Spear clan. However, that tribe was too far away and separated by the vast sky. The people of that tribe could not fly, so they could never reach Shadow Spear City. They also knew very little about the Shadow Spear clan. To be precise, Shadow Spear City was not on a single piece of land, but more than 10 pieces of land. That's right. More than 10 pieces of land of various sizes were floating in the sky. The largest piece of land was at least a few hundred miles. In the middle, more than 10 pieces of land of various sizes surrounded it. There were even suspension bridges connecting the pieces of land of similar size. However, none of the pieces of land on the periphery were connected to the piece of land in the middle. The huge Shadow Spear City was built on these pieces of land and connected by various suspension bridges. This was the first time that Yang Dingtian had seen such a city. It was really an eye-opener. This should be a true sky city. The pieces of land on the periphery should be the slums of Shadow Spear City. Because most of the houses were dilapidated, most of the people walking around were also wearing tattered clothes. And on the piece of land of several hundred miles in the middle, The houses were tall and prosperous. When Yang Dingtian stepped into the slums of Shadow Spear City, he was immediately surrounded. Almost everyone on the road was pointing at him and whispering to each other. He could not help but feel strange. Why was this? Could it be that there was something wrong with his appearance? He pulled someone, wanting to ask Yao Nu where his home was. However, everyone who was pulled by Yang Dingtian seemed to be greatly frightened and quickly ran away without a trace. In short, wherever he went, everyone's eyes followed. However, the moment he got close, those people ran away as if they had seen a ghost. This made Yang Dingtian very puzzled. Hence, Yang Dingtian decided to leave the slums and fly to the piece of land in the middle. Yao Li was the young master of a certain tribe. Yang Dingtian knew that. But whether or not Yao's father is the patriarch of Shadow Spear Clan, Yang Dingtian doesn't know. However, it should be very prominent, so it should be in the most prosperous place in the inner city. Yang Dingtian soared into the sky, and after flying for a few dozen miles, he landed on the central continent. Sure enough, even the air felt much better. The surrounding houses were all gorgeous and clean. The roads were paved with flat stones, and flowers bloomed on both sides. The cities of the Shadow Spear race were much more artistic than the human cities. There was even a dreamy feeling to them. What surprised Yang Dingtian was that there were not many human faces walking on the road. Most of the Demon Fox clan appeared in the form of a fox, but they walked on two legs. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian saw some foxes dressed in gorgeous clothes walking on the road and even bowing to acquaintances, he really felt a sense of dissonance. However, it was clear that the people living in this city were all from the Sky Fox clan with a relatively high bloodline. Yang Dingtian's appearance was still surrounded by people here. However, it was already much better. However, almost everyone he met kept a respectful distance from him. Yang Dingtian was certain that there was definitely a problem with his appearance. As for what the problem was, he didn't know. Picking a middle-aged Demon Fox clan with an amiable face, Yang Dingtian stepped forward and asked, "May I ask where Lord Yao Nu's residence is?" The middle-aged Demon Fox clan was slightly stunned. Then he waved his hand at him and didn't say anything. Yang Dingtian was truly flabbergasted. What exactly was the problem with his image? Why did everyone look at him in such a strange manner? Yang Dingtian endured the astonished gazes and walked towards the inner city. However, he didn't walk a few hundred meters. At the front, there was an orderly troop of buck cavalry that rushed over and surrounded Yang Dingtian from the front and back. This Demon Fox clan actually used a buck as a mount. However, this buck looked very dangerous. First of all, its body was very large, and the horns on its head were as hard as iron and extremely sharp. The leader of the cavalry was also a fox. He came in front of Yang Dingtian and said with a serious expression, "Please come with me." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Was he being arrested? Am I being arrested? Yang Dingtian tried his best to ask in the most standard Sky Fox clan language. The Demon Fox leader smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, a gorgeous and sturdy carriage came over. Oh, it was a deer carriage. "Please," the Demon Fox leader said. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Dingtian boarded the gorgeous deer carriage. Then the leader sealed the entire deer carriage so that Yang Dingtian could not see anything outside. Then the buck cavalry surrounded Yang Dingtian's deer carriage and headed towards the inner city. After a full 2 hours, the deer carriage finally stopped. The Demon Fox leader opened the door, and Yang Dingtian got off the carriage. Then he almost sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder Yao Li always looked down on humans. Just by looking at the houses, the Demon Fox clan was much more beautiful than the human countries. Standing in front of Yang Dingtian was an incomparably gorgeous palace. Almost every brick had a gorgeous sculpture on it. Every step was painted with gorgeous patterns. Every tree, every flower had been carefully trimmed. An exquisite and beautiful garden, a bustling and artistic palace. Yang Dingtian felt that this was a different world. Compared to here, although many of the buildings in the human countries were spectacular, there was a world of difference between beauty and art. Moreover, the palace all used floor-to-ceiling windows. The windows were all made of expensive glass, and beautiful patterns were also painted on them. People who lived in such a palace, no wonder Yao Li kept saying that humans were monkeys and humans were monkeys. However, it was normal. The lifespan of humans was only about 100 years. The Demon Fox clan, on the other hand, lived for 1,000 years. Naturally, they had a lot of time to spend on art. Humans, on the other hand, spent almost all of their time on martial arts. Please follow me, the Demon Fox leader said, and then led the way. Yang Dingtian followed him and walked into the gorgeous palace. Stepping on the exquisite steps and passing through a long corridor, he saw countless scrolls and sculptures along the way. Even the carpet under his feet changed because of the different environment. Finally, he entered a huge room with a delicate fragrance. It should be a living room because there was a row of soft and comfortable chairs and an exquisite and gorgeous small table. On the walls, there were also all kinds of portraits, but most of them were paintings of people. Yang Dingtian noticed that there were two men in the center. The man on the left was slightly younger and not as handsome. He looked a little thin. Moreover, his eyes were deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. Even though he was just a picture scroll, it made people not dare to look at his face. On the other hand, the man on the right was middle-aged and very handsome. He was an extremely rare handsome man. Moreover, the clothes on his body were much more gorgeous. Yang Dingtian noticed that the portrait on the left seemed to have been hung up not long ago. Even the paint on the portrait was relatively fresh. It should have been painted not long ago. Then who could this person be? At this moment, there was a burst of graceful footsteps outside. In fact, she did not make any sound when she stepped on the ground, but Yang Dingtian could hear it. It was a woman, and a woman with very graceful steps. Gently pushing the door open, the woman walked in. Yang Dingtian did not turn around because he could see the woman from the reflection of the glass window. With a glance, Yang Dingtian's heart shook, and then he was almost stunned, because this woman looked almost exactly the same as Yao Rao. Of course, it was almost and not completely. She was a little taller than Yao Rao. Her figure was not as exaggerated as Yao Rao. The enchanting devil's figure was almost exaggerated to the extent of being hot. And the woman in front of him, although her figure was also high and low, the curve was gentler, making her look very graceful, but not so hot. Therefore, although their faces were very similar, Yao Rao looked very hot. This woman, on the other hand, was elegant and noble. That's right, this was Yao Rao's home. And in front of him, perhaps this was his sister-in-law? Yang Dingtian did not let his imagination run wild, but those words still floated into Yang Dingtian's heart instinctively. Half of his sister-in-law's body was brother-in-law's. Immediately, he threw away these distracting thoughts. What Yang Dingtian needed to care about now was whether he had been exposed or not. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that a group of Buck's cavalry captured him here, and then his sister-in-law appeared in front of him? Jia greets Mr. His sister-in-law stepped forward and bowed slightly, performing a very graceful and moving aristocratic etiquette. Suddenly, the curve of her waist was like rippling spring water. However, Yao Li, Yao Rao, and Yao Qi were all surnamed Yao. Why was his sister-in-law surnamed Ji? Yang Dingtian did not say anything and only nodded at her. Although she was his sister-in-law, he did not know her position. It was right to speak less. His sister-in-law Jia stepped forward slowly and walked to Yang Dingtian's side. Suddenly, a charming fragrance drifted over. Mister, are you here for the person in the portrait? Jia stretched out her slender hand and pointed at the skinny man on the left. Him? Who is he? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia retracted her hand. Her movement was very elegant and moving. She smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, Mister, don't you know him? The new chairman of the Tribal Alliances Parliament, Mr. Yao Qi. Yang Dingtian's face did not have any expression, but his heart was trembling violently. It turned out that the skinny man was Yao Qi. He was the culprit behind all of this. But why did Yao Rao's family hang his portrait on the wall? And was he exposed or not? He did not understand what his sister-in-law was saying. Yang Dingtian immediately asked, "Miss, you had people capture me. Do you know me?" Chapter 741. Of course I know you. Jie said, the Silent Ones, the most intelligent race in the world. All have very special looks. Any noble with some knowledge will recognize you. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Silent Ones, what the hell are they? Did he become a Silent One because he was not fluent in the fox demon's language? Or did he look like one of the Silent Ones in the Little Western Paradise? Jie was confused. Sir, you don't know Sir Yao Qi in the portrait? Yang Dingtian shook his head. I've heard of him, but I've never seen him before. He tried very hard to say these few words, but they were still very uneven and very strenuous. Jie said, I think you should be quite fluent in the fox demon's language among the Silent Ones. What kind of race was there in the Silent Ones? Was it the race that did not speak? Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Qi's portrait and asked deliberately, Is Yao Qi your elder brother? Jie said, Why do you say so? Yang Dingtian said, His portrait is with your father. Jie said, Because he's the chairman of the tribal council, his portrait will be hung in the palaces of any tribe. Oh, Yang Dingtian replied. He wanted to know what his sister-in-law thought of Yao Qi and how the Shadow Spear clan felt about Yao Qi marrying Yao Rao. After all, if Yang Dingtian wanted to save Yao Rao and Yang Yi, the Shadow Spear clan was a natural ally. Yang Dingtian pointed at Yao Qi's portrait and asked, What about him? Jie said, He's the most outstanding man in the Western Paradise, the most outstanding leader of the fox demon's race. He's the youngest chairman in the past few thousand years. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled. This chairman was actually elected. It seemed that the Little Western Paradise was playing a high-level game. They were electing, but he did not know how long the chairman's term would be. But there was also a bad news. This sister-in-law seemed to admire Yao Qi a lot. In her eyes, Yao Qi was an outstanding leader for Ge. She was very proud to have such a brother-in-law. If she became Yao Qi's sister-in-law, it would be very bad. At the very least, there was no doubt that this sister-in-law in front of her could not become Yang Dingtian's ally. Yang Dingtian immediately said, Why did you ask someone to bring me here? Nothing. I'm leaving. With great difficulty and missing a few words, Yang Dingtian painfully finished the sentence. Jie hurriedly said, Please wait, mister. Perhaps it's rude of me to invite you here without permission. But if Jie doesn't do so, Mr. will be snatched away by someone else. Yang Dingtian was taken aback. It seemed like the Silent tribe was quite popular. As the wise man of the world, the Silent One does not like the prosperity of the world. He would rather seclude himself from the world and cultivate. He rarely appears in the world. Jie said, Just now I saw you looking at the portrait of Chairman Yao Qi. I thought you were walking in the world for him, so I said what I said just now. This sentence was too long. Yang Dingtian only understood a few words. He immediately frowned in pain. Jie hurriedly took out a piece of paper and wrote this sentence on it. Finally, Yang Dingtian roughly understood what it meant. It seemed that this Silent One was equivalent to someone from the Little Western Paradise, a secluded person, possessing extraordinary wisdom. Yang Dingtian picked up the brush and wrote on the white paper, No, it's just that one day I opened my eyes and suddenly wanted to go out for a walk. That's when I randomly walked here. Seeing Yang Dingtian's words, Jie's beautiful eyes immediately became misty. She said, Mister, I've never seen your words before. You are indeed the wise man of the world. Can I keep such a treasure of calligraphy? This is a treasure of calligraphy? I'm using Zhao Ji's thin gold body to write the words of the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian had practiced calligraphy for a long time in high school and university. He was also a little vain. What he learned was the thin gold body of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty. This was because this handwriting looked very awesome. In the chaotic world, no one had ever praised Yang Dingtian's handwriting. This was because there was no such thing as calligraphy and painting in the chaotic world. The 7 refined lane was already the pinnacle of art. Even Yun Zhenu had never thought that Yang Dingtian's handwriting was good. Now that he had arrived at the Little Western Paradise, this place had a dense artistic aura. It allowed Yang Dingtian's thin gold body, which had been practicing for several years, to shine brightly. I'm just writing casually. Yang Dingtian still spoke in the language of the Little Western Paradise, which was not very fluent. Suddenly, Jia felt that this silent one in front of her was really high and mighty. Then, she turned to Yang Dingtian and bowed. Sir, is there anything important that you need this time? Yang Dingtian said, nothing. I'm just taking a walk. Jia immediately said happily, then can you stay for a few days, so that I can serve you as a disciple? Seeing that Yang Dingtian was frowning and could not understand, Jia quickly wrote on a piece of paper. This silent one in front of her, who could not hear her, was really too mysterious and too charming. Yang Dingtian truly didn't expect that his appearance would actually be so revered. Then, could he easily go to Yao Qi's side? Could he easily meet Yao Rao? Or even let Yao Qi put on a show of 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Suddenly, a plan was formed in Yang Dingtian's mind. Then he said, I don't like to be restrained. Jia hurriedly bowed and said, I dare not restrain you, sir. It's my honor to serve you. Wow, she's going with the flow. She's calling herself a disciple now. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside, and then the gorgeous door opened. A middle-aged man in a gorgeous royal robe quickly walked in. He first looked at Yang Dingtian with great surprise, then bowed deeply and said, The king of the Shadow Spear clan, Monster's Wrath II, greets you, sir. This frighteningly handsome, middle-aged man in front of him, who even had a meticulously groomed beard and exuded an indescribably noble aura, was his father-in-law, the master of the Shadow Spear clan. However, he was actually called Monster's Wrath II. Before coming to Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian had always thought that this place was a tribal era that was more backward than the human countries. As it turned out, this person exuded the aura of a so-called civilized aristocrat from head to toe. He wished that every brick and every tile revealed thousands of years of civilization. Moreover, this world also had a brilliant artistic civilization. Even the highest leader of the entire world was elected. Yang Dingtian really did not expect this. However, when he thought of the tribes outside Shadow Spear City, which were still so dilapidated and primitive, and even the periphery of Shadow Spear City was densely packed with slums, Yang Dingtian clearly knew that this was not a truly outstanding civilization. This world placed too much emphasis on bloodlines. Most of the people with low-level bloodlines had almost no place to rise above others. In this Little Western Paradise, classes were even more distinct and unfair than the human countries. Now, Yang Dingtian finally understood why Yao Li looked down on humans so much and felt that humans were extremely vulgar. He had always thought that it was because of martial arts cultivation, but now it seemed that was not the case. Although the Fox clan of Little Western Paradise was slightly stronger than humans in terms of cultivation, perhaps it was only by a little. What made them look down on humans was their self-righteous civilization. They felt that they were thousands of years more civilized than humans, and that they were thousands of years more advanced. Therefore, Yao Li kept referring to humans as monkeys. The Shadow Spear King in front of him, who was also Yang Dingtian's father-in-law, was completely like a crazy fan. He bowed for a long time before straightening his back and facing Yang Dingtian. May I ask, what is your name, sir? Yang Dingtian was barely able to understand his words and asked, My name? Yes. Please tell me your name, sir. Yao Nu the second said. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said word by word, Jiang Shang. He originally wanted to call him Kong Ming, but he felt that this name was not awesome enough, so he changed it to Jiang Shang. Yao Nu the second and Jia seemed to have heard some kind of heavenly voice as they slowly repeated this name. Suddenly, they felt that this name was really beautiful and profound to the extreme. Then he bowed deeply and said, May I ask, Mr. Jiang Shang, may I have the honor of listening to your teachings for a few days? Yang Dingtian frowned slightly, as if he was a little resistant. Yao Nu the second bowed completely, directly at a 90-degree angle with his legs, and then did not get up. Then okay. Yang Dingtian's voice sounded a little awkward. Jia was completely mesmerized by his troubled expression. Oh my God! This was indeed the world's most gorgeous, most elegant, most intelligent, and highest bloodline silent clan. Every move was full of artistic and philosophical aura. It was really going to fascinate people to death. Just like this, Yang Dingtian inexplicably turned into Jiang Shang of the Silent Clan and stayed in the Shadow Spear Clan's palace. He actually wanted to pay a visit to his father-in-law, and conveniently ask his father-in-law to help him save Yao Rao. In the end, his father-in-law's family was very happy to see Yao Rao marry Yao Qi, and they valued this son-in-law very, very much, who asked Yao Qi to be the most outstanding leader in thousands of years. At only 1,300 years old, he successfully became the chairman of the Western Heavens Tribal Council. Yang Dingtian now knew how long a term was. A full 100 years. For humans, this was a fucking lifelong system. So his father-in-law did not succeed, but instead became the noblest guest in the Shadow Spear Clan's palace. Not only the palace, his arrival had already caused a stir in the entire Shadow Spear city. He now also understood why, when he first entered the city, those people kept a respectful distance from him, but their attitude was very respectful, because those people felt that his bloodline was too low, that he was only a low-level noble and was not qualified to communicate with the high-class Silent Clan. In just a few days, Yang Dingtian had caused a stir in the entire Shadow Spear city. There was an endless stream of people who came to visit him. Their attitude was more reserved than the other, more fanatical than the other, and Yao Rao's younger sister, his sister-in-law Jia, really thought of herself as the disciple of Jiang Shang of the Silent Clan. Faintly, she served Yang Dingtian more than she served her own father. She personally dressed Yang Dingtian, personally danced for Yang Dingtian, personally massaged his neck for Yang Dingtian, personally cooked for Yang Dingtian, and even wanted to personally feed him. In short, all that was left was to serve him in bed at night. After a few days of contact, she became even more madly infatuated with everything about the Silent Clan. So much so that Yang Dingtian did not dare to look into her eyes, because her original reserve had completely left her. Facing a sister-in-law who wanted to recommend herself to sleep with him at any time, Yang Dingtian did feel that it was a bit difficult to interact with her. Now he finally knew the difference between Jia and Yao Rao. Jia was not very interested in martial arts, so she did not let her surname be Yao but Ji. She was much more interested in art, civilization, theory, philosophy, and so on. Yao Rao, on the other hand, was completely infatuated with martial arts and was obsessed with making the Fox Clan the supreme ruler of the universe. But Yang Dingtian found that the Fox Clan who had such thoughts like Jia was no longer mainstream. Now, even martial arts could not be considered the mainstream of the little Western paradise. Art and civilization were completely on par with martial arts. As for Yang Dingtian, he finally understood why he was so popular, why the Silent Clan was so fanatically worshipped by the Fox Clan. It turned out that a long, long time ago, the fallen silver dragon did not seduce the Fox Clan, but a cave dweller. This cave dweller was actually closer to humans, but they had not been out of the sea for long, so they still had webbed feet. The reason why the fallen silver dragon chose this cave dweller was that they, like the Naga, were from the sea. Moreover, they had higher intelligence and even used primitive words and tools. So the fallen silver dragon first seduced the cave dweller. But later, it found that the cave dweller had a fatal flaw, and that was that they had no ambition, were reclusive, and somewhat had no desires. Moreover, although they had dealings with each other, they did not communicate much. Although this clan had extraordinary intelligence, if they did not have any ambition, it would be impossible for them to dominate this world. So the fallen silver dragon began to seduce the silver fox clan, which seemed to be smarter and greedier at that time. Sure enough, the fallen silver dragon was right. After this female cave dweller was seduced by it, a new clan was born. Although their talent and intelligence were unparalleled and even more outstanding than the beginner Naga, they did not have any ambition. They did not like to practice martial arts and were more willing to spend most of their time meditating and thinking. In fact, they were almost unwilling to even speak, so they were called the speechless clan. This was not the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing was that they were unwilling to mate with a male and female and were unwilling to reproduce. So this silent clan became fewer and fewer, and it was said that they had gone extinct a few hundred years ago. However, this did not stop the Fox clan from worshipping this cave dweller. This was because the cave dweller's talent and intelligence were far superior to the Fox clan. The key was that the silent clan's silver dragon bloodline was very rich, and because they had very few descendants, their bloodline was very pure. The Fox clan's worship of the silver dragon bloodline was almost to the extreme, and no Fox clan's silver dragon bloodline could be compared to the silent clan's. Moreover, the silent clan's extraordinary mentality, their intelligence, and their attitude all became the reason for the Fox clan's fanatical worship. Therefore, it was no wonder that when Jie discovered Yang Dingtian, the silent clan, she immediately asked the Buck cavalry to bring him over, afraid that others would snatch him away. As for the Shadow Spear King, Demon Rage too, he was already so old, but his fanaticism was no less than his daughter's. Previously, Yang Dingtian was still worried that his fake speechless race would be exposed. After all, he didn't have their intelligence. In the end, he found that these worries were completely unnecessary. That was because all of the high-level foxes worshipped him in a sick and irrational manner. They were all die-hard fans, not to mention exposing himself. Even if he urinated on the street, he would be worshipped and respected by countless demon fox nobles. They would feel that this was the true freedom, and they would guarantee that there would be 10,000 demon fox nobles learning to urinate on the street the next day. In fact, this kind of limelight had already started. Yang Dingtian's stuttering in the demon fox language had already become popular in the entire Shadow Spear City. There were already countless demon fox nobles imitating him, and even his every move had become the object of imitation by the young nobles. This was not the craziest thing. The craziest thing was that the news of the silent Zhongshang had finally spread to the Silver Dragon Sky City thousands of miles away. Then the newly elected leader of the Western world, Yao Qi, prepared to personally come to Shadow Spear City to visit Yang Dingtian. Chapter 742. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian finally met the youngest chairman of the Fox Demon Clan. Of course, he was also his biggest enemy in Little Western Paradise. Without a doubt, he was not very pretty in the Fox Demon Clan. He was almost 9 meters tall, which made him look too tall and skinny. Especially his eyes, they were deep and narrow. It made him look very difficult to get along with. Yang Dingtian had a few misconceptions about Yao Qi. The first misconception was that he was elected chairman not because of his high cultivation. That was right. His cultivation was much higher than Yao Li's, but in Little Western Paradise he was definitely not number one. He was not even in the top few. The reason why he was elected chairman was because of his political charisma and his charisma as a leader. The second misconception was that he was not elected chairman because of his high status. In fact, his status was even lower than Yao Li's. Yao Li was the young master of a clan. Yao Qi was an orphan, but later became the adopted son of the Jaina tribe's leader. When he was very young, Yao Qi showed great talent. In just a few hundred years, he made the Jaina tribe rise from a third-tier clan to one of the 9 great tribes. The leader of the Jaina tribe had once wanted to tie the knot between the two of them and marry into the Jaina tribe, so that he could inherit the position of the tribe leader. However, Yao Qi gave up on the glory and wealth that was within his reach. He turned to the great sage Yong, Shi, and became his disciple. He cultivated martial arts, philosophy, and politics. 300 years ago, the great sage Yong, she was elected chairman of the Western Paradise World's Tribal Council, and Yao Qi became his assistant. After that, Yong, she was elected chairman for 1 term, and then he retired completely. In the past 100 years, Yao Qi became the great arbitrator of the Tribal Council, in charge of the disputes between the 9 great tribes. Then, in this election, he probably received the full support of his teacher, as well as the support of the Shadow Spear tribe and the Jaina tribe. At the age of 1300, he was successfully elected as the chairman, becoming the youngest chairman in the history of the country. Of course, he did not have a good life. This was because the number of votes he received this time was the lowest in all the elections. It was a narrow victory. In the world of Little Western Paradise, he also had many opponents, especially when he was the great arbiter. He had offended many people. Therefore, not only was he the youngest speaker, but he was also the most controversial speaker. The appearance of Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan was a great opportunity for Yao Qi. Of course, it was also a great risk. This was because the demon fox aristocrats' worship of the Silent Ones was fanatical. Therefore, as long as he could get Jiang Shang to stay by his side, it would be beneficial for him to stabilize his position as the chairman and even his future in power. However, if this silent speaker became disgusted with him, or even said something unfavorable about him, then his situation would become even worse. Therefore, after discovering that Yang Dingtian was a fake Speechless, the Shadow Spear tribe, who was Yao Qi's absolute ally, immediately brought him to the palace and treated him with the utmost respect. After learning about this, Yang Dingtian could not help but mock them in his heart. There were no fools in this world. It turned out that most of the respect that his father-in-law had shown him was fake. It was all for the sake of his son-in-law, Yao Qi, to fight for political resources. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt that the smile on his father-in-law's face was filled with the hypocrisy of a modern Earth politician. For the first time, Yang Dingtian also felt that the political standards of the human countries in the chaotic world were quite low. On the other hand, the political standards of Little Western Paradise were similar to those of modern Earth countries. In fact, they were even better. As for him, the fake silent speaker, he had become a tool when he first appeared. However, there was one thing that he did not have to worry about. That was his impersonation of the Speechless clan would never be exposed. Even if he was fake, Yao Qi would try her best to make it look real. Therefore, Yang Dingtian now had a question. Was his sister-in-law Jia's fanaticism for him real or fake? 300 years ago, my teacher was fortunate enough to meet a sage from the Silent Clan. The two of them only talked for a day and night, but my teacher benefited from it for the rest of his life. He only understood less than half of the sage's wisdom after a few hundred years. Yao Qi also sat in front of Yang Dingtian very respectfully and said, "Today, Yao Qi is fortunate enough to be taught by you. I will definitely benefit from it for the rest of my life." His sister-in-law Jia walked beside Yang Dingtian and served him tea respectfully. Yang Dingtian only smiled slightly and did not answer. As a silent clan member, he did not need to answer. He could see through Yao Qi's intention at a glance. He did not really want to ask him any questions. This Yao Qi in front of him was, without a doubt, the extremely conceited type. What he wanted was merely a political talent, just like his teacher who had talked for a day and a night with the previous Silent Clan member and was influenced by the Silent Clan's wisdom. However, who knew what the actual situation was? It would not be strange if the two of them talked about how to fuck women. As long as everyone knew that they had talked for a day and a night, that would be enough. It was a political resource. He made use of the Fox clan's worship of the Silent Clan to create a political resource. Hence, no matter what Yao Qi said, Yang Dingtian only smiled and did not speak. He was even scared out of his wits. Suddenly, Yao Qi's face turned ugly. That was because he despised the Silent Clan. He felt that the Silent Clan was antisocial and stupid. If the Fox clan learned from them, the Fox clan would have gone extinct a long time ago. If the Silent Clan was really so intelligent, they would not have gone extinct. His teacher Yong, she had indeed talked to a Silent Clan member for a day and a night. However, after the conversation, he had respectfully sent the Silent Clan member away. He had immediately gone to the lavatory in golden resplendence and pooped for a whole hour. Yao Qi asked why. His teacher said that if a perverted man talked to an abstinent person, what would the consequences be? Yao Qi shook his head. Of course he knew. He asked his teacher to tell him. Yong, she said, the result is that the perverted man might become impotent. Yao Qi asked curiously, why is that? Yong, she said, because the abstinent person kept brainwashing you. He said that beautiful women are no different from feces. After saying this for 10,000 times, you would be poisoned. When you see a beautiful woman, you would think of feces. Wouldn't that make you impotent? Yao Qi said, Teacher, that's weird. Why would a beautiful woman be associated with feces? It makes sense that a beautiful woman would turn into a skeleton after death. Yong, she said, because bones are not as disgusting as feces. That abstinent person would peel off the beautiful woman's skin and tell you that under the skin is disgusting fat and bloody flesh. It is no different from pork. Then he would open the stomach and point at the green intestines. He would say that the intestines are feces. Hence, a beautiful woman is no different from feces. Then he would tell you that the beautiful woman came from your imagination. After that, the so-called power and achievements were no longer illusory. Tell me, after listening to this for a day and a night, should I go and get rid of it? Yao Qi said, Teacher, why do I feel that it makes sense? Yong, she said, of course it makes sense. Let me ask you, who do you think is the stupidest person in the world? Yao Qi said, someone who thinks he is smart? Yong, she said, no. Someone who thinks he is smart at least makes himself comfortable. True stupidity is to see through everything. It is to be so smart that you see through everything and lose all your desires. Once you reach that stage, you can just die. Anyway, there is no point in you living, right? Yao Qi nodded. Yong, she continued, hence, the biggest stupidity in the world is wisdom. You said that his words make sense. Of course they do. All the truths in the world seem to make sense, but all the truths are stupid. If you don't want to be stupid, it is simple. You can play with the truths and use them to get everything you want. Hence, Yao Qi had always looked down on authority. Moreover, they also kept a respectful distance from the silent ones and avoided the topic like it was a taboo. Hence, from the bottom of his heart, he looked down on Yang Dingtian, the silent ones. However, for the sake of politics, he had to ask for advice with a respectful attitude. But the silent ones in front of him just sat there arrogantly and did not say a word. Yao Qi was a king. Of course, he felt offended. Once someone offended him, not to mention the silent ones, no one could escape the fate of disappearing from the world. Hence, he still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. He said, Do you think that I am stupid and unworthy of your advice? Yang Dingtian said, If you are stupid, then there is no smart person in the world. Yao Qi said, Then why is Mr. Jiangshang not saying anything? Yang Dingtian said, You don't like me, and your words against the silent ones are like snakes and scorpions. Why should I say anything? Whatever you want, I will cooperate with you. You and I can do whatever you want for a day and a night. Yang Dingtian's words were very direct. If you want me to put on a show, then I will fulfill your wish. The two of us can just sit there for a day and a night. As for talking through the night, there is no need for that. Yao Qi's face twitched. He felt that his teacher was right. These silent ones were all arrogant and stubborn. They boasted that they saw through everything. It was one thing for him to think about it, but it was another thing for Yang Dingtian to expose him. All of a sudden, he became competitive, and the so-called respect on his face disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by an extremely conceited arrogance. He said, "Mr. Right, I am very disgusted by the creed of your speechless clan, and even feel that it is completely useless. If we followed your attitude of having no desires, then not only the Little Western Paradise, but the entire chaotic world would have been destroyed. Desire is the foundation of all civilizations and races' survival. It is the absolute driving force for all civilizations and races' development. If the silent ones were really the so-called intelligent ones, then why are you almost extinct now?" Yang Dingtian smiled and did not refute. Jia, on the other hand, was filled with uneasiness. She could not help but look at Yao Qi with fear. "That's right. Talking to the silent ones for a day and a night will be very beneficial to me. Many fox demons will think that I have gained the recognition and influence of the intelligent ones." Yao Qi said coldly, "However, since you have such an attitude, then I don't want this reputation. Goodbye." Then Yao Qi stood up and was about to walk out. "When are you going to kill me?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Yao Qi paused and continued to walk out. He did not answer or deny. Yang Dingtian had guessed correctly. Since they parted on bad terms, Yao Qi would definitely kill him, the silent ones. That was because the silent ones had too many admirers. Once they said something that was unfavorable to him, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, the moment Yao Qi walked out, he would definitely not allow him to live in this world. At that time, Yang Dingtian did not stop him at all. He allowed Yao Qi to leave the room. Suddenly, Jia knelt beside him and said, "Why did you do that? You will lose your life if you do that. Although you are admired by tens of thousands of people, if Yao Qi wants to kill you, it will be a piece of cake." Yang Dingtian only shook his head and did not say anything. After interacting with Yao Qi for a short 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that this might be the first true monarch that he had met. Furthermore, it was a monstrously ambitious monarch that was decisive in killing. He was very similar to those outstanding places in China's history. Even Queen Seaheart couldn't be considered a true ruler because she was too soft and vicious, and her vision was too narrow. Next, Yang Dingtian would have to judge whether he was a truly outstanding and powerful king. Because for a king, intelligence was not the most important thing. The most important thing was character and breadth of mind. Such breadth of mind would basically lead to self-criticism, self-denial, and self-doubt. In the end, it would turn into correct thinking. This Yao Qi's prejudice and contempt for the silent ones were deeply rooted. If he thought of a way to kill Yang Dingtian, then he would only be a king. However, if he did not kill Yang Dingtian, but forced himself to understand the silent ones that he disliked and confirm whether his judgment was correct before deciding whether to kill Yang Dingtian, then he would be an outstanding king. Therefore, if he did not kill Yang Dingtian, then he would be an even more dangerous enemy to the human countries. Yang Dingtian's premonition was right. This Yao Qi in front of him was indeed an outstanding king. A few hours later, he came in front of Yang Dingtian again and said, "My judgment of the speechless race all originated from my teacher. Therefore, I am biased. This is a very dangerous action that will lead me in the wrong direction. Therefore, I really want to understand whether the silent ones are really intelligent and whether they are really harmful to this world." Yang Dingtian nodded at him. Yao Qi said, "I will only ask you one question. If you answer correctly, you will live. If you answer incorrectly, you will die. You know that it will be easy for me to kill you, and there won't be any serious consequences." Yang Dingtian nodded again. Yao Qi said, "My question is, what do you think is the thing that I am most worried about now? In other words, What is the problem that I want to solve the most after becoming the speaker? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. If he answered correctly, he would live. If he answered incorrectly, he would die. Chapter 743. What was Yao Qi most worried about? What problem did he want to solve the most? If Yang Dingtian did not come from modern Earth, he would have answered wrongly. From anyone's point of view, Yao Qi's biggest problem was his controversial nature. There were many forces that did not approve of him. Of course, all of this boiled down to one thing: how to secure his position as the chairman. If it was anyone else, they would have given the same answer. However, Yang Dingtian knew very well that Yao Qi did not care about that. Instead, he cared about the future of Little Western Paradise. That's right, the future of Little Western Paradise. In the few days that Yang Dingtian stayed, he clearly felt that the upper world of Little Western Paradise was much happier than the human countries. They were not in any danger, unlike the human countries that had to face the threat of a world-ending war. It seemed like there was nothing in the world that could threaten Little Western Paradise. That was indeed the case. Regardless of whether it was the Snake Men Empire or the evil Tao, they would not be able to threaten the Little Western Paradise for a very, very long time. In that case, this was the biggest problem. They were born in hardship and died in peace. Little Western Paradise was not in any danger and had a lifespan of thousands of years. Therefore, they had no intention of improving themselves and had lost their future goals. Perhaps they had once wanted to dominate all the dimensions in the chaotic world. They wanted to restore the glory of the Naga Empire, and even go further. They wanted to become a true race of gods, the pinnacle of the universe. However, batch after batch of female foxes went to the human countries. Without exception, they all failed. The long years had erased most of their fighting spirit and dreams. Everyone was content with their current situation and only wanted to enjoy life. Look at the nobles in Shadow Spear City. How exquisite their food was, and how extravagant their clothes were. How extravagant their lives were. They even wanted a statue by the roadside to be extravagant. Moreover, there were already many people with high bloodlines who did not practice martial arts. Why did they not practice martial arts? That was because ever since the Tribal Alliance Parliament was established in Little Western Paradise, they rarely used force to solve disputes. It had been a long time since there was a war. Most of the time, political means were used to solve problems. Since there was no war, there was no room for military force to be used. A person with a high cultivation base might not necessarily be respected and loved. Therefore, more and more people pursued art and philosophy. This was actually a good thing. But Little Western Paradise was a little too morbid. For example, Yang Dingtian, a fake member of the Silent Tribe, did not display any outstanding talent at all. He did not write any immortal articles, nor did he publish any astonishing theories, nor did he have any works of art. However, almost the entire Shadow Spear City was crazily chasing after him, and the reason was simply because he was from the Silent Clan. He possessed the highest silver dragon bloodline. Therefore, no matter what he did, he could be at the forefront of fashion. Even his stuttering speech could become a popular trend, and countless people imitated him. This was already sick. At this moment, the Little Western Paradise was like adding oil to a fire. The demon fox aristocrats who had lost their goal would eventually walk towards their own demise. Answer. If your answer is correct, it means that you are indeed a wise person. If your answer is wrong, it means that you are just a pretentious person. I cannot let you live, Yao Qi said. The Little Western Paradise now can no longer tolerate a pretentious idol. Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Qi and wrote word by word. The biggest problem you're facing, oh no, the biggest problem the entire Little Western Paradise is facing is that most people have lost their direction. It is as if they have entered an eternal, drunken stupor. The few who are sober are unable to lead them to change. If this continues, in less than 300 or 500 years, Little Western Paradise will self-destruct. Yao Qi was instantly shocked. Yang Dingtian ignored his words and continued writing. Actually, there is a more realistic problem. I have rarely seen the children of the high nobles, as they have an almost infinite lifespan. The demon fox aristocrats no longer wish to have children. This is because it will affect their bloodline. Moreover, I have seen many aristocrat couples who are like passers-by. They have countless lovers. The private life in Shadowspear City has become extremely messy. In the end, Yang Dingtian used simple words to write. The little Western paradise now is at its brightest, but it is also at its most decadent. Therefore, in the next few hundred or thousand years, it will face the end of the world. Yao Qi looked at the words and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. His entire face and eyes were trembling. This was the first time someone had spoken to the deepest part of his soul. It was even clearer and clearer than what he was worried about. Many people thought that he would be very proud after becoming the chairman. However, they did not know that he could not sleep at night. He was extremely anxious when he saw the upper echelons of Little Western Paradise living in such a drunken stupor. After a long while, he bowed for the first time and said, "Mr. Jiangshang, please forgive me for my ignorance and disrespect. Please forgive me for doubting your wisdom and blaspheming you." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Since you are so polite, I will say a few more words." Yao Qi bowed again and said, "Please enlighten me." Yang Dingtian continued writing. "Previously, you were extremely disdainful of the speechless race. Obviously, you were influenced by your teacher. Your teacher thinks that desire is the root of the advancement of society. However, the speechless race thinks that all desires and pursuits are illusory. I advise your teacher to give up everything and pursue all eternity." Yao Qi said respectfully, "That's right. Although you have not heard of it, it is as if you have seen it with your own eyes." Yang Dingtian wrote, "Actually, both of them are right, but they are also wrong. Your teacher is wrong because he is too fearless. The speechless race senior is wrong because he is too pessimistic. However, your teacher is wrong more. Think about it carefully. How much of the Little Western Paradise's current situation is because of your teacher?" Yao Qi was shocked when he heard this. Yang Dingtian wrote, "When your teacher was elected as the speaker, Little Western Paradise was at its most chaotic. There were endless conflicts. Hence, your master spent 100 years to guide the mainstream of the Western Paradise from the martial path to the arts, using this to eliminate the conflict. This kind of guidance could not be said to be wrong. However, he should not have led it to the superficial. This thing is too illusory. Moreover, there is no clear future." Yang Dingtian continued writing. Of course, he became the greatest speaker in history. However, he had already planted the seeds of disaster for Little Western Paradise. His actions were like he did not want a group of beasts to fight each other. In the end, he treated them like pigs. In the end, he really did raise a group of pigs. Just like what he said, if you don't want to be stupid, you have to play with the truth. He was too utilitarian, too smart, and too mean. Yang Dingtian's words were enlightening in Yao Qi's ears. Actually, he felt that way too. However, that was his teacher, his biggest political backer. Therefore, he could not think too deeply about it. Now that Yang Dingtian had exposed him, he broke out in cold sweat. That was right. Little Western Paradise was full of conflicts before, but it did not lack vitality. Now Little Western Paradise was peaceful, but it was dead. How do I get out of this rotten situation? Sir, please teach me. Yao Qi said as he bowed. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "Old habits are hard to change. Either you start all over again, or there is a huge external force. Otherwise, with your own strength, there is no way to save it." Why is there no way to save it? Sir, please do not underestimate my determination. Even if I have to pay a huge price, I will save this situation. Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian wrote on the paper, "Because the fox demon race in Little Western Paradise is not a race given by the heavens. It is also not a race that was born naturally. It is a race that was forcefully created by a powerful species. From the moment it was born, it was the moment it was destroyed. The Naga race is the most extreme example. Yao Qi clenched his teeth and said, "Sir, do you think that there is an intelligent species in this world that will live forever?" "Humans," Yang Dingtian said. "At least in the foreseeable future, they will continue to live." Yao Qi said, "Why humans?" Yang Dingtian said, "Because they are too ordinary." Yao Qi was stunned. Then he fell silent. Others might not understand Yang Dingtian's words, but he was smart enough to understand. Yang Dingtian was speaking the truth. However, he was also hiding something. There was only one meaning in his words, and that was to let the demon foxes of the Little Western Paradise completely integrate into the human nations of the primal chaos realm, and let them also become popular. To put it more bluntly, he wanted to destroy all the powerful and rotten high-ranking fox demon race. He wanted the astronomical number of ordinary fox demon race to become the mainstream of Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian's secret was, of course, a poison that would destroy Little Western Paradise's martial arts. However, it was also the truth. It was also the truth that would allow Little Western Paradise to live forever. Sometimes poison could save people. But of course, Yang Dingtian wouldn't say it so clearly. However, Yao Qi said it very clearly. He said directly, "Sir, you want me to destroy all the high-ranking fox demon race and let the ordinary fox demon race become the rulers of Little Western Paradise. Then they will completely integrate into the human kingdom. Is that what you mean?" When he said that, his eyes were already cold and filled with murderous intent. He was indeed a king. He had just bowed down and kowtowed. Now he was filled with murderous intent. Yang Dingtian knew that he needed a perfect explanation. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. "That's what I mean, but that's also not what I mean," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh," Yao Qi said, "please enlighten me." Yang Dingtian wrote, "From a long-term perspective, that's what I mean. I want the high-ranking fox demon race to destroy themselves after completing their mission. I want the low-ranking fox demon race to become the mainstream of Little Western Paradise. However, this long-term plan will take at least hundreds or thousands of years. If I do it in the short term, it's no different from destroying my martial arts and committing suicide by taking poison." Yao Qi did not deny it. He said, "Is there no other way?" Yang Dingtian said, "If you only want a few thousand years of glory, of course there is a way. It's to walk the path of the Naga race, borrow from the humans, and give birth to a demigod race. Then they will completely rule over all the dimensions in the chaotic world. Then your fox demon race's power will exceed the limits of the chaotic world. Then there will be another great nirvana, which will lead to the complete destruction of the chaotic world." Yao Qi's eyes brightened. He said, "If that's the case, we will still have glory, right?" Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. The ambitious person in front of him had the mentality of a typical king, not an idealist. The instant glory of ruling over the world was what fascinated them the most. However, the longevity of civilization might not be what they really wanted. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Yes. However, it's a pity that the Naga race has already done this. No matter what, repeating the path of others is not an absolute glory." Suddenly, the light in Yao Qi's eyes dimmed. Then he laughed and said, "All right, talking to you is indeed better than studying for 10 years. I've learned a lot. Please rest, sir. I'll come again." Then he bade farewell and left. Yang Dingtian could not help but sigh. Because of the judgment of the people of Earth, he was recognized by Yao Qi's talent. However, he did not say anything about Yao Qi. Moreover, their ambitions and views were completely different. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot work together. Yao Qi still wanted to follow the path of the Naga race. She wanted to give birth to the demigod race and rule over the universe. Even if she wanted to be completely destroyed like the Naga race, she would not hesitate. Just like the saying, even if it was a shooting star that passed by in a flash, at least it had once burned and shone brightly. If this happened to a person, it was not bad. However, if it happened to a race, it would undoubtedly be an extremely terrifying thing. In the history of Earth, there were too many races that had risen brilliantly. They had almost conquered the entire world, or more than half of the world. However, their rise was quick and their fall was sudden. The Mongol Empire under Genghis Khan's lead had almost conquered half of the world in a short period of time. However, the entire empire had been destroyed in less than 100 years. Germany had almost fought against more than half of the world with its own power. Although it had lost in terms of strategy, it was extremely brilliant in terms of tactics. The burning thoughts of these races had not only destroyed themselves, but they had also created a huge disaster for the entire world. Once Yao Qi succeeded, the human countries would face an even more terrifying ending. It would be even more terrifying than the Great War of Extinction. Once the high-level fox race successfully gave birth to the demigod race. In addition to their almost endless lifespan, humans would not be their match. They would only face enslavement or destruction. Of course, they would also be destroyed. However, they would first destroy the entire world's civilization before destroying themselves. For example, after the Naga race had dominated the underwater world, they had almost destroyed all the underwater civilizations. They were the only one left. That was because they wanted to monopolize all the energy in the sea to make themselves stronger. That would lead to the great nirvana. In the pavilion at the highest point of the palace, Yao Nu II and Yao Qi were having a secret conversation. "What about Jiang Shang?" Yao Nu asked. Yao Qi said, "Different ideals, different paths." Yao Nu II said, "Then get rid of him." "I'll do it. I guarantee that it won't affect you at all. You can just blame it on the Silver Moon race. After all, Yao Li has already died in your hands. You can use Jiang Shang's death to get rid of the dissidents." Yao Qi said, "But this person is also my confidant. I haven't had such a good conversation with someone in a very long time. When he says something, I can understand the meaning behind it. When I say something, he can also understand what I mean. He's such a confidant and a great talent. It's a pity to kill him." Then Yao Qi said, "If he can be used by me, that would be great." Yao Nu II said, "That's what I thought back then. That's why I kept him. He's from the speechless race. He'll bring you great political prestige." Yao Qi was a little disappointed with his father-in-law's vision. He shook his head and said, "I don't care if he's from the speechless race. Try to get him. Either he'll be used by me, or I'll kill him." "How?" Yao Nu II asked. "Be my brother-in-law and betroth Jia to him," Yao Qi said. Yao Nu II said, "How can that be?" "Jia is going to marry you together with Yao Rao. She'll be your future imperial concubine." "No, although Jia is beautiful, if she can be exchanged for Jiang Shang, that's what I want." Yao Qi said, "Think of a way immediately. Even if you want Jia to climb into his bed now, it'll be worth it." Chapter 744. Jia was stunned when she heard her father's request. She was speechless. All the admiration she had for Yang Dingtian was fake. She was looking forward to marrying someone like Yao Qi. She was looking forward to marrying Yao Qi with her sister. She served Jiang Shang, the silent one, because of Yao Qi. Her sister, Yao Rao, gave her too much pressure. As the only female fox demon who had successfully borrowed a human seed and gave birth to a demigod's descendant, Jia felt that she had no chance of winning against her sister. In fact, Jia was the first one to get married to Yao Qi. Back then, Yao Qi tried to rope in the Shadow Spear clan to become the chairman. The marriage was decided by the greatest chairman in Little Western Paradise's history. He was also Yao Qi's teacher, the Eternal Pavilion. He came to Shadow Spear City to ask for Yao's, Wrath, the Second's hand. After that, the Shadow Spear clan supported Yao Qi to become the chairman. Not only that, but the Shadow Spear clan also roped in many close allies to support Yao Qi's election. If it were not for the Shadow Spear clan, Yao Qi would not have been elected. Jia was originally Yao Qi's only wife. However, there was a huge change. Some humans secretly reported to Yao Qi that Yao Rao had successfully borrowed a human seed and gave birth to a demigod's descendant. Not only that, but Yao Li had also received the news and went to the human kingdom to take Yao Rao back. Suddenly, Yao Qi felt that this was a huge opportunity. The opportunity to change the Western paradise was right in front of her. Therefore, he left the little Western paradise immediately and went to the human kingdom to take Yao Rao and the child away. Because of this, he did not hesitate to kill Yao Li, turning the Silver Moon clan, who had always been against him, into his mortal enemy. After that, Yao Rao also became the second wife that he was about to marry. No, Yao Rao was the first, and Jia was the second. Yao's Wrath II was very happy. He did not expect his daughter Yao Rao to successfully borrow a human seed. A few hundred years ago, thousands of the most outstanding female fox demon nobles went to borrow a human seed. However, none of them succeeded. All of them failed. Therefore, the entire fox demon clan gave up hope. They felt that it was impossible. Having lost their target, the fox demon clan became even more befuddled. But he had never thought that Yao Rao would actually succeed. What did this mean? Demon's Wrath II was very clear that this meant that his grandson was very likely to become the first emperor of Little Western Paradise, a true emperor. Hence, he had not invested much in supporting Yao Qi before. Now he was supporting Yao Qi with everything he had, because supporting Yao Qi was equivalent to supporting his grandson. Jia, on the other hand, was the one who suffered the most damage. Originally, she was Chairman Yao Qi's only wife, but later on, she had to be ranked after her sister. If that was the case, she would have accepted it. Now, she was actually asked to climb onto the bed of the Silent Clan's Jiangshang. She really could not accept it. On what basis? On what basis? Why am I the one being sacrificed? Jia and Yao Qi could be said to be like-minded. Many of their viewpoints coincided with each other. At the same time, Jia was a noblewoman with great ambition. Unlike the other fox nobles, she was not muddle-headed and befuddled. She also clearly saw the terrible situation that the Demon Fox clan was facing. Towards the Speechless clan, she was full of repulsion and even hostility. She felt that the Speechless clan's negative viewpoints would bring great harm to the entire Little Western Paradise. The reason why she served Jiangshang from the Speechless clan like a disciple was all for Yao Qi. She just wanted to build momentum for Yao Qi. Actually, she herself did not despise Jiangshang from the Speechless clan. She could only say that his viewpoints were completely different from hers. Hence, although she called herself a disciple, she did not ask Jiangshang from the Speechless clan any questions. Instead, she had those fox nobles come to worship her every day, and then she showed them her close relationship with Jiangshang. Not only was she building momentum for Yao Qi, but she was also building momentum for herself. Her identity as a disciple of the Speechless clan could bring glory to her identity. As the future wife of the chairman, this identity was also a golden signboard. In today's Little Western Paradise, martial arts could no longer dominate the order. Reputation was more important than martial arts. Hence, no matter which noble, they would do everything they could to increase their reputation. And this Jiangshang from the Speechless clan became the best tool. Hence, she spared no effort to flatter Jiangshang from the Speechless clan. It was all for Yao Qi. Soon, Jia forced herself to calm down. She said, "Father, why?" "Why?" Yao knew the second said, "This Speechless clan is overflowing with talent. Chairman Yao Qi wants to use him for himself." "What talent does the Speechless clan have? They only know how to hide from the world." "It's useless for governing the world," Jia said. Yao knew the second said, "Chairman Yao Qi said that Jiangshang and he are close friends. It's just that their viewpoints and paths are different." Jia said, Then it's also him who told me to climb onto Jiangshang's bed? Yes, Yao Nu the second said. Jia said, then I'll ask him myself. Jia came to Yao Qi's house. For the first time, she lifted her beautiful and elegant face and looked at Yao Qi. You know that I admire and adore you a lot? That I dislike the speechless clan? Yao Qi nodded. Jia said, I just want to confirm that you really want to marry me to Jiangshang? Yao Qi nodded. Yes. Why? Jia asked. Yao Qi said, he sees the danger of Little Western Paradise more clearly than I do. However, he's very biased against the Fox clan. He's even hostile. He wants to destroy the Fox clan. Jia said, if that's the case, why don't you kill him? Yao Qi said, as a king, I can't judge things based on likes and dislikes. If I don't like someone, I'll kill him. If I have a different view, I'll kill him. That's the most useless thing to do. To be able to make your enemy work for you, that's what a king should do. Jia said, is he worth it? Yao Qi said, first, his identity as the speechless clan is worth it, let alone his talent. Jia said, what do you want me to do? Seduce him? No. Yao Qi said, what's done can't be undone. Then propose marriage. Jia's face turned pale. She said with a trembling voice, You can bear to see me like this? I can, Yao Qi said expressionlessly. Jia's face was pale. She clenched her teeth and said, what if, even if I do it, he still won't cooperate? Then kill him, Yao Qi said. What about me? What about me? Jia's tears fell. Yao Qi said, if you can't marry him, then marry me. You don't care. I've been with him before. I'm a pure and flawless virgin, Jia said while holding back her tears. Yao Qi said, I don't care. Your sister, Yao Rao, gave birth to a human's child. I don't care. I'm even preparing to nurture that child to be my successor. We'll have many children in the future. All of them will assist their elder brother. Jia's tears finally gushed out. Yao Qi's actions were unquestionably shameless and despicable. He was willing to give his woman to someone else for one person. However, he was so magnanimous that no one could refute him. All right, since you're willing, then I'm willing too. Jia gritted her teeth and walked out. For half a day, Yang Dingtian's room was very quiet. Jia, who had been serving him meticulously as a disciple, had also disappeared. Yang Dingtian knew that Yao Qi had to make a choice again, kill him or find a way to tolerate him and use him in the end. Of course, if Yao Qi wanted to kill him, he wouldn't do it in the Shadow Spear clan's palace. He would kill him somewhere else and blame it on his enemy, such as the Silver Moon clan. It was funny. If Yang Dingtian wanted to find an ally against Yao Qi, he shouldn't have come to the Shadow Spear clan first. He should have gone to the Silver Moon clan. However, he instinctively thought that the Shadow Spear clan was Yao Rao's family and his father-in-law. They should have been a natural ally. Who would have thought that the Shadow Spear clan would be Yao Qi's most loyal supporter? Yao Li's Silver Moon clan was Yao Qi's most loyal enemy. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't really want to go to the Silver Moon clan anymore. At least, he didn't want to go for now. That was because he wanted to know more about Yao Qi. If he could influence him to change the strategy of the Little Western Paradise and save Yao Rao and her son, that would be the best ending. Of course, the best ending would be for Yao Qi to return Yao Rao and her son to him and form an alliance with him to fight against the evil ways. However, that ending was too dreamy. He shouldn't have too many fantasies. But at least Yang Dingtian wanted to try. At least he had to see Yao Rao and her son with his own eyes before he could do anything else. Now, Yang Dingtian had to continue guessing Yao Qi's intentions. Was he going to kill him or use him? Yang Dingtian felt that Yao Qi was definitely going to use him. Putting aside his talent, just his identity as a member of the speechless race was enough for Yao Qi to use a lot of effort to rope him in and use him. What kind of trick would Yao Qi use to win him over? Yang Dingtian racked his brains, trying to figure out what Yao Qi would do. Just then, the door opened. A stunning beauty, Jia, walked in. She was wearing a flesh-colored silk dress. It was loose but clingy. It accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her look very seductive. Yang Dingtian immediately understood. Yao Qi was going to use her beauty to trap him. He was really willing to go all out. Yang Dingtian knew that Jia was one of Yao Qi's fiancées. The charming sister-in-law, Jia, came to Yang Dingtian and said, "It's late. Sir, are you still awake?" Yang Dingtian said, "It's late. Why are you here, Miss Jia?" Jia said, "I'm here to serve you." Chapter 745. Not long after, Jia left. She didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Yang Dingtian got up from the ground and tried to pick up his clothes, only to find that they were torn to shreds. About 2 hours later, Jia came in again. She seemed to have taken a bath as her body was filled with the fragrance of flower petals. 2 maids followed behind her, carrying a steaming bathtub. "Jia, help you bathe." Since everything had happened, Yang Dingtian didn't argue anymore. He sat in the bathtub and let Jia help him bathe. He just lay in the hot water and closed his eyes, thinking about the situation in front of him. Even though she was from the speechless tribe, Yao Qi still wanted to rope in Yang Dingtian. Even if it was just a facade, it still had a high political value. Yao Qi's goal was very straightforward. She wanted to marry Jia to Jiangshang from the speechless tribe and completely use him. Of course, because they had different ideals and paths, she wouldn't take Yang Dingtian's suggestion. For a very long time, she was just a facade that he had kept for himself. Now, Yang Dingtian had to face the problem of whether to agree or not. If he agreed, it would go against the personality of the speechless tribe. But if he didn't, Yao Qi would definitely kill him. Most importantly, Yang Dingtian wanted to see Yao Rao and her son. Plus, it might be more convenient to hunt for the void-cracking fire by Yao Qi's side. "The speechless tribe's body is really strange," Jia suddenly said. Yang Dingtian looked down. It was indeed strange. First of all, compared to humans, his body seemed to be longer and flatter. Plus, there were natural patterns on his body. Some of the patterns even glowed. They were especially eye-catching in the dim light. Yang Dingtian looked at the patterns carefully and realized that they were mysterious. They were like special runes filled with special magic. The speechless tribe's body also looked like a human, but it seemed to be more seductive. Like the speechless tribe's face, it was between beautiful and seductive. "Sir, what do you plan to do next?" Jia asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head slightly and said, "What do you want to do?" Jia said, "If you reject Chairman Yao Qi, you will be killed. However, I can still marry Yao Qi." Yang Dingtian, "This is what you've been dreaming of, right?" "Yes." Jia said, "But if you could serve Her Excellency Yao Qi, that would be the result I want as well. That is why I'm in a dilemma right now." Yang Dingtian did not answer. Jia asked, "Mr. Jiangshang, will you refuse?" Yang Dingtian still did not answer. After the bath, Jia helped Yang Dingtian put on his clothes and said, "Please come with me. Her Excellency Yao Qi is waiting for you." Afterward, Jia brought Yang Dingtian to the main hall. It was the main hall where she met Yang Dingtian for the first time. The walls were filled with dozens of portraits. When Yang Dingtian entered, Yao Qi was standing under his portrait. The chairman can only serve 1 term, or at most 2. However, the chief of the 9 tribes can serve for life, and the position is hereditary. Yao Qi suddenly said, "That is why many people say that Little Western Paradise is actually the Little Western Paradise of the 9 tribes. The chairman is just a title. It's useless." Yang Dingtian did not answer. "Among the 9 tribes, 4 of them are against me. 2 of them see me as their enemy." Yao Qi said, "His Excellency Jiangshang, what do you think I should do?" Yang Dingtian remained silent. "Sometimes a rebellion is a good thing, right?" Yao Qi said, "The Little Western Paradise has been peaceful for too long. Martial arts has become the last trend, and the so-called art has become the mainstream. Countless people are trying to please the crowd. Countless people are being pretentious. Then Yao Qi turned around and said, "Mr. Jiangshang, would you like to return to Silver Dragon Sky City with me?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Sure." Jiangshang was stunned. Suspicion flashed in his eyes. He said, "Isn't it too easy for you to agree? I thought you would rather sacrifice your life than submit to force." Some people were just like that. They were naturally suspicious. Yang Dingtian did not answer him. Facing such a person, no answer would be able to dispel his suspicions. Moreover, he would not kill someone just because he was suspicious. Just like that, under the reluctance of countless nobles in Shadow Spear City, Jiangshang, the wise of the speechless tribe, accepted Yao Qi's invitation to visit Silver Dragon Sky City. Jia went with him as his disciple. On that day, hundreds of thousands of Shadow Spear City's nobles sent him off. After riding on the flying carriage for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally arrived at Silver Dragon Sky City, which was more than 10,000 miles away. This speed was not considered fast. Yang Dingtian realized that Little Western Paradise did not have a strict requirement for speed. Perhaps it was because they had too much time, so they did not feel any urgency about speed. After arriving at Silver Dragon Sky City, Yang Dingtian finally understood what a real city in the sky was. Originally, Shadow Spear City had already given him an incomparably huge impact. However, compared to Silver Dragon Sky City, it paled in comparison. Shadow Spear City was just gorgeous. It was also filled with fantasy colors. However, Silver Dragon Sky City was filled with the colors of science fiction. It was really a city floating in the sky. There were countless huge houses. Although they were still filled with an artistic atmosphere, their height was no less than the skyscrapers on Earth. They were obviously ancient houses made of stone, but they were almost as tall as modern skyscrapers. Rows upon rows of buildings and gorgeous halls merged perfectly, forming the style of Silver Dragon Sky City that was both dreamy and majestic. This city already had the colors of a huge metropolis. As far as the eye could see, it was almost endless. Even Zhongjing was only a fraction of the size of Silver Dragon Sky City. Silver Dragon Sky City was considered the capital of the entire Little Western Paradise. It did not belong to any of the 9 tribes. It was the city that truly belonged to the speaker. Every term of the speaker was officially in charge of this city. That was why he had such great power and could suppress the 9 tribes. However, the speaker was elected. Therefore, every master of Silver Dragon Sky City could only rule for 100 years at most, 200 years at most. In the huge floating square, Yang Dingtian, the Silent Tribe, received an unprecedented grand welcome. There were hundreds of thousands of Fox Tribe nobles who came to the square to welcome them. The Qilin cavalry of the Silver Dragon Guards came out in full force for the first time. They lined up in the square to welcome the arrival of Speaker Yao Qi and Jiangshang of the Silent Tribe. The Qilin cavalry only had less than 1,000 people, because the Qilin beast mounts were extremely rare. That's right, it was really a Qilin beast, although it was a little different from the Qilin in the legends on Earth. However, it seemed more majestic than the Qilin depicted on Earth. Every Qilin warrior was a disciple selected from the nobles of the Fox Tribe. They had the highest talent, the best looks, and the noblest bloodline. Therefore, the Qilin cavalry should be the most powerful army in Little Western Paradise. However, they never fought. Instead, they existed as a guard of honor. They were seen as the noblest army in Little Western Paradise. When Speaker Yao Qi and Jiangshang of the Silent Tribe walked out of the carriage, the entire square was in an uproar. All the nobles of the Fox Tribe in Little Western Paradise knew about the existence of the Silent Tribe. Everyone knew that the Silent Tribe had the noblest Silver Dragon bloodline. However, almost no one had seen the real Silent Tribe, because they were too reclusive. They were like immortals who avoided the world. They never stepped into the secular world. However, the more they were like that, the more the nobles of the Fox tribe worshipped them. Now, it was the first time the nobles of Silver Dragon Sky City had seen the real silent tribe. As expected, they were as noble and elegant as the legend said. They were filled with unparalleled wisdom. Yao, Qi, and Jiangshang of the silent tribe walked side by side on the long carpet. Countless nobles cheered along the way. An orchestra with thousands of people played majestic and luxurious music. Speaker Yao Qi accompanied Jiangshang of the silent tribe to inspect the noblest Qilin cavalry in Little Western Paradise. The entire carpet was almost 1,000 meters long. Because of Jiangshang from the Speechless clan, the 1,000-meter-long carpet gave Speaker Yao Qi a huge political reputation. Yang Dingtian thought that Yao Qi would give a public speech. Not only her, but also him. However, she didn't. After walking down the red carpet, Yao Qi just waved at the countless nobles. Then, the two of them boarded the open golden carriage and went to the heart of Little Western Paradise, the Silver Palace. The Silver Palace! It was the political core of Little Western Paradise. It was where every speaker worked and lived. It was like the White House in America, the Kremlin in Russia, and the Buckingham Palace in England. However, the size of the Silver Palace should be at least 10 times larger than the 3 palaces combined. It was as majestic as a mountain. It was a huge square that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yang Dingtian didn't know how many years it took the Fox tribe to build the Silver Palace. He even felt a sense of absurdity. No matter how tall the Fox tribe was, they couldn't be more than 2 meters tall. However, the main hall of the Silver Palace was dozens of meters tall. Anyone who entered the palace, including the Fox tribe, would feel extremely small. Then, Yang Dingtian understood. These palaces weren't man-made. They were built for the god of Little Western Paradise, the totem of Little Western Paradise, the fallen silver dragon. Because in the entire Silver Palace, whether it was the square or the main hall, the statues of the fallen silver dragon were everywhere. Some were dozens of meters tall, while others were hundreds of meters tall. Perhaps they didn't want the fallen silver dragon to feel cramped. That was why the main hall was so huge and majestic. After entering the Silver Palace, Yang Dingtian was immediately protected, or rather, he was put under house arrest. He stayed in one of the palaces by himself. In the 5-story palace, there were over 100 beautiful maids, a few hundred formidable warriors, and a few hundred servants of all kinds. They were all serving Yang Dingtian alone. For a few hours, Yang Dingtian stayed in the palace. No one could talk to him or communicate with him. This was because Yao Qi had ordered that anyone who talked to Jiangshang would be killed. Jiangshang didn't appear. Jia didn't appear either. Yang Dingtian had followed Yao Qi to Silver Dragon Sky City. He wanted to see Yao Rao and her son as soon as possible. However, things weren't that simple. This group of palaces was much bigger than Yang Dingtian had imagined. It was also much more heavily guarded. Yang Dingtian didn't even know if Yao Rao and her son were in the palace. Although he desperately wanted to see Yao Rao and her son, he couldn't act rashly. This place was far more dangerous than he had imagined. But what he didn't expect was that Yao Qi would use every possible method to pull Yang Dingtian to her side and bring him to Silver Dragon Sky City, even if she had to sacrifice her fiancé. After he succeeded, he put Yang Dingtian under house arrest in the palace. He didn't ask about Yang Dingtian at all for a few days. It was as if he had completely forgotten about the silent tribe. He didn't want Yang Dingtian to be worshipped by all the nobles like Jia. He didn't hold any banquets. Apart from the appearance at the square, he didn't let Yang Dingtian appear in public again. Mr. President, you've paid such a huge price to get Jiangshang. Why don't you use him? Jia asked. What do I use him for? Yao Qi used a quill pen to deal with official business quickly. Do I use him to buy people's hearts? Do I use him to build up my political reputation? Isn't that too much of a waste? Then what do you want him to do? Jia asked. Yao Qi said, I invited him to the Silver Palace. He agreed too easily. That's not normal. I want to immerse myself for a while and let some truth surface. Then, I'll think of a way to make him useful again. Jia said. But now the nobles are very enthusiastic about meeting Mr. Jiangshang. In the past few days, your support rate has been increasing rapidly. I think it's not a good idea to keep him under house arrest. There's a need to hold a huge banquet for him. Yes, we'll talk about it again, Yao Qi said. All right, is your sister still not cooperating? Yes, not cooperating at all. Jia said she doesn't want to be your wife. Once she shows up, she'll tell the truth that you took her by force. Arrange for her to meet Jiangshang. Then, observe him secretly, Yao Qi said. Are you suspecting something? Jia asked. Nothing, just observing. Yao Qi said go. Yes, Jia said. Then she turned around and left. She went to the palace where Yang Dingtian was. After Jia left, Yao Qi's confidant came forward and said, Mr. President, Wu Yu sent an envoy to the Sea of Spirits. The human, Dongli, came with him. Dongli? Yao Qi said, the Dongli who told us about Yao Rao's secret of giving birth. Yes, that Dongli. The Dongli who wants to cooperate with us. The confidant said. Yao Qi said, invite them in. Yes. Instantly, Wu Yu's envoy and Dongli from the Sea of Spirits entered the fallen hall of the Silver Palace to meet Yao Qi. At the same time, Jia came to Yang Dingtian and said, let's go. I'll bring you to meet someone. Chapter 746. Who? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia said, you'll know when you see him. Then, she turned around and walked out. Even though the two of them had extraordinarily close contact, the relationship between the two of them had fallen into an even stranger state. Previously, Jia still treated him as a disciple and took care of him meticulously. Now, there was no need for formalities and hypocrisy. The relationship between the two of them suddenly became cold and unfamiliar. They walked through a long square and passed by a magnificent and huge bridge. Finally, they arrived at a magnificent courtyard. This courtyard was filled with beautiful red leaves. At this moment, they were fluttering in the wind and were extremely beautiful. Pushing open the magnificent crystal door, they entered a dreamy palace. That was because a considerable portion of the palace was open air. Red leaves were planted everywhere in the palace, including the roof. Yang Dingtian immediately saw the two figures that had captivated his dreams. Yao Rao was wearing a snow-white light fur coat and holding the beautiful baby Yang Yi. She was painting in front of a drawing board. Her small hand was holding Yang Yi's smaller hand as she painted. She was painting a formal Yang Dingtian. As she painted, she said sweetly, "Hey, these are Daddy's eyes. Daddy's eyes look honest, but they're actually dishonest. On your daddy's face, only this pair of eyes can still be seen." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled, as if he was struck by an electric current. His whole body went numb. He and Yao Rao couldn't be said to be in true love. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a man and a woman in ancient times who got married with a child. It couldn't be said to be love, but it could be said to be a lover. Lover, family, a casual word from her could tug at your heartstrings. After leaving Yang Yi, Yao Rao had completely transformed into her human form. Otherwise, she would still have some changes when she returned to Little Western Paradise. But the current Yao Rao was almost no different from the Yao Rao in Cloud Sky City. On the contrary, Yang Yi had some changes. His little ears had become cuter. Originally, his ears were very close to a fox's, but now they were closer to a human. Also, his little face was slightly longer than in Cloud Sky City. His eyes were brighter, and there was even a colorful world in his pupils. In short, in the human countries, Yang Yi only looked very, very beautiful. However, in Little Western Paradise, people could tell that he was different at a glance. He even had a very special aura around him, which made people feel a sense of tranquility and longing as soon as they got close to him. Come, Bao Bao, the other eye Bao Bao will draw. Yao Rao said. Yang Yi took the brush and began to draw Yang Dingtian's other eye. He didn't draw quickly, but he didn't stop or think too much. Instead, he drew very naturally and smoothly. Then not only Yang Dingtian was stunned, even Yao Rao was also stunned, because Yang Yihua's eyes were full of details. What she captured was one of Yang Dingtian's expressions. What was Yang Dingtian doing at that time? Oh, right, he was praising Yang Yichen. Yang Yichen had become very sensitive because of his father's death. He was also very eager to be protected and cherished by others. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was never stingy with his praise and attention. He would listen carefully to what he said and then give the most sincere and beautiful answer. The time Yang Dingtian spent with the children was very short, but as long as they were together, he was willing to work hard to let the children feel his love. And this scene obviously left a deep impression on Bao Bao, so he naturally drew it. He, who was less than 2 years old, even had a kind of photographic memory. He remembered many details more clearly than his mother, Yao Rao. Therefore, with the cooperation of the mother and son, a vivid and lifelike Yang Dingtian appeared in front of them. Bao Bao is so good, so awesome. Yao Rao kissed Yang Yi and then said, after drawing Dad, let's draw Grandma, Mom Yan Yan, Brother Yang Li, Brother Yang Yichen, Sister Ning Ning, Sister Yang Qin, okay? Let's draw everyone in the family, right? Yang Yi was still drawing seriously, with a sweet smile on his little face, and then nodded vigorously. Sister, Jia shouted. Yao Rao seemed to have just noticed that someone was coming. Then she hugged Yang Yi and said, Bao Bao, call Auntie. Yang Yi turned his little face and shouted, Auntie. Then his eyes fell on Yang Dingtian's face, and suddenly he was stunned. Then he stopped drawing and just looked at him with big bright eyes, as if he was looking for some kind of special feeling. At this time, Yao Rao looked at Yang Dingtian for the first time, and she was also slightly stunned. Yang Dingtian himself, a very, very close person, could still find traces of Yang Dingtian from the outline of his face, but it was definitely a very, very close person. But Yang Dingtian's current changes were astonishing. A face that was completely different from a human's. Even the structure of his body had changed, and his height was almost 2 meters. Especially his eyes, whether it was the pupils or the eyebrows, they were already very different from a human's. Sister, this is the sage of the speechless clan, Mr. Jiangshang, Jia said. Of course, he is also my fiancé. Yao Rao was even more stunned, looking up and down at Yang Dingtian for a long time. She did not sniff lightly, but Yang Dingtian knew that she was sniffing the special aura of Yang Dingtian. The Demon Fox clan was very, very sensitive to the special aura of the dark, profound flame on Yang Dingtian's body. But after giving birth to Yang Yi, all the special energy of the Demon Fox clan in Yao Rao's body seemed to have completely disappeared. She was just like a complete human woman. Therefore, when she was together with Yang Dingtian, it was entirely due to her human emotions. She was already unfamiliar with the dark energy in his body and had become dull. So, Yao Rao could no longer sniff the aura of the dark, profound flame in Yang Dingtian's body. Her eyes stared at Yang Dingtian's face for a long time. Then she said to Jia, Are you sure? He is your fiancé. I am sure, Jia said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian opened his arms towards Yang Yi, asking for a hug. Yao Rao's eyes locked, but baby Yang Yi took the initiative to open his arms, which made her stunned. Yang Dingtian hugged Yang Yi in his arms, greedily sniffing the milky fragrance on his body and his soft body. When he was in Cloud Sky City, because he had to hug Yang Qin, he did not hug Yang Yi much. Now that he was hugging him in his arms, he actually felt as if the whole world was in his arms. Yang Dingtian's special aura made Yang Dingtian feel as if he was incomparably powerful in an instant. This was a very mysterious feeling. Hugging one's own child and one's own wife made one feel powerful, because only when he was powerful could he protect them. Of course, he could not hug his wife now. In fact, he should not hug Yang Yi baby, as it would be very easy for Jia to see through him. But this did not matter. The actions of the speechless clan sage could be explained, and even did not need to be explained. At this moment, Yang Dingtian baby was being hugged in his arms. His arms were around Yang Dingtian's neck, and his little hand was gently writing on his back. Daddy. That's right, it was the Chinese character for Daddy. Yang Dingtian's heart felt as if a 10,000-pound boulder had been thrown into his heart. When he was with the babies, he would occasionally teach them how to write Chinese characters. He was prepared to only teach this language to his own children. But unfortunately, he had only taught a few words before leaving in a hurry. And now, Yang E baby was writing the Chinese character for Daddy on his back. Yang E actually recognized him. He actually recognized him. Yang Dingtian's shock was completely indescribable. How was this possible? Yang E baby was only a little more than a year old, and he had undergone a huge change from head to toe, from inside to outside. How could he still recognize him? In another kind of grand hall, Dong Li and the Nether Sea emissary came to visit Speaker Yao Qi. Dong Li, the adopted son of His Majesty the Demon King Wen Tian, the Prime Minister of the Naga Empire, greets the great speaker. Dong Li came in and bowed. Hua Li, the Lord of the Nether Sea, greets the great speaker. Behind him was a woman with a veil over her face. She was dressed in mermaid attire. She was graceful and graceful as she bowed. Please sit. Yao Qi didn't stand up. He didn't want to pretend to be a human. After sitting down, Yao Qi said, Thank you, Dong Li, for telling me about my wife Yao Rao. This is what I should do, Dong Li said. It's my honor to be able to help the great speaker. Yao Qi said, Then what is the purpose of your visit, Dong Li? Dong Li said, Do you know that many years ago Little Western Paradise sent thousands of female foxes to the human countries? But Yao Rao is the only one who succeeded in borrowing seeds. Do you know why, speaker? Yao Qi said, Because of Yang Dingtian's uniqueness. No, Dong Li said, Maybe Yang Dingtian is special, but that's not the reason why he succeeded in making the female foxes pregnant. We already know the real reason, and I can do it too. I can also make countless female foxes pregnant. Oh, Yao Qi's eyes trembled. Dong Li said, Think about it. If you have a large group of descendants of demigods, then the entire Little Western Paradise will become your empire in the future. The 9 great tribes and the tribal council would cease to exist. You will create a great empire, and you will become the only master of the empire. Your throne will be monopolized for hundreds or thousands of years. Yao Qi's face turned red. That's a very tempting prospect. Then, what does Mr. Dong Li want from me? Dong Li said 2 things. First, the void-splitting fire. Second, the alliance between Little Western Paradise and the Temple of Annihilation. Alliance? Is there a need for that? Yao Qi said. Plus, who is the alliance against? It can't be the human Yang Dingtian's Council of Light, right? Yang Dingtian? He's not worth mentioning. Dong Li said, This is the greatest and strongest alliance in the world. The descendants of the Northern Naga, the powerful Naga Empire. The underworld empire with thousands of saint-level experts in the southwest Nether Realm. Plus, the Little Western Paradise with thousands of years of history and the bloodline of the great fallen Silver Dragon. Oh, maybe it will become the Silver Dragon Empire in the future, and the evil demon empire that will rule the entire human world. The 4 strongest empires in the history of the world will form a great alliance. Yao Qi's eyes narrowed. She said, Then who is the enemy of this great alliance? The god of chaos. Dong Li said, He controls the fate of the entire world. No one knows of his existence, but he is the omnipresent god of chaos. As long as we defeat him, we will defeat the fate that God has given us. We will be able to dominate the universe. Even if we leave the chaotic world, our empire will be able to conquer the sea of stars. Yao Qi took a deep breath and said, What a great fantasy! But I want to ask, I know about the existence of the god of chaos and how he mercilessly manipulates all of us. But where is he? A war where we don't even know where the enemy is meaningless. Dongli said, I, the Almighty Demon King, already know where God is. He is also the only person in the world who knows where the God of Chaos is. In order to defeat the God of Chaos, he even purposely lost the War of Destruction 200 years ago. Oh, Yao Qi laughed. So, in the War of Destruction 200 years ago, Lord Wentian purposely lost it. Of course. Dongli said, otherwise, with the void Piaoling, how could he defeat the Demon King Wentian? And now, the void Piaoling has become our equally great Devil Queen. Then why? Yao Qi said, why did Lord Wentian purposely lose 200 years ago? He is waiting for someone, Dongli said. Who? Yao Qi asked. The god spokesperson, Yongding Tian, Dongli said. Oh. Yao Qi smiled and said, that's funny. You said that he wasn't worth mentioning. Why is he so important now? Of course, he is not worth mentioning. Even the god spokesperson is not worth mentioning, Dongli said. However, he is indeed a chess piece that connects everyone together. Without his appearance, the countless experts of the Underworld Empire would not be able to leave this plane. Without him, the demigod descendant of the demonic fox race would not be born. Without him, the demigod descendant of the Naga Empire would not be born. In short, he is the crucial chess piece that allowed our great alliance to defeat God. Now, this chess piece's mission has ended, so he can die. Yao Qi smiled and said, Your Excellency Dong, Li's words are very inspiring. Then, as you said, if you want the demigod descendant of the demonic fox race to be born, the void-splitting fire is a prerequisite, right? Of course, Dongli said. Yao Qi smiled. Then why should I give up what is near and seek what is far away? Why don't I cooperate with Yang Dingtian directly? A great empire looking for a weak alliance might be wiser. Dongli said, but this is impossible, right? You stole Yang Dingtian's wife and son. You have a deep hatred for him. Moreover, you killed so many people in Cloud Sky City. It doesn't seem like you want to cooperate with him. Yao Qi said, Sir Dongli, haven't you heard of a saying? As the saying goes, if you fight for unity, then the unity will survive. If you compromise for unity, then the unity will perish. Dongli said, I understand what you mean. You want him to be afraid first, and then compromise. But you don't understand Yang Dingtian at all. He will never give in. He won't even be afraid. When he was very weak, he didn't even learn to be afraid, let alone now. That's not necessarily true. From what I know, he cares about his family and son very much, Yao Qi said calmly. Yao Qi said indifferently, therefore I feel that there is still a lot of room for me to cooperate with Yang Dingtian. Perhaps I need to go to Cloud Sky City again and invite Yang Dingtian's wife or son to visit the Silver Palace. This Yao Qi was truly unscrupulous. Yang Dingtian truly didn't expect that he still had plans to kidnap his children. Dongli said, If Yang Dingtian is beside you now, what do you think you should do? Yao Qi said, Destroy all of his cultivation, including his brain. Leave only the part of him that is useful as a stud horse. Dongli said, What if he successfully deceived you and slept with your ex-fiancée? Moreover, at this moment he is lurking beside you, intending to steal Yaorao and her child as well. Yao Qi's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Dongli said, Yang Dingtian has disappeared from Cloud Sky City and is not in Zhongjing. Coincidentally, there is a Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan in Little Western Paradise. Don't you find it strange? Yao Qi said, You mean that Jiang Shang is Yang Dingtian in disguise? Dongli said, This person is very cunning. Anything is possible. Yao Qi said, But no one can impersonate the Speechless clan. Dongli said, But how many people have really seen the Speechless clan? Even you have not seen one, right? I know that your teacher has seen one before, but he has already left the world and no one knows where he is. So, almost no one has really seen the Speechless clan. They just naturally thought that an impersonator is from the Speechless clan, right? Yao Qi frowned and did not speak. Dongli continued, I would like to ask if Jiang Shang is Yang Dingtian, what are you going to do? Then, he has angered a king. That is unforgivable. Yao Qi said calmly, I will kill him and control Yao Rao to kill him personally. Killing him in front of Yang Yi is the cruelest way for him to die. Dongli smiled. That's great. I have brought someone who is very familiar with Yang Dingtian. Even if he turns into ashes, he will recognize him. He is his mortal enemy. Can I let them in? Of course, Yao Qi said. Then, the two figures walked into the incomparably magnificent hall. Yang Zheng and the undying cockroach, Shimenju, who was even more stubborn than a cockroach. Yang Zheng, the true successor of Cloud Sky City, Shimin Yanyan's fiancé, Yang Zheng, greets the chairman. Shimenju, the adopted son of Shimen Wuya, greets the chairman. As expected, they are very close. Yao Qi waved her hand and said, Men, invite Lord Jiangshang from the Speechless clan into the hall. Yes. Two fox demon experts flashed and disappeared behind the hall. Chapter 747. Yang Dingtian was still in shock. Baby Yang, he was only a little more than a year old. How did he recognize him? Jia said, It's really strange. Baby Yang, he never let anyone hug him, not even me and Dad. Now he's actually willing to let Mr. Jiang Shang hug him. Yang Dingtian ignored her and just gently looked at Yang Yi's little face. He really changed a lot. He didn't look like a human anymore, but he couldn't tell what was different. In short, he felt that, in terms of temperament and even the aesthetic outline of his face, there was a difference from a human. But he was really very beautiful. It was the kind of beauty that a human face couldn't achieve. At this time, two demon fox experts appeared outside the courtyard and said, The chairman invites Mr. Jiangshang to the conference hall. Yang Dingtian nodded and then returned Yang Yi to Yao Rao. He smiled and nodded, then turned and left. Jia immediately smiled at Yang Yi and said, Baby, tell Auntie, why are you willing to let Uncle Jiangshang hug you? It's comfortable, Yang Yi said cutely, and then continued to pick up the brush to paint. Jia was stunned. Could it be that the Speechless clan really had a very charming and comfortable aura? Yang Dingtian was brought to the conference hall by the two demon fox experts. He first saw his old acquaintance Dongli. Then he saw the even more familiar Yang Zheng, and finally he saw the most familiar Shimenju. Wow! This Shimenju, he had almost completely forgotten about him. He didn't expect him to still appear. How many people had he followed? Qin Xiaobai and Yang Yan, then Yang Zheng, then Qin Qiqi, then Ning Wuming, then Zhu Qingzhu, and finally Wu Yuming. Now he actually followed Dongli. Of course, this didn't mean anything. The key was that everyone he followed was destroyed by the other party. Until now, Dongli still dared to take him in. He was really very brave. The moment Yang Dingtian appeared, Dongli and the other two's gazes immediately shot over like lightning. Then, Dongli couldn't help but be stunned. Almost half a year ago, the Netherworld Sea had sealed off the entire Forbidden Continent Sea area, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Later on, he did not react to Wu Yoming's defeat. Obviously, from then on, Wu Yu's focus was no longer on Wu Yuming, but somewhere else. Perhaps it was the Little Western Paradise. This was the second time that Dongli had entered the Little Western Paradise. Every time, he had followed the emissary of the Sea of Hades. Last time, Princess Mudan found Yao Li and sought an alliance. On the other hand, Dongli was looking for Yao Qi, who was even stronger. Not only that, but he also told Yao Qi the secret of Yao Rao giving birth. The last time he had interacted with Yao Qi, it had only been a short test. This time, they were going to form an alliance for real. Moreover, he wanted to get the space-splitting fire through Yao Qi. When Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan swept the entire Little Western Paradise, he instinctively thought that Yang Dingtian was stirring up trouble. Then he immediately returned to the human countries to search for Yang Dingtian's whereabouts. He realized that Yang Dingtian wasn't in Cloud Sky City, nor was he in Zhongjing. He was sure that he wasn't even in the human countries. Therefore, he was sure that this Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan who had suddenly appeared was Yang Dingtian in disguise. His purpose was to save Yao Rao and her son, as well as the space-splitting fire. However, when he saw this Jiang Shang, he couldn't help but be shocked. If it was really Yang Dingtian in disguise, then it might not be too real. Of course, Dongli had never seen the Speechless clan before. However, he felt that the Speechless clan at most looked like a weird human. However, when he saw Jiang Shang for real, if the Speechless clan really existed, they would definitely look like this. That was because he was too different from a human. Although he had eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, his proportions were different from a human's. It was another kind of special proportion. Therefore, it formed a very weird aesthetic picture. His face was pretty, but it was very weird. Almost immediately, one could tell that he wasn't a human, especially his aura and actions. Yao Qi said, "Mr. Jiang Shang, this Dongli from the human countries said that you're not the real Speechless clan. Instead, you're Yang Dingtian in disguise. What do you think?" "Yang Dingtian? I'm very interested in him," Yang Dingtian said. "My human friend, if you have time, tell me everything about Yang Dingtian." At that moment, Yang Dingtian was speaking the human chaotic language. Moreover, he was much more fluent. Yao Qi couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Dingtian was doing the opposite. "Didn't you suspect that I was a human in disguise? Then I might as well speak the human language very fluently." However, the strange thing was that Yang Dingtian's fluency was like a foreigner who had never lived in China. He learned Chinese very well and spoke it very fluently. However, there was something weird about it. Yao Qi said, "Mr. Jiang Shang, you speak the human language much more fluently than the Fox clan's language." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm very interested in humans. Actually, I plan to visit the human countries in the near future, especially this Yang Dingtian." "Why? Are you very familiar with Yang Dingtian?" Yao Qi asked. "No, I heard his name from the president. He said that he's the master of the human countries." Yang Dingtian said, "And I've always said that humans will become a race that will survive in this world. Therefore, I plan to spend the rest of my time in the human countries." "What do you want to do in the human countries?" Yao Qi asked. "Observe." Yang Dingtian said, "If I feel that I've observed enough, I'll try my best to help, even though I might not be able to." Yao Qi's face twitched. "You'd rather help humans than the Fox clan?" Yang Dingtian fell silent. He wanted to provoke this rebellious mentality and dilute Yao Qi's suspicion. Therefore, he gained the upper hand by showing his strength. Subsequently, he persevered and followed up with another attack. He asked Dongli, "This human friend, you said that I am Yang Dingtian's impersonator. Why is that?" Dongli's gaze trembled. He smiled faintly and said, "My people will know if you're a fake or not." Then he waved his hand and said, "Yang Zheng Shiminju, you said that even if Yang Dingtian turned into ashes, you'd still recognize him. Come and take a look." Yang Dingtian opened his arms slightly and stood there without moving. Yang Zheng and Shimin Ju walked forward and approached Yang Dingtian's face to check carefully. Yang Zheng checked Yang Dingtian's body, while Shimin Ju checked his face and eyes, especially his eyes. However, Yang Dingtian was wearing clothes, and it was hard to see. Yang Zheng couldn't help but look at Dongli. Before Dongli could say anything, Yang Dingtian took off his clothes and left only a pair of shorts on, revealing his entire body. Immediately, Yang Zheng jumped in fright. This was not a human's body at all. How could a human's body be so long and flat? Moreover, the most shocking thing was that his toes were webbed when they were spread open. That was nothing. There were many natural runes on his body. Not only were they glowing faintly, but they were also semi-transparent. Even his internal organs could be vaguely seen. Yang Zheng immediately held his breath. How could this be Yang Dingtian? This was not even a human. How could he be a fake? Yang Dingtian's martial arts were awesome. Even if he could change his appearance and body, he couldn't possibly change his race. Shimin Ju stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes and pupils. He believed that a person could change his appearance, but he definitely couldn't change his eyes. But the strange thing was that these were not human eyes and pupils. Upon closer inspection, the structure of this pair of eyes was completely different from a human's. It was much deeper and much more complicated. Then, Shimin Ju closed his eyes to feel and smell Yang Dingtian's aura. That's right. Yang Dingtian's body had a very special aura. It was because of the 9 Yang mystic meridians. That vigorous feeling of firepower was very subtle. Only those who were very attentive would be able to feel it. Yang Zheng firmly believed that even if the eyes could be changed, the mystic meridians couldn't be changed. Then he felt a complete truth. Not only was this not Yang Dingtian's aura, it wasn't a human's aura at all. A human's aura couldn't be so slow and long. Moreover, it had an extremely special energy aura. How is it? Dongli looked at the two of them. Yang Zheng shook his head and said, "Impossible. This Mr. Jiangshang is not a human at all. Even the structure of his body is completely different." Shimin Ju said, "I think so too. Not only are his eyes and pupils different, even his bloodline and aura aren't human at all." Dongli's expression changed drastically. How could it not be? Of course, he didn't have any proof, but he trusted his intuition completely. This must be Yang Dingtian's disguise. How could it not be? Yao Qi's expression suddenly turned cold. "Mr. Dongli, do you know what kind of status this Mr. Jiangshang has in Little Western Paradise?" Dongli's expression changed. Yao Qi said, "He's respected by millions in Little Western Paradise. His reputation far surpasses mine. Now you dare to slander him. How should you be punished?" Dongli said, "Mr. Speaker, am I going to be punished for my words?" Yao Qi said calmly, "It's fine if you offend me, but if you offend the Honorable Mr. Jiangshang, you'll be in trouble." Dongli said, "Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about today is the alliance." "Alliance? What alliance?" Yao Qi said, "What I'm talking about now is how to punish you for offending Mr. Jiangshang." Dongli turned and stared at Yang Dingtian. "I don't know how you did it, but I know that you're Yang Dingtian's disguise. I trust my intuition completely." "Mr. Dongli, do you want to die?" Yao Qi said coldly, "Men break these humans' limbs and chase them out of Little Western Paradise." "Wait." Suddenly, Jia walked out and looked at Dongli and Yang Dingtian. "Mr. Dongli, are you sure that he's Yang Dingtian?" "I'm sure," Dongli said. "I trust my intuition completely." "All right, I'll give you one last chance to prove it to us," Jia said. Then she looked at Yang Dingtian and said softly, "Mr. Jiangshang, of course I should call you my future husband. I think this is very important to both of us, right? I can't marry a human who I don't know anything about." Yao Qi's expression turned cold. "Jia, I think it's unwise for you to appear now." "Mr. Speaker, there's something I must tell you," Jia said. "Your future successor, Yang Yi, doesn't allow anyone to hug him, including you and me. However, he let Mr. Jiangshang hug him just now." "Oh, is that so?" Yao Qi said. Jia looked at Dongli and said, "Mr. Human, you must know that you only have one chance. Tell me, how do you plan to prove that he's Yang Dingtian?" Dongli turned his face and looked at Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, I can't help but admire you. Not only can you change your face, you can even change your body structure and race. I'm really suspicious. What did Yao Li give you?" Yang Dingtian's eyes shrank as he looked at Dongli and asked, "You have enmity towards me?" "No, it's not hostile. I just want to expose your tricks." Dongli sneered. "You may think that you're foolproof and flawless. However, you still have the biggest flaw. Do you know what it is?" Yang Dingtian ignored him. "Darkness, mystic flame." Dongli sneered. the darkness, mystic flame in your body. You can change your face and your body, but you can't change your darkness, mystic flame. Then he took out an energy jade box. After opening it, there was a small, dark crystal floating inside. It was almost invisible to the naked eye. Dongli sneered, "Your darkness, mystic flame loves to devour the dark crystal. Anyone, any living thing, as long as they consume the dark crystal, their energy will be devoured crazily. Their body will shrivel, and it will be a horrible sight. Only you will be fine after consuming the dark crystal, because you have the darkness, mystic flame in your body." Then Dongli passed the dark crystal to Yang Dingtian and said, "Swallow this dark crystal, and you'll be able to reveal your true face. Swallow it." Yao Qi suddenly said coldly, "Your Excellency Dongli, there's something wrong with your logic. You said it yourself. No race can withstand the devouring of the dark crystal. If Jiangshang isn't Yang Dingtian, wouldn't little Western Paradise lose an eternal wise man?" Dongli said, "Your Excellency, this dark crystal is very small. If he isn't Yang Dingtian and is the real Jiangshang from the Speechless clan, he won't die. Then it won't take his life. It will only cause his cultivation to deteriorate and his body to shrivel. I think that the greatest contribution of the Speechless clan is their wisdom. As for cultivation, that's not important." Dongli's words were undoubtedly heart-wrenching. Yao Qi immediately looked at Jia and said, "Jia, he's your future husband. It's up to you to decide. Can you decide a husband whose cultivation deteriorates?" Jia said, "It doesn't matter. As long as he still has his wisdom, I think it's more important for him to prove himself." As soon as she said that, the entire hall suddenly turned cold. Then Dongli placed the dark crystal beside Yang Dingtian's mouth and said, "Please." Chapter 748. Yang Dingtian did not look at Dongli. Instead, he looked at Jia. He suddenly understood the effect of a long period of time on an intelligent life. High-level fox demon, nobles, all had long lives. However, if they used their long lives to cultivate, then they would be no different from Earth. Because of the long period of cultivation, perhaps decades or even centuries would pass in the blink of an eye. Just like Yarao, although she was already 1,000 years old, her thinking was no different from a human woman in her 20s or 30s. This was because when she was in the Little Western Paradise, she was like Yaoli. She spent a large amount of time on cultivation. Perhaps the longest period of time she had spent in the human world was the few decades she spent in the human world. Over the past few decades, the aimless journey of borrowing seeds had exhausted her spirit, causing her original ambition to almost disappear. The dream of giving birth to the demigod race, the dream of turning the demon fox race into another Naga race had almost disappeared. Therefore, when she was imprisoned, she was very quiet. She did not think of any way to resist. She did not even try to tempt the young Yen Yen to let her out. This was because there was no difference between staying in the energy prison and staying outside. Later, when she successfully gave birth to a life with Yang Dingtian, she was very excited. The dream that had faded away was reignited. She wanted to give birth to the demigod clan and let the fox demon clan dominate the world. However, with the birth of her son, these thoughts were all gone. All that was left was her innate maternal instinct, only complete and strong maternal love. She had completely become a good wife and mother. The Little Western Paradise had become a terrifying place for her. She had completely treated Cloud Sky City as her home. As for Yang Dingtian, rather than a lover, it was better to call him the father of her child. However, this did not matter. As long as Yang Dingtian did not betray his responsibility as a father and husband, Yao Rao would always treat Yang Dingtian as her husband and her love. However, Jia was completely different. She was more talented, so she only used half of her time to cultivate. The remaining half of her time was used to think, socialize, and improve her knowledge and self-cultivation. Therefore, the long period of a few hundred years had become extremely terrifying. She must have struggled, reflected, and suffered. Her intelligence prevented her from falling like the other demon fox nobles. Thus, as time passed, she became completely heartless. It was said that a night as husband and wife meant endless devotion for the rest of their lives. Logically speaking, she had an intimate relationship with Yang Dingtian, so she would more or less have some sentimental attachment to him. However, she didn't care about Yang Dingtian's life or death at all. Turtles can live for thousands of years because they almost don't think and don't move. As for intelligent life forms, such as human-like intelligent life forms, if they had a lifespan of thousands of years, the only outcome would probably be complete collapse and destruction. In the past, the demon fox aristocrats had all cultivated in order to dominate the world. Countless female foxes had offered themselves to the humans for the sake of their great cause. However, due to the complete failure of the borrowed seed and 100 years of Yongshi painting, the martial art civilization had been castrated and turned to the illusory art civilization. Thus, the little Western paradise began to show signs of collapse. In other words, the entire little Western paradise was collapsing. Among them, perhaps they were ambitious or wise. When Yao Qi and the others discovered all of this, they were anxious and wanted to turn things around. Jia, on the other hand, happened to be his kindred spirit. What? You don't dare to? Are you afraid of showing your true form? Dongli sneered. That's right. The silver dragon bloodline had changed Yang Dingtian's body structure, changed his face, and even changed his race in the little Western paradise. However, it couldn't change the dark mystic flame because the dark mystic flame seemed to be of a higher level. Therefore, using the darkness crystal to make Yang Dingtian appear was practically the best method, and it was also the only method. Then, did Yang Dingtian have the ability to stop all of this? No, he didn't. Dongli, who was in front of him, had the same cultivation as Yu Ming. Jia's cultivation was about the same as Yao Li's. Of course, she might be slightly weaker. As for Yao Qi, she might be more powerful than Yao Li, Jia, and Dongli combined. Therefore, if he consumed the dark crystal, he would show himself. If he didn't consume the dark crystal, he would be exposed in advance. What about running away? Of course, that was one way. Unfortunately, in order not to arouse suspicion, Yang Dingtian had already put the demonic spirit mist cloak into the space ring because it wasn't an invisibility cloak. Yang Dingtian had a huge advantage, or rather, a huge disadvantage. That was his character. He wouldn't back down at the crucial moment and would definitely take the risk. Therefore, after a glance at Jia, he swallowed the darkness crystal without another word. After all, if he consumed it, there was a 90% chance that he would be exposed. If he didn't accept it, he would be exposed in advance, because Yao Qi would rather kill 3,000 innocents than let one go. As for the consequences of consuming it, he would leave it to the heavens to decide. Seeing Yang Dingtian consume it decisively, Dongli was instantly stunned. Yao Qi and Jia were also stunned. Then, all eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian's body. After the dark crystal entered his stomach, there was an instant reaction. The dark, green mystic fire seemed to have smelled the most delicious food and woke up immediately. Then, it extended its tentacles from deep within his energy, reserve, and grabbed the dark crystal. In no time at all, it was devoured cleanly. Then, it went into the depths of his energy, reserve, and lay dormant. Previously, when he consumed the dark crystal, there were some changes to his body. Now there were no changes at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Dongli's lips curled into a smug smile. He had succeeded. Meanwhile, Yao Qi and Jia's faces gradually turned cold and frozen. The reason why his cultivation didn't degrade and his body didn't shrink after consuming the dark crystal was because of the dark mystic fire. With the dark mystic fire, it proved that he was Yang Dingtian. However, at that moment, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly changed drastically. His body of the Silent Clan abruptly shrank into an extremely small ball, and then abruptly expanded. Meanwhile, the mysterious runes on his body suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. Then his body started to transform horribly. Roar, roar, his face was becoming sharper and longer, and two fangs suddenly protruded out. His eyes quickly turned deep. The mark on his neck suddenly grew and turned into a terrifyingly sharp fin. His entire upper body was fiercely lengthening. His hands suddenly extended into terrifyingly sharp claws. Roar! Then he roared into the sky. The entire hall was shaking. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Only Jia and Yao Qi clearly saw that the silent tribe in front of them had turned into a fallen silver dragon. That's right, it was the fallen silver dragon. Soon enough, all the terrifying transformations faded away, and Yang Dingtian gradually reverted back to the appearance of the silent race. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the speechless clan looked so demonic even though they resembled humans. Because the layout of his facial features was actually similar to the fallen silver dragon. As expected, the silent tribe was the tribe closest to the fallen silver dragon bloodline. Who would have thought that the darkness crystal would trigger such a horrifying change in the silent tribe? At that moment, Yao Qi and Jia were completely and utterly shocked. As for Dongli, he could no longer make any sound. He stood there in a daze without moving. Yang Dingtian, who had turned back into the silent tribe, slowly walked toward him. Looks like you've got the wrong person. Dongli's face trembled. Yes, I'm sorry. Since you've got the wrong person, then your eyes have grown for nothing, right? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Dongli's face instantly turned pale. That's right. Then they've grown for nothing. Yao Qi smiled. Then she slowly stood up and locked down Dongli's aura. Jia locked down Dongli's aura from another direction. More than 10 demonic fox elites suddenly appeared and surrounded Dongli. Since your eyes have grown for nothing, I'll take them out for you, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian's 2 claws that had not completely degenerated pierced Dongli's eye sockets and dug out his eyeballs. Then he crushed them and pasted them on Dongli's face. In an instant, only 2 black holes were left in Dongli's eye sockets. Black blood flowed out slowly. It was indescribably eerie. Dongli's entire body was trembling. Boundless pain and madness filled his entire body. The pain of losing his light swept through his entire body. However, he did not let out a scream. His entire body was trembling madly. Thank you, Mr. Jiangshang. Can I take my leave now? Dongli bowed and asked. Yao Qi said, This is only Mr. Jiangshang's punishment. My punishment has yet to come. At this moment, the special envoy from the Sea of Hades, Hua Li, suddenly said, Mr. Chairman, please stop. Suddenly, Yao Qi's eyes shrunk. Special envoy Hua Li said, This is also Ms. Wu Yu's will. I believe you know who she is. Suddenly, Yao Qi's eyes trembled. He waved his hand and said, Get out. If we see you in Indu again, we'll kill you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dongli bowed. Then, Special Envoy Hua Li carried Dongli on his back and quickly left. Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Qi coldly and turned to leave. Jia looked at his back and said to Yao Qi, Mr. Chairman, it seems like Mr. Jiangshang has undergone a huge change after swallowing the darkness crystal. He finally learned how to rage. It seems like he has become a little darker. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly turned back and stared at Jia. You're my fiancé, right? Jia was stunned and said, Yes, Mr. Chairman. Then, Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He grabbed her by the neck and dragged her back to his palace. Jia, whose cultivation was higher than Yang Dingtian, seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. She did not resist at all and was dragged away by the neck. Throughout the entire process, Yao Qi did not stop him at all. After returning to his palace, Yang Dingtian threw Jia on the ground and turned into a beast. Chapter 749. Jia did not resist. She even cooperated. However, she remained expressionless throughout the entire process, as if she was a robot. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally understood what a sculpture was. The woman in front of him was a perfect sculpture. He was beautiful to the extreme, but even a rapist would be dispirited when facing him. Yang Dingtian's violent aura calmed down when he saw her expressionless face. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's go." Jia stood up and said, "Are you sure you don't want to vent the anger and violence in your heart? I'm more than happy to." "No need." Yang Dingtian waved his hand. "Have a good rest, then. I'll take my leave." Jia walked out just like that. "Wait," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh, you changed your mind." Jia said, "Please come." "No," Yang Dingtian said. "When I transformed into the fallen silver dragon, how did you feel?" "Shocked," Jia said. "Don't you feel admiration and passion?" Yang Dingtian asked curiously. "You fox demons have an unparalleled fanaticism toward the fallen silver dragon." Jia said, "First, as a silent clan, you're only closer to the fallen silver dragon bloodline. There's still a fundamental difference between the two. Second, I'm a fox demon, so I'll always think from the perspective of my own interests." "Oh, I understand." Yang Dingtian nodded. "Is there anything else?" Jia asked. "No," Yang Dingtian said. "Then I'll take my leave." Jia said. Jia, who was wearing her silver brocade robe, returned to the main hall. "Sir President, this Jiangshang is very dangerous," Jia said. "Yes, very dangerous," Yao Qi said. "After consuming the dark crystal, he can actually transform into the fallen silver dragon. This will undoubtedly attract the most fanatical worship among the fox demon nobles. The fallen silver dragon is the totem of the entire Little Western Paradise. Once the nobles see his transformation, this Jiangshang will most likely replace me and become the only leader of the entire Little Western Paradise." "So, kill him?" Jia asked. No. Yao Qi said, "That's too much of a waste. Maybe he'll die one day, but it'll be when he's no longer useful." Jia said, "I have another worry. The silent tribe, who originally had no desires, no joy, and no anger, actually developed negative emotions after consuming the dark crystal. I think this is the real danger. With the speechless clan's intellect and talent, once lust is born, coupled with the fox demon's fanatical worship of them, they might become the rulers of the entire Little Western Paradise." Yao Qi nodded. Jia continued, "That's why I feel the need to secretly hunt down all the silent tribe in the Little Western Paradise." Yao Qi nodded and said, "Perhaps this mission will still fall on Mr. Jiangshang's head." In the following time, Yang Dingtian, who was pretending to be from the silent race, became the noblest person in the Silver Palace. He was almost on par with Chairman Yao Qi. He could go to any corner of the Silver Palace, including visiting Yao Rao and her son. Of course, he couldn't leave the Silver Palace because he was worried that Dongli and some other traders would harm him. Yao Qi became extremely respectful in front of him. He bowed like a disciple, just like Jia. Not only that, Yao Qi also announced to the entire Little Western Paradise that he was officially Mr. Jiangshang's disciple and would listen to his teachings for the rest of his life. Half a month later, he was going to hold an unprecedented banquet for Mr. Jiangshang. The banquet would be held in the Silver Palace. Almost all the high nobles would be invited. During the banquet, Yao Qi would formally acknowledge Mr. Jiangshang as his lifelong great sage in the Little Western Paradise. A great sage was above a great sage. Yao Qi's previous teacher, Yongxi, was a great sage before he became the chairman. After he left his position, Yongxi was also made a great sage. Hence, Yang Dingtian became the second great sage in the Little Western Paradise. This was a very high position. It was almost no lower than the chairman. It was also a lifelong position. Hence, Yang Dingtian, who was pretending to be Jiangshang from the Speechless clan, became the most respected person in the Little Western Paradise. The fox noble's passion for him reached a whole new level. His inauguration ceremony as a great sage was also held in the banquet half a month later. Great sage, in 10 days I will hold the grandest banquet in the history of Little Western Paradise, Yao Qi said. I've already sent out tens of thousands of messengers to inform all the high nobles in the Little Western Paradise. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said calmly. You've seen Yao Rao and her son. How do you feel? Yao Qi asked. Yao Rao succeeded. The child called Yang Yi is a demigod, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Qi's eyes brightened. I heard that the child is very close to you? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Qi said, this child will become my successor in the future. A few hundred years later, he will become the first emperor of the Western Paradise Empire. 1,000 years later, he will become the only supreme emperor of all the dimensions in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian nodded. He didn't reply. Yao Qi said, you know that I want to marry Yao Rao, but she obviously doesn't want to cooperate. What do you think I should do? Yang Dingtian shook his head. He didn't reply either. Haha, of course. I know that you won't help me with this, Yao Qi said. Then, can I ask you to help me with something? Please, Yang Dingtian said. In the deepest part of the Silver Palace, there's a person imprisoned. His brain contains the secret of the void splitting fire. Yao Qi said, we all know that the void splitting fire is in the void border. It's another dimension. But we don't know where the entrance to this dimension is. How do we get there? Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. The void splitting fire. He finally heard about it. And this person knows? Yang Dingtian said, he knows where the void splitting fire is? How do we get to the void border dimension? Yes, he knows, Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, then why don't you ask him yourself? He won't tell me, Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, then why do you think he'll tell me? He'll definitely tell you. Because you're from the Speechless clan, Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, you want him to tell me and then I'll tell you? Yes, Yao Qi said. Then why do you think I'll tell you? Could it be that my willpower is inferior to that prisoner? Yang Dingtian asked. You'll definitely tell me, Yao Qi said calmly. All right, you can go and see the prisoner in the underground palace now. Just like before, I'm going to see the enchanting lady. Yang Dingtian was led by 2 extremely powerful fox demon elites into a deep tunnel in the underground palace. How powerful were the 2 fox demon elites? Yang Dingtian didn't know. Anyway, in front of them, Yang Dingtian couldn't detect their energy levels at all. This deep underground passageway was really deep to the extreme. How deep was it? 10,000 meters? 100,000 meters? Or even deeper? In the end, they arrived at an underground palace in the deepest part of hell. Here, they couldn't even see their own fingers. There was no light. It was extremely dark. Even with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he couldn't see anything. Yang Dingtian walked into the prison in the underground palace. The giant door behind him closed slowly. Then, the 2 Speechless clan elites left and returned to the surface. In the entire underground palace, there was only Yang Dingtian and that prisoner left. Of course, in reality, Yang Dingtian couldn't see the prisoner at all. He didn't even know if he existed. Therefore, he was about to light up the flame. No, don't light it up. This is an unparalleled energy prison. You can't release any energy. Otherwise, everything will turn into ashes, including you and me. Suddenly, a hoarse voice was heard. Yang Dingtian took off his clothes and revealed his Speechless clan body. That was because the runes on his body had a natural glow. Although it was very faint, it was very bright in the extreme darkness. Then he didn't see a person. Instead, he saw a snow-white fox. Its entire body was surrounded by special energy black lines. It couldn't move at all. Speechless clan, Speechless clan. The fox let out an extremely emotional voice. It was trembling and tears were about to flow out. Teacher, teacher, are you the one who sent me to save Little Western Paradise? The fox looked up at the sky and trembled. Yang Dingtian bowed to him and said, Jiangshang of the Speechless clan greets you, sir. May I know your name? The fox used the most solemn attitude to make himself bow and said, Disciple of the Fox Demon clan, Yong Shi greets the Speechless clan's teacher. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He was Yong Shi, Yao Qi's teacher, his biggest political backer, the most outstanding chairman in the history of Little Western Paradise. He was also the only great teacher before Yang Dingtian came. Didn't he go away to avoid the world? How? How could he be imprisoned here? Yao Qi went to see Yao Rao again. Yao Rao was still hugging Yang Yi and drawing on the drawing board. But this time, she was drawing Yan Yan Shimin. Yao Qi came to see Yao Rao and her son every day, but Yao Rao treated him like he was nothing. She's very beautiful. She's Yang Dingtian's wife. I think she's called Shimin, Yan Yan Shimin, right? Yao Qi smiled. Yao Rao still treated him like air. Yao Qi continued, You draw Yang Dingtian's portrait every day. You draw Shimin Yan Yan's portrait as if you're going against me. You want baby Yang Yi to remember that they're his family. But in reality, you're just going against yourself. Yao Rao's body suddenly trembled. Yao Qi smiled and said, You're actually afraid that you'll forget Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City. You're afraid that one day you'll compromise with me and fall into my arms. So you're drawing desperately so that Yang Dingtian will be engraved in your mind every day. Yao Rao's hand slanted. Suddenly, there was a line that shouldn't be there on the drawing board. Yao Qi said, You might love Yang Dingtian as a family member, but it's very difficult for you to love him as a man and a woman. After all, you're more than 1,000 years old, right? And he's a human after all. I heard that there's nothing between the two of you other than your physical relationship. In reality, the two of you only spend a short time together, so there's no love between the two of you, and the child in your arms is the only thing that's related to him. Yao Rao continued to be quiet. Yao Qi continued, So, I'm not worried at all, and I'm not forcing you, because I know that one day you'll forget about it. Even if there's a deep-rooted love, it won't be washed away by time. Moreover, you were only the child's mother and the child's father in the past. Keep drawing. Keep drawing. One day, your drawing will become blurry until you can't even remember what Yang Dingtian looks like. Yao Rao's body started to tremble, and her lips started to turn pale. Yao Qi said, Of course, your heart is still waiting for Yang Dingtian's arrival. If he comes, even if he can't save you, he only needs to appear in front of you for a moment. Then, all the blurry thoughts will become clear, and your heart will change instantly. You'll have an extremely strong love for him. Love is very simple, but it's also very mysterious. But he won't appear in front of you anymore. Even if you don't want him to come, your heart is yearning for him to come. And in this yearning and waiting, your impression of him will gradually become blurry and fade away until you're completely in my arms. Yao Qi was poisoning Yao Rao's heart. That's right. Yao Rao didn't want Yang Dingtian to come. She only thought of one thing, which was to wait for Yang Dingtian to become stronger and then bring her back to Cloud Sky City. But Yao Qi planted a seed in her, waiting for Yang Dingtian to come. Yang Dingtian didn't come in the end. Yao Rao's heart would feel that it was a betrayal, and in the end, she would change her heart in anger and disappointment. That was the poison that Yao Qi planted in her heart. He was a very scary opponent. Seeing that his mother's hand was trembling, Yang Yi suddenly took the paintbrush from his mother's hand and opened his arms to Yao Qi. Yao Qi was stunned. Then he was instantly overwhelmed. This was the demigod tribe, his hope for the future. And this demigod tribe was always cold to him. He always wanted to hug him, but he always ignored him. But then Yang Yi baby actually took the initiative to stretch out his arms. Yao Qi's breathing quickened. Then he immediately hugged Yang Yi baby. Yang Yi, you can't call a thief your father, Yao Rao said angrily. Yang Yi baby's extremely beautiful face smiled at Yao Qi and Yao Qi quickly smiled back. It was as if he wanted to gather all his emotions and flattery into his smile. Then, Yang Baby used the paintbrush and slowly drew a line across his neck. It was a red paintbrush. On Yao Qi's neck, it left a red mark that looked like blood. Throat cut. That's right. Yang Baby gave Yao Qi a throat cut. He used a blood-red paintbrush to cut his throat. That meant that in the future, he would use a sharp blade to really cut his throat. By then, what would flow out would not be red paint, but real blood. Yao Qi was instantly stunned. His entire body seemed to have been fixed. He was extremely stiff and couldn't move at all. He felt as if all the other parts of his body had completely disappeared. Only the coldness on his neck was extremely clear. That was obviously a paintbrush, but he really felt as if his throat had been cut open. After a long while, Yao Qi's gaze landed on this extremely beautiful little face. His gem-like eyes were still filled with innocence and peace. The face that was so beautiful that it didn't look like a human was still looking at him innocently. It was as if the throat cut just now wasn't drawn by her. After drawing, Yang Baby opened his arms to his mother. Yao Rao was stunned. She instinctively hugged her baby back. Yang took another paintbrush and pointed at the face on the canvas. He said in a baby voice, Yin Yin's mother. After a long while, Yao Qi seemed to be able to move again. He looked at Yang Baby and said, the god race. The god race. It really is the god race. Then he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha! Only a god race like this is worthy to be my successor. Yang you will only know who is the one who treats you the best when you grow up. I will get the void fire for you. I will get the ruins of the Naga Empire for you. I will build a huge empire for you. In less than 30 years, you will become the crown prince of the entire Western Kingdom. Chapter 750. Deep within the Silver Palace's energy prison. Your Excellency Yong Shi, why are you here? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Yong Shi said, because I mistook my disciple for someone else. I thought that he was really going to be on the same side as me. On the same side? What do you mean? Yang Dingtian said he only wants the fox race to become a half-god race. Then unify the Little Western Paradise and establish the Western Paradise Empire. Then he will rule the entire chaotic world and create something like the ancient Naga. Yong Shi said, I am the opposite. I feel that neither the Naga nor the fox race is a natural product of the world. One was born from the black dragon and the other from the silver dragon. They have abnormally strong energy, so they are destined to be destroyed. So my goal is to destroy the fox race and leave the normal fox race behind. Then I will lead them to walk a more stable path. When the time comes, I will let them work with humans and get through this dangerous, chaotic world. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he was stunned. In Yao Qi's mouth, and even in some secret documents, it wasn't like that. Yong Shi was a firm believer of the fox race. More than 300 years ago, he had once conversed with a member of the silent race for an entire day and night, leaving behind a beautiful story in the entire world. He publicly announced that during that one day and night, the wisdom that the silent race had left behind for him was something he could enjoy for the rest of his life. But in private, especially in front of Yao Qi, he had a very harsh view of the silent race. He felt that the silent race's negative view of the world was extremely stupid. He also told Yao Qi that the true stupidity of the world was the wisdom that saw through everything. There was no point in living like that, so the silent race should just die. True wisdom was playing with the so-called truth. Yang Dingtian said, 300 years ago you met a senior from the silent race? Yes, I did. We even talked for a day and a night. Yong Shi said. Yang Dingtian said, that day and night of talk gave you a lot of political prestige. You publicly said that the silent race had given you wisdom that you could enjoy for the rest of your life? Yong Shi said, that's right. Yang Dingtian continued, but what you told Yao Qi in private was the complete opposite. You despised the speechless clan for being so passive and reclusive. You think that their words are complete bullshit, but you have no choice but to endure these detached and passive remarks for the sake of political spectacle? Yong, she said, that's right. That's what I told Yao Qi. Furthermore, I told him that the silent race seemed to be the smartest, but they were actually the stupidest. True intelligence is to play with the truth and not let anything become an obstacle in your way. Yong, she continued, however, I have no choice but to tell Yao Qi this. I can't let anyone know that my thoughts have changed. In the past, I had the same idea as Yao Qi. I wanted the fox demon tribe to become a demigod tribe like Naga and dominate the entire universe. I felt that no one could change my mind. Even in my heart, I had already formulated a grand strategy. So, I chose to run for the position of speaker. Because I had a very high reputation and reputation, I succeeded. Just as I was about to carry out my strategy of dominating the fox demon tribe, a speechless clan member found me and talked to me for a day and a night. Then he changed your mind? Yang Dingtian asked. Yong, she said, can you change Yao Qi's mind? Yang Dingtian said, no, his mind is very firm. Yong, she said, my mind is also very firm. No one can use any words or any truth to persuade me to change my mind. Not to mention the speechless clan, even the gods can't do it, let alone a day and a night. Even a year or 10 years can't do it, because my life's creed is very simple. I have to move forward, do whatever it takes, and destroy all obstacles. Even the truth is no exception. Yan Dingtian said, then, how did this speechless clan senior do it? How did he persuade you to change your mind in a day and a night? Yong, she said, he didn't say. Instead, he made me realize my dream. The dream of the fox demon tribe dominating the world. How is that possible? Yang Dingtian said. Yong, she said, he didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, but he was also a very powerful spirit master. He pulled me into a very deep level of meditation. Although in the real world we only talked for a day and a night, in the deepest level of meditation, I stayed for an endless amount of time. Maybe thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands of years, maybe even longer. Yong, she said with a confused look, in the meditation world, I successfully obtained the void Fisher fire and successfully entered the ruins of the Naga Empire. Then, I successfully established the Western Kingdom and successfully gave birth to the demigod clan. Finally, we rushed out of the plain door with the humans and destroyed the human kingdom, the underworld kingdom, and the underworld kingdom. In the end, we successfully ruled all the planes in the chaos world and became the only overlords of the universe with the Naga clan. But our desire had no end. Our desire for power had no end. So, we went crazy and hunted all the energy in the world. We killed all the intelligent life forms and all the demon beasts in order to monopolize all the energy in the chaos world. After killing all the other life forms, we began to kill each other. At first, we killed the low-level demon foxes, but in the end, we even killed the high-level ones. In the end, I killed all the competitors. I became the most powerful life form in history, but I also became the only life form in the chaos world. Yong, she paused for a moment, then said, I reached my ultimate goal, to become the only god in the chaos world. But the entire chaos world had become a land of death. There were no other life forms. Then I lived for an endless amount of time. I only had endless loneliness. Finally, I couldn't bear this loneliness, so I chose to commit suicide. But sadly, I was already a god. Even if I wanted to die, I couldn't die. I could only live like this for an endless amount of time. Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Just thinking about this kind of life made him shudder. Yong, she was silent for a long time, then said, Then suddenly I woke up and found that I was dreaming. In the world of meditation, I had an incomparably long dream. But this dream was incomparably real. At least for me, it was a completely real experience. So, without needing any persuasion, I gave up on my so-called ideal. Because no matter how strong you are when you are the only person in the world, then extreme strength is extreme weakness. Everything is meaningless. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right. That senior of the Silent Clan was indeed a supreme sage. He used absolute methods to make Yong-shi change his ideals and will. Yong-shi said, Mr. Jiangshang, what do you think is the driving force for a life form or a race's development? Is it desire? Yang Dingtian shook his head. Anyone who denies desire is a hypocrite. On the other hand, anyone who only recognized desire was a shameless person. There is only one eternal driving force for any intelligent life form, and that is survival. But many people interpret it as desire, and the two are indeed very, very similar, even more so than twins. But even if there is a 1 in 10,000 difference, it is still different. Mr. Jiangshang, you are indeed a sage. Yong-shi said, in fact, I also thought about it for a long, long time. After understanding this principle, I also confirmed that survival is the only driving force for an intelligent life form. Then I fully understood that the so-called essence of survival is continuation. The high-level demon fox race has a lifespan of several thousand years. They have already occupied almost all the resources of the little Western paradise. And because of their endless lifespan, they selfishly gave up on continuation because fewer and fewer demon fox nobles are willing to give birth. Thus, I spent a total of 100 years to guide the Western Paradise's civilization from the martial path to the illusory arts and social classes, especially the almost perverted blood theory. Because of this, in less than 2,000 to 3,000 years, almost all the demon fox nobles will be destroyed. Even if someone wants to stop it, they won't be able to. So that's how it is. Yang Dingtian finally understood why this Chairman Yong, she wanted to lead the demon fox aristocrats to the brink of decay and destruction. He wanted the demon fox race to be reborn, to let the ordinary demon fox race become the ruler of the little Western paradise. He wanted the demon fox race to return to the right track. Yang Dingtian was absolutely unable to be so cold, heartless, and self-destructive. How can you be so cruel? Yang Dingtian said, if it was me, even if I knew it was right, I wouldn't be able to do it. Because someone demonstrated it to me, Yong-shi said. Yong-shi said, actually your silent tribe is much more intelligent and talented than us. They have the ability to dominate the world. But they can see the result of dominating the world, so they gave up. In order to completely prevent the future world from being destroyed, they gave up on prolonging their lives. In the end, they even completely gave up on life. For example, the sage of the silent tribe that I talked to for a day and a night, after talking to him, he chose to pass away. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with endless respect. Previously, Yang Dingtian also judged the silent tribe lightly, thinking that they were too passive and shunned the world. But he didn't know that they were truly intelligent. They rejected the temptation of the fallen silver dragon and used their absolute intelligence and will, as well as supreme sentiments, to save the world. Otherwise, with their intelligence and talent, they could go further than the Naga race. Yong-shi said, actually, I was very close to success. I was re-elected for 2 terms. Then, I gave the next step of the strategy to my successor, Yao Qi, and he very well. He concealed it in front of me, deceived me, and successfully let me push him to the position of chairman. Then everything that happened you already know. He is on the path of destroying the world. The so-called Void Fisher Fire and the ruins of the Naga Empire were his first step. Ruling the little Western Paradise and establishing the Western Paradise Empire was his second step. Giving birth to a demigod descendant was his third step. No, this third step, he is already halfway to success. Yang Dingtian said, because a demigod descendant of the fox tribe did appear. What? Yong, she suddenly trembled, then took a deep breath and said, Mr. Jiangshang, when I was about to walk on the path of destroying the world, the sage of the silent tribe came to my side and stopped everything. Now, Yao Qi is on the path of destroying the world, so you appeared. You are here to stop him, right? You can stop him, right? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, Sorry, I can't change his mind. Why can't you change it? Yong, she said, you can bring him to the meditation world and achieve his ideal hegemony there. It's just like what the Silent Clan did to me. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, Sorry, I still can't do it. Why can't you do it? Yao Qi's will can't be stronger than mine, unless. Yong, she suddenly trembled, then looked at Yang Dingtian. Unless you are not. He didn't finish his words. Unless you are not from the Silent Tribe. Yang Dingtian didn't admit or deny it, but this meant that he admitted it. Actually, admitting it at this time was an extremely dangerous thing, and very smart people wouldn't admit it. But Yang Dingtian still admitted it, and Yong, she understood. But don't worry, this is an absolute energy prison, and no one can eavesdrop. Yong, she was silent for a long time. Are you on his side? Yong, she suddenly asked. No, it will never be possible. Yang Dingtian spoke word by word. You and I are absolutely like-minded individuals. Come here, put your heart under my palm. Yong, she said. Yang Dingtian did as he was told. Suddenly, it was as if a strand of energy entered Yang Dingtian's heart. After a long time, Yong, she said, Oh, I understand. That's right, you can't be on Yao Qi's side. You are the king of humans. Yang Dingtian, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. I know many of your stories and miracles through an old friend. Yong, she said. Yang Dingtian didn't ask who it was. Yong, she said, He is here to ask you about the void splitting fire, right? Child, I have bad news. Yong, she said, Yao Qi has seen through you, or rather, he saw through you a long time ago. Yang Dingtian was shocked, as if he was struck by lightning. How is that possible? Yong, she said, Nothing is impossible. Yao Qi can see through my heart and successfully deceive me. So what is impossible for him to see through you? How did you become the Silent Tribe? Yang Dingtian said, I swallowed Yao Li's silver dragon crystal. How is that possible? Yong, she said, the silver dragon bloodline can't enter the human body. Yang Dingtian said, I am the special one, and I was the one who gave birth to the demigod fox descendant. Yong, she was shocked for a long time, then said, Then no wonder he saw through you, because every silver dragon blood crystal is recorded in a silver dragon illusory mirror. This is the Little Western Paradise's biggest secret. And this silver dragon illusory mirror is in the hands of every chairman. It symbolizes the highest authority of the Little Western Paradise, and it is also a top secret. And after the chairman leaves office, all secrets about the silver dragon illusory mirror will be washed away. Of course, because my brain was modified by the Silent Tribe's ancestors, it can't be washed away. So this top secret was kept. So, the moment Yao Li's silver dragon blood crystal entered your body, he saw through you. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. Yao Qi was so cunning. And this so-called silver dragon illusory mirror controlled all the silver dragon blood crystals, and only the previous chairman knew about it. It sounded like the nuclear button of a big country on Earth. Yang Dingtian said, He saw through me long ago, but he didn't kill me. So he let me meet you and get the secret of the void splitting fire? Yes. Yong, she said, because I am a spiritual master and the Silent Tribe's ancestors modified my brain, so he can't use any spiritual methods to find the secret in my brain. But he can get it from you as long as I tell you. Yang Dingtian said, But you can choose not to tell me. Yong, she said, No, I will tell you because I trust the Silent Tribe. Yang Dingtian said, But I am a fake Silent Tribe member. Yong, she said, But Yao Qi thinks I can't know you are a fake. Because in reality, I can't tell you are a fake at all, but you admitted it yourself. Yao Qi has no other plans, but he is too cunning to understand your nobility and sincerity. So he missed one point, and you risked your life to admit that you are a fake. Yong, she continued, This is Yao Qi's only flaw, and our only chance to defeat him. Then Yongxi closed his eyes for a long time, thinking quickly. Then he opened his eyes and said, Yao Qi's goal is the void-splitting fire, and he can get it through your brain. Then we will beat him at his own game, and use the void-splitting fire to kill him. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Can you do that? Senior. Yongxi said, it's very difficult, or it's completely impossible. Because to them, your brain domain is no secret at all. You can lie with your mouth, but you can never lie with your brain, unless your brain has been modified by an extremely powerful spiritual master. Yang Dingtian said, modified? How? Yongxi said, it's very simple. It's to isolate an absolutely safe area in your brain. Then, all important information will be placed in this area, and no spiritual master will be able to read it. Yang Dingtian heard this, and immediately thought of his space ring. In the real world, this was an absolutely safe, isolated area, and no one would be able to discover it. Then, Yang Dingtian's brain moved, and he immediately woke up Poisa, saying, Sha, do you have a way to isolate an absolutely safe area in my brain, and no spiritual master will be able to read it? Queen Poisa said, of course, it's easy. Your brain area is my absolute home field, and I can easily block any area and no one will be able to read it. Yang Dingtian said, yes, I can block any area in my brain. Yongxi's eyes brightened, really? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yongxi said, good, then according to our plan, Yao Qi will definitely die. Yang Dingtian said, go ahead. Yongxi said, I'll tell you 2 pieces of information. The first one is real, and after you hear it, you have to completely isolate it in a certain area of your brain, and it will only open after a month. The second one is fake, and it will stay in your brain. So during this month, even you will think that the second one is fake, and that the first one doesn't exist. Only then can you fool Yao Qi's spiritual master, understand? Yang Dingtian nodded, understood. Yongxi said, good, then I'll tell you the first piece of information that's real. The Void Fisher Fire will bloom in 89 days, 16 hours and 30 minutes. The entrance to the Void Border is at the bottom of the ocean under the Silver Moon Clan's Endless Peak. This entrance is like a black hole, and it will appear 13 days before the Void Fisher Fire blooms. But it will only open when the Void Fisher Fire is about to bloom. When it's not open, no one can enter. Yang Dingtian said, then how do I devour it? Yongxi said, after entering the Void Border, you have to remember that other than the completely dark continent, everything else you see is actually the Void Fisher Fire. You just have to jump into the abyss, and it'll be the same as jumping into the Void Fisher Fire, and it'll be the same as swallowing the Void Fisher Fire, because the Void Fisher Fire's attribute is spatial travel. Yang Dingtian said, Your Excellency Yongxi, how did you know this secret? Yongxi said, because 300 years ago in the meditation world that the Speechless Clan sage created for me, I obtained the Void Fisher Fire this way. Yang Dingtian nodded. Yongxi said, then do you remember this piece of information? Yang Dingtian said yes. Yongxi said, good, then seal this piece of information as well as the memories from before until you admitted to pretending to be the Speechless Clan and open them after a month. Yang Dingtian said, okay. Then Yang Dingtian said to Queen Poisa, Sha, seal all the memories after I said that I can't change Yao Qi's mind. Okay. Queen Poisa said, you have to completely lower your defenses. Yang Dingtian's mind instantly entered a clear and defenseless state, and then he felt a white light in his brain, and this memory was instantly sealed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian seemed to be in a daze for a moment. When he woke up again, all the memories from after he admitted to pretending to be the Speechless Clan were sealed and disappeared. He shook his head lightly and said, I'm sorry, Master Yongxi, I can't do it. I can't change Yao Qi's mind. Yongxi sighed softly and said, oh, you're not a sage who specializes in the mind. Then may I ask what you specialize in? Wisdom, survival, philosophy, Yang Dingtian said. Yong, she said, then there's another way to cut off Yao Qi's ambition. His first goal is to get the Void Fire and then the Naga's treasure. You have to be one step ahead of him and get the Void Fire. Without the Void Fire and the Naga's treasure, his plan to dominate the world will lose at least half of its support. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He said, then, how do I get the Void Fire? Yong, she said, remember, the Void Fire will bloom in 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the Void Border is at the bottom of the Silver Moon Clan's Endless Peak. You need the energy of the dark crystal in your body to enter the Void Border through this entrance. After you enter, when you see the world inside light up, other than the dark land, the rest of the light and shadows are all void crack flames. You just have to jump down and you'll be able to obtain void crack flames because its attribute is spatial travel. At this moment, Yang Dingtian obviously didn't know that this information was fake. He would only know after a month when the real information was revealed. The real time for the Void Fire to bloom was 89 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes later. At this moment, Yong, she said that it would take 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. There was a difference of 10 days. The entrance to the Void Border was open 2 hours before the mystic fire bloomed. Yong, she said that it could only be opened with the energy of the dark crystal. His goal was to lure Yao Qi to use the dark crystal. As a silver dragon, once Yao Qi used the dark crystal, he would be devoured by the two terrifying energies. He would be torn apart and die. Yong, she said, do you remember? Mr. Jiang Shang. Yang Dingtian said, yes, I do. Yong, she said, please remember my words. Be one step ahead of him and get the Void Fire. Destroy Yao Qi's strategic support. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Then he bowed and left.